welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the, another month, another edition of the Amantes StarCraft number 236. Amantes StarCraft 236, I'm of course host VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my pledges as well. Welcome one and all to your monthly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. You might be familiar with Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is a bi-weekly tournament. Amantes StarCraft is a monthly tournament instead. Every single month, players, they are going to be seeded in, invited, and they're going to be facing off here on a monthly basis from land of Brazil. I do love to see it. Of course, going to be featuring more well-known players. We have players like MasTeR, players like Shakti, Erik, YanXII, many others. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's catch up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. For those that are curious, of course, this is going to be a replay cast. This event usually is a 2-day event and does go over the course of the weekend. But of course, during the weekend, we were otherwise busy with other events like your KSLs, like Sparkling Tuna Cups, and others. I will try to be there live for the next one. Now that we're kind of wrapping up a bunch of our replay casts, now we're wrapping up and catching up on a bunch of events, we should be able to cover more of these events live. At least that is the hope. That is the hope. That is the plan. We'll see if that does come to pass for the next edition, for edition number 37. For now though, let's switch the scenes over. Let's catch up on the bracket itself. Here we go. We have our double elimination format. Double elimination, all players, of course, from Brazil. Actually, zooming in a little bit just so we can get a better picture of what is going on. We are going to be casting from the upper semifinals onwards. Hold on. There we go. Upper semifinals onwards, we have our two matches. We have Erik. Erik is going to be going up against YanXII, and we have MasTeR up against Shakti. I did mention YanXII earlier, and my apologies, YanXII is not a part of this month's event. I would imagine he was otherwise unavailable. For those that are curious, YanXII, he is the best Terran player in all of Brazil, but alas, he is the notable that is missing here. I see that we're lacking YanXII. I see we are lacking Dominoko as well, but we have all the other regulars here. Looks like Shakti did take down Kamikaze 2-0 in the first round. MasTeR took down AlisoN, Erik took down Victor, and Yan got a walkover over Purple. Here we go. So we have our upper bracket semifinals that lead us into the lower bracket thereafter. So we have quite a number of matches ahead of us. We will be focusing and following our players here to the upper bracket finals. Then we'll be going on a break, and then we'll be covering the rest of the event as well. So plenty of matches, plenty of series ahead of us, plenty to come. And we'll start things off with our PvP with MasTeR versus Shakti. Then we'll jump into Erik versus Yan. Beautiful. Beautiful. Here we go. We're jumping into our first series against shout to Cosmos. Cosmos, he is the main caster and organizer of this event. Cosmos does cover this event in Portuguese. We are here to cover it in English. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Eximius Gaming. It is Shakti. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, also from land of Brazil, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. MasTeR is one of the stronger, or I would say the best Protoss player in all of Latin America. MasTeR, he is favored to even take the event. I think it was in last edition's Code for Giants Cup, we had a best-of-5 finals between MasTeR and Erik, and MasTeR did barely win it out. So we'll see if we can do it here again. We'll see if Erik or one of our other players can stop him. It's going to be a battle of the ages or generations here between these two players. Shakti has been around for a very, very long time. Did retire, actually. He retired, I want to say, back in 2022. It's been a couple of years since Shakti has been in full swing, but a couple of months ago did return to the game, only playing in these more regional events, only dipping his toes into Code for Giants Cup, into Amantes. It's great to see the return of Shakti. Nowadays, he's not a full-time pro. Nowadays, Shakti, he only plays part-time, plays in his free time instead, in a more casual setting. Despite that, still a very strong player and still can cause these upsets. We have seen Shakti actually defeat MasTeR in months past, so he has it in him. He does have it in him. For the time being, going for a proxy pylon. Probes out on the map, and the pylon should be thrown down. Again, it is going to be a 2-gate opener here out of Shakti, likewise 2-gate opener out of MasTeR. Pylon has in place, so we are going to be hiding the initial second pylon and making it look like we are proxying. I say look like, the probe is sticking around, which means we might actually commit to a proxy. Might end up committing here. We'll see. Likewise, MasTeR across the map is throwing down his own pylon in the main base. Cybercore is done, getting to the first units of choice. Double Stalker out of MasTeR, double Stalker out of Shakti. We're still keeping our eye on this probe. Still no proxy setup here. We could throw down an extra gateway just to reinforce across the map, but this reinforcement point is not really too far out there. That's why, oh, never mind. We are committing into hidden tech. This I'm all for. It's one of those things where this pilot council doesn't need to be closer to the opponent's bases, doesn't need to be close by, it can be further back to hide the initial blink, to either throw down extra gateways or even a dark shrine opener. Okay. As Shakti does zone away that probe, is going to be fanning out. Likewise, MasTeR is searching for that proxy pylon, diligently so. Does check the central location. Scouts on the left, scouts on the right. He is looking for the pylon. He knows it is somewhere. We know where, though. Pilot cancel is done. Do we go for blink? Do we go for the dark shrine? Both are options. We can go blink into like a proxy gateway, into like a 3 or 4 gates blink all in. And there it is. A blink is on the way. So it is going to be a 1-base all in from Shakti. Third gateway gets thrown down back at home. Stalkers move out, and Shakti, he does have a stalker advantage. Oh! Gets a couple of shots off. Does get a couple of shots off. MasTeR is going to be 4 back. And there we go. We do have a proxy pylon being set up here outside of the base. Outside of the natural. Going to be committing here to his 1-base all-in. Again, he's going to be able to reinforce going into, yep, 4 gates. So 4 gate, 1-base blink from the side of Shakti. Oh. Takes down a probe. MasTeR, he isn't fully aware what's going on, but he knows that there's aggression, right? He's aware that there's some kind of all-in coming his way. He does get eyes on the pylon. That confirms it. Shield battery's already on the way, so good read here by MasTeR. And ideally, he wants his own defensive robo. And the robo is done. Robo is done. Immortal productions are on the way. And the higher the immortal count, the easier this becomes to defend. So MasTeR needs a little bit more time here to hold on. Does need a little bit more time. More stalkers massing up. Now Shakti, he may try to get some high ground vision here with either an adept, with a sentry, but so far just pure stalker. Yo, nice hallucinated immortal. Okay, going to tank some shots. We do threaten, we do force the army back. So far MasTeR is holding his own. Shakti's gonna have to try to brute force his way through, but again, pushing into immortals and shield batteries is not easy. He's going for the dark shrine. Going for the dark shrine instead. And there is no observer. There is a robo, true. An observer can be chronoed. We have force fields as well. So far, stalkers to try to dive in. Decent force fields, catching 1 stalker. It's something. Shakti is being slowed down. There we go, Dark Shrine is done. DTs are morphing in. Currently, no detection. But there are force fields. And MasTeR can always force through the ramp. Try to slow Shakti down if he notices. DTs are waddling in. He does notice. Yeah, there we go. He does force field. Nicely done. Observer's on the way. Now he takes the fight. Does take the fight. Looks down the army for shield batteries. They keep the army alive. DTs don't get anything done yet. Oh. Getting 1 sentry. Another force field. Gets 1 sentry so far. Wasted DPS on hallucination. And so far, he's bought enough time. He bought enough time. Observer has arrived. Would you see Shakti dives on in, gets 1 immortal. He gets 1. Up, he wants the other. He's going to get it, but at a cost. At a cost of every single stalker. MasTeR holds. MasTeR, he does hold. He does hold on. He shuts down the main army. Has plenty of detection. Morphing in another DT, but it's not going to be good enough. Boys are being fooled. We can't afford to lose them. MasTeR did lose both immortals here in the process, but alas, he holds on. He shuts down the stalkers as well as the DTs as well. He's fine. He's perfectly fine. Again, good reaction, good response. Despite not having any detection, he was able to force field the ramp, and that sealed the deal. That did seal the deal. Or not just that, I should say, he also forced a fight within range of the shield battery, so the DTs weren't really doing any damage. They were not doing enough. And now Shakti expands. Oh, this is a rough expansion. MasTeR, he's up to 31 probes. He's still making 2 probes at a time. He still maintains a better economy. And Shakti was all in. And with a failed all in, it is difficult to recover. Not impossible, but difficult. So Shakti behind this is going into Blink. We have Shadow Stride on the way. Shadow Stride can be a way to try to bypass some of the defenses and get into a mineral line. There is a chance here for the blue Protoss. But again, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy here. So MasTeR does pull away. Jesus, he's got 5 shield batteries. Just to be safe, just to be secure. I mean, MasTeR, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's an expansion. Moving out with the hallucination. And the hallucination will confirm that there is a natural. Upon seeing this natural base, MasTeR should be feeling safe to expand. To expand, get a 3rd base. Macro, tech up, throw down a Forge, get into +1. Then we go Forge on the way for those upgrades. MasTeR should be feeling comfortable and confident. Shakti does move out with a probe. Looking to potentially throw down another proxy. Blows her by. That's one of the downsides here of going for an all-in on King's Cove, is the rush distance by ground is so incredibly long. And with that, Shakti's being active. Yep, there we go. Proxy pylon gets thrown down. Is looking for the 3rd base. MasTeR has yet to expand. He is just securing himself on 2 bases, taking gases. Throwing down cannons as well, just to be safe against DTs. Let's go. A bit of an overreaction, throwing down 2 cannons at the natural, but okay. Shadow Stride is done. See the Observer chasing the army. Observer does chase it up, say shade into the main, they force a recall. MasTeR getting damage done. Shakti can't afford to lose any workers, still staying behind. It's going to be all or nothing for Shakti. So DTs, if they blink on top of the army, they can just annihilate those sentries, true, but 3 immortals, soon to be 4 immortals as well. I could say very robust army. And oh my god, MasTeR. He just keeps throwing down more cannons. I mean, he sees that there's still no expansion, gets more probe kills, confirms no gases either. And Shakti is still very much so all in, despite taking the natural. And MasTER's like, yeah, come at me. It's like, he is more than ready. Warps in a couple of Archons as well. Hopefully they're not trapped. This one here might be stuck in between all the side defense. Is it? Okay, no, we're good, we're good. They're slim enough. They fit through. And now finally MasTER's looking to expand. Last Shakti, he engages, he gets locked down. Oof, does wink away. Thankfully does wink away, but this is a fight that Shakti cannot take. As he will lose everything here. GG gets called, and MasTER, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. MasTER does take a lead in the series. Again, it was a wild build out of Shakti. Unfortunately, MasTER, he didn't quite confirm what kind of all-in it was. Like, for all he knew, it could have been Proxy Robo, could have been Proxy 4-gate without Blink. Like, he was still trying to piece it all together. Regardless, did recognize that he was in danger, played it safe, got 2 shield batteries early on, threw down a Robo, started Immortal production. He was fine, he was safe and sound. A lot of it did come down to the response to the Dark Templar, though. The DTs had potential to end the game, but we saw that even though there was 0 detection, MasTER, he did see the Shimmer. He saw the Shimmer, he was able to force field in time, force field the ramp, and lock down Shakti. GG. Was able to lock him down in the end, and with that, that leads us into game number 2, and we'll see if Shakti can bounce back and force the ace match, or if MasTeR can bring it home and take the series. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Zimi's Gaming. It is Shakti. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Hellfire, also from the land of Brazil. It is MasTeR. Go. We go. Again, Shakti going for the one base all in last game here, most likely going to be calming things down. Again, Shakti, especially in his return to form, in his return to competitive play, has been a little bit more carefree in how he approaches things, playing his own styles and going for cheeses more than anything. So we'll see if MasTeR can keep up with Shakti. I do favor MasTeR in a standard game, but we'll see how Shakti will approach this. For now, 2 gate openers. At least that's where we're headed. I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing any gate expands. Here on Ultra Love, it is more common to open up economically, but that is not the case between these two. We have 2 gate opener out of MasTeR, likewise 2 gate opener out of Shakti. We have our 2 gate openers. Likewise, this time there's no proxy. We have the scouting probe across the map, second pylon for MasTeR. Likewise, second pylon for Shakti as well. And MasTeR, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms. This time everything is where it should be. This time there is no proxy. Both players are fully aware of that. And now we can embrace a more standard PvP, at least early game. So we can calm things down. We can settle it. From here, we can expand, we can set up. We have our first students of choice, going to be double adept out of Shakti. This is going to be a much more aggressive start from our blue Protoss. Meanwhile, MasTeR is opening up Stalker Sentry, much more standard opener. Stalker Sentry is just a secure way to establish your natural and to get scouting information across the map. So MasTeR is more concerned with scouting, Shakti more concerned with getting damage done. So with these sword adepts soon to shade across the map, soon to move out. Ooh, and he's going to double down, double adept into a 3rd and 4th adept as well, and this can even go into a 5th and 6th adept, so we can just double down, commit, and not make non-stop adepts. With this, the goal would be to break down the initial pylon, or the shield battery, and bust into the main. MasTeR securing himself, just now moving out with a hallucination. Meanwhile, we have confirmation here. We are still making adepts. Like, we're not stopping. We are not stopping. Now, the reasoning as to why you would want this many adepts, 2 adepts, one-shot probes. That is true. They do one-shot workers. But as you would imagine in PvP, every time we attempt to shade at this level of play, MasTeR, you can see he's in position to wall off. He's in position to fully wall off, to block off here with a shield battery or with a pylon to make sure that the adepts do not get in. But that changes when you get into mass adept. Once you get into 6 up to 8 adepts, then you can commit to the shade and you can focus down this building and bring it down in time and then bust into the middle line regardless. You can brute force your way through that wall. That would be the hope. Oh, as adepts are being scouted. Yeah, they're all seen. They're all spotted. MasTeR has to back off. From here, he has to wall off with a gateway instead. With something more robust. As we're up to 6, getting up to 8. So 8 adepts is going to be the ideal. Here comes a massive shade. So far, up, touch right in the pylon, and we're committing on top of the army instead. On top of the sentries, he gets 1. He tries to, the shield battery putting in a lot of work. Yeah, adept shots aren't lined up. And, Jesus. he's like, what the hell? Like 8 adepts, they don't kill a sentry. GG gets called. That was brutal. He commits to the shade and nothing died. The power of the shield battery, the power of Protoss. So Shakti learning the hard way there. GG, well played, and MasTeR, he will take game number 2 in the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Now, to be fair, I do believe that Shakti, his adept shots weren't lined up for the first volley. And I think if he had lined up his shots, then maybe that one shot's the sentry. But yeah, regardless, then and there, he did attempt to, wasn't quite able to bring the sentry down, didn't snowball the way that he wanted, and GG well played. MasTeR, he holds, he defends, takes the series 2-0. Does take the series. And with that, we have our first player here advancing on into the upper bracket finals. The question becomes, though, who will join him as we get ready for our TVZ? We're used to seeing players like Inexorable here in this kind of setting, but I'm happy to see, not quite Inexorable, but I'm happy to see that Yan is here. Yan, he's a little bit less consistent. He's a very young player. He's very young. I would say nowadays he's like 17, 18 years old. But he's a very young player. And because of that, he's also a little bit inconsistent when it comes to his signups, when it comes to when and how he does play and compete. Yan is not the most active of players, but whenever we see him, it's always a treat, always a little good fun. And he's up against Erik, the Duckling. Let's go. Erik versus Yan is going to be coming up next, and we're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let us go. Again, Yan, I believe he and MasTeR are the same years old. I believe they're similarly aged, and they both did step into the ring and step into StarCraft at around the same time. They are both good friends, and now he's up against one of the other favorites of the tournament. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. YanXII, YanXII. We call him Yan. We call him. Let's go. Let's go. We go. As from here, just gonna be opening up, is going to be the initial hatch opener out of Erik. I would imagine hatch gas pool. And now Erik, he has been playing around a lot with a new opener, which does involve a second hatchery and skipping queens. And he does like to incorporate it into this matchup from time to time. Personally, I'm not too fond of it. I'm not too fond of it against Terran. I'm not too fond of it, just because Terran players, they can be really, really good at identifying low queen counts, at punishing low queen counts with Hellion dives. Can be very difficult to defend. And here it looks like Erik is not going for it. He's going for a hatchery into a spawning pool first. Is going for delayed gases though. Interesting. With delayed gases, he can go for a faster third, or even that macro hatch. We'll see. Oh. Okay. Does delay his gas, but not by too much longer, so it's going to be hatch, pool, and later gas timing from Erik. Now, because the gases are so late, I'm going to make the assumption that this is going to be roach-based. I'm going to assume this is going to be roach-based play instead of Ling speed, just because Ling speed will be so heavily delayed here, might be worth just skipping it entirely. So we'll keep an eye on Erik. But now, SCV Scout is coming in, does confirm the hatch first. Back at home, do have our ranks expand. Nothing crazy so far out of our players. Reaper's moving out across the map, and the goal here is to try to delay the third base, pick away the mineral line, dance with the units of Erik. Erik does only make 2 Lings. He makes 2 Lings from here, going to be forced back. Lings are going to be going down. Yeah, he gets 1, he gets 2, does thread the mineral line. Erik has to pull away. Oh! Does pull away, drones are under fire, and can he get 1? Ooh, he can. Whew, Eva Chamber was denied. And yep, there it is, roaches. As we made the assumption here, because the gases were so late, we assume it is going to be roach play, not Ling speed, but Yan didn't confirm. He didn't see the late gases, he did not get into the main base, and Yan did not see the tech at the ramp, so he's still a little bit in the dark. He does confirm, though, no expansion. That is a tell. No third base here at the triangle location, no third at the linear location either. Yeah, and he knows that something is wrong. Something is wrong, something is amiss. Behind this, ooh, going for a 1-1-1 before CC. Very safe play here by Yan. I say safe, very safe and very aggressive. And this means a faster Banshee. Faster Banshees here from Yan. Delayed third CC, but I feel like this is what you want, especially against a roach-based composition.
Command center has been upgraded.
Reaper dips in. 320 lair timing does confirm. Very early lair. Insanely early. Get another 320 mark. Roaches are amassing. Now, this could just be for fast roach speed into expansion, or this could be for a roach-based all-in. Technically, this could also, if we take another gas geyser, this could be two-base. This could be roach opener into like two-base muta, which I would not put it past Erik, but we'll see. Behind this, Yen getting into his 1-on-1 into Cloak Banshee. Hellions moving out. Burrow's on the way. Okay. Yo, I love how Erik incorporates Burrow whenever he plays Roach. True. But Hellions, they go for the dive. They rush past the army. Queen count is low. And this is one of the things I was worried about here when it comes to low Queen starts. Hellions, they jump into the mineral line. Ooh, they get 2 drones so far. They get 2 workers. They get 5. Oh my god, they get up to 5 drones. They get 5. Workers, they still line up. We got up to 6. 6 drones go down. And the Hellions, they're not done. Getting to the natural, they're forcing it all in. I say they're forcing it all in. Erik is droning. Erik is droning. Erik is not getting roach speed. This was a fast lair for what? For Swarm Host. And that's what Burrow is for. It's the Swarm Host opener into Infestor. Let's go. Okay. If you haven't watched Erik's ZVT before, you would know this is a build that Erik, he did create this build, I want to say 2 years ago. This is 2-base Swarm Host. 2-base Swarm Host. I want to say he made this build 2 years ago, and then he kind of put it on the back burner for a while. And then in one of the most recent patches of last year, if you recall, the Infestor was changed. The Infestor was in a way buffed. The Infestor used to require you to actually research pathogen glands before you actually have a fungal available. Nowadays, you do not need that upgrade. The upgrade does not exist. When the Infestor spawns in, it already has a fungal available. That makes this build more viable. What do I mean by that? So we start things off with 4 Swarm Hosts. So 2-base Swarm Hosts. Now it's only 4. We're not making more than that. We do see Erik, he's moving out. He does, oh my god, does catch the Banshee. Very nice. But these Swarm Hosts are designed to distract, to harass, to punish, and to contain the Terran. And typically it would force a counterattack, and having those Infestors available is a good way to survive that counterattack, to be able to buy time to build up towards a greater economy. So Infestors are designed to keep you safe. Banshee does come across the expansion, the 3rd base. The Queens, they do respond. Queens, they respond. We have some Roaches massing up. We're still joining up behind this. And the Swarm Hosts, they're fanning out. Now, they did the math on this, and the Swarm Hosts, if each Swarm Host forces out 1 scan, then alongside the initial damage that they get, it is worth it. It is worth it here. So that's why the Swarm Hosts are spread. To force as many scans as possible, and also to, get as much damage as already the 3rd CC is laid. 1 SCV goes down, gets 2 Marines. Gets 2 Marines, gets 1 SCV so far, delays the CC, gets into the mineral line, denies mining time, gets another SCV, and this is all slowly getting damage over time. And the chances are we're going to get a 2nd Locust Wave after this. Going to get another Locust Wave. Behind this, getting into 1-1, there are those safety Infestors. As we mentioned, if Yan had opted to go for an all-in counterattack, then these Infestors would be crucial to survive that counterattack. Likewise, Queens are spreading creep from across the map. Because of the fast lair, Overlords, they can spread creep, and then with the Queens move forward, and we're spreading creep backwards. And here comes that counterattack. Here comes the push. Locust Waves, they continue. Ooh, they catch out one of the Vikings. They try to catch out the tank. You see Erik, he's here to slow down the push. And there's the first fungal. Oh my god, the fungal does land. Fungal does connect, catching out more of the army. Oh my god. And Erik, he's just shutting this down. There's no more bio. There's nothing. There's nothing left. Yan has no pushing power. He has to turn back around. That Swarm Host is, all the Swarm Hosts, they survive, by the way. They're still alive. They're still up and running. There's the first scan. Finally, 1 Swarm Host goes down, but it's already paid for itself. Already paid for itself. Oof. Tank shots going up. 1 tank goes down. Nice piles. And there's still 3 more Swarm Hosts. Banshee will pose a threat, but the Queens are in position. Banshee goes down. More SCVs are falling, getting 4 more SCV kills, delaying the production. Oh, they do get a scan. 1 more Swarmhost goes down. We're down to 2. Now the Swarmhosts are not going to be replaced. We're not investing into more Swarmhosts. We're done with the Swarmhost. They've done their damage. They've killed how many SCVs so far? 10. 10 SCVs. They delayed the third. They delayed the production. They killed some bio. They forced out scans. And we still have 2 more Swarmhosts. From here, still just banking up more Roach Ravager. He wants another tank. Does want it. He will get it as well. Here come the slow lings. Infestors come in for the piles. Another tank falls. Yeah, and he's trying to keep up, trying to dive forward. And another fungal. A poison being pulled. We still have more fungals available. Oh my god, does other miles. Oh my god, gets a medevac. Takes out a medevac back. Yay. Throughout this, the boys are pulled. SCVs are going down. We still have those locust waves. They're also still available. And GG gets called. Erik, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Hi. GG, well played. Again, 2 base Swarm Host. This is specifically a ZVT build, and again, there are layers to it. To go into Burrow early on, to go for the fast lair, into Swarm Host, into spreading creep backwards across the map. That spreading creep as well is really important when it comes to slowing down the push, when it comes to getting eyes on it, and engaging ahead of time to make sure that you have the breathing room to make sure your bases are left untouched back at home. Likewise, the biggest threat I would say was the Banshees. The Banshees, they were posing a threat, but Erik, he was able to catch all of them out. He caught out all the Banshees with his Queens, with those fast Overseers. In the end, it did shut them down. GG, well played. Erik does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Now, don't expect this every game, but 2-way Storm Host is something that Erik, he does like to incorporate every now and then, and again, was like, quote-unquote, recently buffed, like last year, with that Infestor change. Is more viable, but here we go. We're getting to our next game. We're loading into Abyssal Reef, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner we have our Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 1-0. It is Erik. And spawning in the top left hand corner we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. Go. As this time Erik, he does mix it up. He does go for an earlier spawning pool. It is going to be pool first. I believe that was a 15 pool. 15 pool here by Erik. Is going to be the 15 pool, and with this he can try to sneak out across the map with his lings, and he can try to delay the CC. I would imagine that's the goal here for Erik. Otherwise, this is just a really safe way to play. If he was assuming that the Yen was going to proxy, then we can get early queens and early defense. But now the second overlord is parked outside of the natural. To make sure Erik gets eyes on any proxy, on any bunker. And he is only making 2 lings. Okay, oh, never mind. Okay, 4 lings. So 4 lings, and based on the rally, you can see here the goal is to sneak out, is to skirt around the edge of the map. We have 2 lings on the right, we have 2 lings on the left, and the goal is to pounce on top of the CC. And ideally, get here by bypassing the Reaper and avoiding it entirely. So we'll see if Erik can pull this off. See if he can pull this off here, as so far the lings, yep, they do skirt around the edge. 2 of them do. Reaper does go through the center. Erik, he pulls back, so he has some lings to defend. The queen is already out, and that CC is exposed. CC is going to be exposed. Oh! That queen is in position. Reaper going to be forced back. The lings have arrived, and they dive on that SCV. And they might not kill the SCV, but again, does delay. And even forces the boys to be pulled. Oh my god. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Marine is going to be targeted down. Yeah, and he will hold, but damage has been done. You have 4 SCVs that weren't mining. The 5th SCV, of course, also forced back. Delayed command center. Erik back at home, happily droning up. This time did go for an earlier gas, and this time is going for link speed. So no roach play, no roach play yet. There is still potential, don't get me wrong. We could still get into roaches at some point in this game, but for now, it is relying on queens, on lings. 2-base or muta play is viable here on Abyssal Reef just because of how large the map is, so we could try to get into mutas. But now, though, we have an aggressive build here from Yan. What do we see? 1-1-1 once again before the 3rd TC. So it's going to be an aggressive build, committed Hellion production into earlier Banshee play. Erik has yet to confirm. He is going to be diving in with the Overlord, and he will soon get eyes on the lack of command center and the faster starport. Now, I do think that it's wise to play like this against Erik, especially because Erik is so roach heavy at times. I think it makes sense here to go 1-1-1. But this time there are no roaches, and Erik, he will confirm. He will confirm behind this. He should be getting ready here with his detection. We have a just under 4-minute lair timing here from Erik, so very early there once again. Not as early as last game, but early nonetheless at the 4-minute mark. Likewise, spores are going to be on the way, and we'll see what Erik does with this fast lair. We'll see if it's just for early scouting or maybe some earlier tech. Gases are being taken. Bear that in mind. Is getting a second gas geyser. Hellions being forced back. Erik does deflect. Lings, they avoid the Hellions. They head straight for the mineral line. SCVs are under threat. There are some reinforcing Hellions though. Gets 1, gets 2, gets a mule. No major damage. Does distract the Terran. Lair is about to finish. Only 2 gases. But yeah, more gases being taken. And what are we going for? Okay, we're going for Ling Bane. Going for Ling Bane. I do think that the Baneling Nest is late, especially if you go for an earlier lair. Ideally, you want the Baneling Nest lined up with the lair so you can start up Baneling speed. So a little bit mistimed, but is on the way. Lings, once again, they get across the map. But there are Banshees to defend. Banshees are in position. Hellions, they deny creep. So far, Yan playing this well. And Yan is not going all in. Yan is expanding, getting a 3rd. He's expanding. Oh, gets another tumor. Another tumor goes down. Erik holding on with the bare minimum. Another tumor goes down. So far, the queens are keeping up. And she's there rotates, so do the queens. Hellions, they go for the time. There's so many lings. And not many lings to defend, but he doesn't quite go for it. There was an opening. There was an opening there. But Yan, he doesn't see it, doesn't commit. Behind this, 1-1 upgrades on the way. Erik committing to Ling Bane. And we should soon be seeing Baneling speed as well. Is building up. Likewise, Yan now taking his 3rd. Going for his 3rd base. Erik playing standard, going Ling Bane into Hydra. Okay. I didn't get here in the most standard of ways, but Ling Bane Hydra nonetheless. Let's go. Erik droning, saturating, getting his 3rd, now getting his 4th base up and running. Still building up his economy. Yan is forced back. Now, bearing in mind Yan's own economy was delayed, so this is still a kind of an awkward game state for Yan, considering his later expansion and lost mining time early on. And so far, this Banshee Hellion opener hasn't really been worth it. We haven't really killed many workers. The Hellions have done a great job when it comes to denying creep. That is true. The creep has been stifled, it has been denied, but the Banshees have been a little bit lackluster. From here, Erik rushing into a hive. Okay. Barely making any Hydras. Going for the Hydrogen into Lurker, then into Hive. So it looks like Erik plans on being the defender. Oh, as he does catch out the Hellions. Nicely done. But it looks like Erik, he plans on just being the defender, on just holding on back at home, on absorbing these blows until he gets into Lurker tech. As Erik, he's mainly droning up. He's making the bare minimum Ling Bane. Does spot the move out. Okay, sees the army. That is going to prompt him to make more Lings. Okay, it's a burrow. 2-2 upgrades. Erik is building up. Yan does have a threatening army. Does have a threatening army. So far, first 2 tanks go down. Oh, Yan does overextend. Brutal pickoffs. Brutal pickoffs here. As Erik shuts him down. Likewise, Yan deflects the Ling Bane counterattack. Erik, he can now focus on the main army. And he comes in with a surround. And looks down the army, does force the pickup. A couple of Marines left behind. Better trade here for Erik. Does catch Yan out. And what is done? The Hive. The Hive is done. Hive upgrades on the way. Lurker's now morphing in. And there's going to be brutal timing here. Again, remember, Erik, he did preserve his gas for so long in this game. Did go up to 8 gases. Barely made any Hydras because he was saving his gas for all these upgrades. Hydra speed, Hydra range. The Lurker upgrades as well. The Hive into Nidus Worm even. And now he's squeezing out a couple of Hydras. Up to 81 workers. Yan going for a split push. Erik is here. Oh. Erik is ready. And I don't believe Yan has seen the Lurkers yet. That's my biggest concern. He is a little bit more unawares. Back at home, what do we need? We need tanks, ghosts, more importantly, into Lib eventually. Oh, goddamn shark. Overseer dips in. Looks like Erik, he's aware. Oh yeah, sorry, Yan is aware. Aware of the potential Nidus. He's keeping up. Is keeping up. Queen's getting caught out. Not bad, getting one queen. Queen does fall. We still have more Hive upgrades on the way, just now finishing up. Another Overseer into the main. And we're waiting for that Nidus. We're just pushing right down mid instead. Yeah, pushing right down mid. Within range. Getting closer towards that planetary. Ling Bane rolling in. And this base is gonna fall. Yeah, and he's out of position. Gonna try to rush it over. That's a lot of tanks. There's a lot of tanks. Lings, they dive in. Planetary should fall. Hive find an opening. Not yet. Yeah, they don't really have the energy. And Erik has to back up. From here, he just backs up. He doesn't have to commit. Nidus into the main base. Oh, God. Get out of the way. Goddamn shark. Every time. Nidus into the main. Erik, he does notice. But it might just be too late. Nidus is going to finish. Up. They just pop out. Lurkers, they burrow. Oh, it's going to be a big commitment here from Erik. Yeah, he's not going to make it. It's going to be cleaned up. So far, good defense. Good defense here by Yan. Erik, he's not stopping. Rolling in towards both angles. Gets into the mineral line. Likewise, takes out more SCVs. So we start going down, getting 8 so far. Oh, did Erik lose his Vipers? He did. Yeah, one of the Vipers did fall. So rebuilding his Vipers. Getting into more Ling Bane. Now, breaking this defensive position is very difficult on this map. Mr. Reef, we speak about this all the time, how easy it is to get up to your 5-base economy on this map. Now, that 4th base was denied, true, but I mean, again, Yan was out of position. Now that he's securing himself with these tank lines, with these more tank lines, he should be fine. Should be fine on 5 bases. Again, what we're really missing here is Ghost production, Liberator production as well. The army is still somewhat lacking for Yan, but he's getting there. And without Vipers, there's no way to break the Terran. Whether it's Vipers or Broodlords. Nidoswarms are a way to bypass all of that, true. Nidoswarms can be the answer. As Yan pulls away. Pulls away between the bases. Erik, going for the yoink. Oh! Gets one. Ooh, gets one. Barely gets the other. And gets all 3. 3 Monarchs go down. Likewise knocking out those rocks. Yeah, he tries to rotate. Tanks are exposed. Jeez, the tank line is still brutal. And is repositioning. Oh my god. Erik says, has to be careful. Has to respect the lurkers. Does have to respect them. Oh. Tank does get abducted. And 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Nice into the main base is going to be shut down. But Erik doesn't care. He dives in. It takes down 4 tanks. Tanks are pulling left and right. The tanks are exposed once again. No energy on the Vipers, no abductions. But still, SCVs are falling. Getting 21 SCV kills. There we go. 1 more abduction. And that was what? 6, 7 tanks falling. Bio army stems in. They're going to clean up all these lurkers, but at a cost. As lurkers they trade, they focus on even some of the ghosts. That's 28 SCV kills. And then he gets knocked down to 3.5 base mining. Erik pulls away. He's remaxing, rebuilding. The creep is good enough. Did lose all of his lurkers, but he has the economy to rebuild. He's building back up. Oh, God. On the Banshees. Banshees, they finally go down from the start of the game. And he just hasn't really been able to build up his army and secure himself. Despite having tank lines time and time again, we've seen it out of position, we've seen lack of support, lack of bio protecting those tanks. Now we have the ghosts, but the tanks were already reset. There's only 1 tank here. Oh my god, the snipes are Jesus. Erik overextends, snipes a pop-up. That was 5 lurkers going down for 1 ghost. Very nice trade for the Terran. Erik trying to collapse in. Coming in from multiple angles. Check the main army. Lurkers are coming from behind. Lucy says you borrow. SCVs are going down. Yan still trades very well though, as he completely shut down the Lingbane army. But the base is still denied. Losing 15 SCVs. The center expansion. Erik still pulling Yan apart. Supplies are still neck and neck. It's one of those things where, yes, Erik, he has been, in a way, out positioning Yan and sniping some of these bases, but these have still been some really rough trades. Like, it's still not been very efficient from Erik. Running into these tank lines. It's still very close. If left alone, Erik, he should be the first to remax. He has 93 drones. So given time, he will remax. Yan's still stuck at home. He's rotating. Rotating once again, looking for a way in. We have Lynx towards the left. We have Bane, Hydra towards the right. Lurkers, once again, they try to come in from behind, but three Lurkers, they go down. Here come the Lynx. So penetrate against the Lurkers. Lynx, they don't catch the Ghost, but they do catch, oh, not even the tanks. Yeah, rough fight for Erik. He bleeds out too much. Viper goes down. Erik, can he make this worth it? Can he take down the planetary? Maidens are rolling in. The goal here is the base, and he gets it. Planetary goes down. Erik pulls away. Erik does plummet in supply. Again, these have been some rough fights for Erik. And at this point, Yan, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to this. He unsieges everything. It's time for a counterattack. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for Yan. He's up in supply. He's up in army. He can win this game. Erik needs more time. He's building up some Link Bane. Building up his Link Bane army. Yan pushing deep on the creep. Does pre-spread. Banelings. Oh. Don't want to waste them on these SCVs. Don't want to waste them. Another expansion going down. Again, Lurkers are exactly what he needs here. Lurkers, they will buy time. A couple of Lurkers on the way. How many ghosts are there? Jesus, 23! 23 ghosts, that's crazy. Ghosts move forward, knocking down another expansion. Erik, I don't think he can engage here. Nice fumble though, very nice fumble. Oh my god, the ghosts! Bathing smash in. That was how many? That was 9 ghosts going down. Just have arrived. And the infestors are ready. Another fumble lands. Oh my god. Yeah, the fumble was brutal. No scan. No scan either. The Lunkers, they hold. They shut down the tank line. They shut down the ghosts. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh my god, as every Lurker goes down. But what's important here is that Erik has an economy, and Yan doesn't. Yan was all in. He was all in, and every unit that is lost here is that much more brutal here for Yan. As he cannot afford these losses. Forced to pick up, forced away. Erik's still on 84 drones, still on a booming economy. Erik can still rebuild. At this point, throwing away some Lings. Gets a tank. Still not the best trades there from Erik, but does get a tank. From here, building up more infestors, more Link Bane. Yan gearing up for a second wave, for a second push. And Yan's economy, I mean, he's somewhat sustaining himself. He's on 38 workers, just now getting another expansion. He's holding on. He's keeping up. Erik, he does launch forward. Oh, takes down a ghost. Tanks through siege. Yeah, brutal punish. Next tank shots the fungal. Got the fungals once again. The chain fungals even. Yeah, the fungals don't quite stop. Ghosts are going down. I mean, yeah, he still fights through. He still breaks through the main army. Another fungal connecting. And with these Ling reinforcements, it looks like Erik, yeah, he has enough. He barely has enough. The cracklings, they cracked. They cleared the bio. Another fungal lands. Erik, he tunnels away. Oh my god. Escaping with one infestor. Get a messy defense here by Erik. But he is building back up. No, it never landed. The CC never did land. The one Ling is gonna finally go down. As Erik, he just avoids the main army, just rallies across the map, catches reinforcements, denies SCVs, denies mining. So yeah, racing back home. Trying to at least. Ooh, that's going to be a kill in the CC. CC goes down. Yan, he has no economy. That base was supposed to sustain him. He has no base. He has no expansion. Thanks to the one borrowed Ling. And Erik, he does it. He cleans up the main forest, the last force here of Yan. That's all he had left. Empty medevacs all try to escape. They get hunted down. One medevac left. And Yan, he just scanned. He just scanned. He saw the expansion. Yan, he had no idea. He also hasn't seen bottom left. Or even, they have even center left. GG gets pulled. He runs out of steam, and Erik, he will survive. He will persevere. He will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense, a very clutch series. Honestly, there's a world where Yan forces the ace match. Like, there was some really rough fights for Erik. Yan was trading so efficiently, but what was important about that game was the lack of economy. Even though Erik was trading poorly, even though Erik was throwing away a lot of Ling Bane, a lot of lurkers as well, an expensive army, he was killing CCs. He was killing bases, he was killing mineral lines, he was making sure that Yan was not able to sustain himself economically. Likewise, even borrowing Lings from time to time in the location of these expansions to delay even further in the midst of all the chaos, never allowed Yan to recover economically, to sustain his army, despite having a crazy force and despite trading well, was not enough. Was not enough for Yan. GG, well played. With that, Erik does take the series 2-0, and with that, we have our next round ready for us. It's going to be a best of 5 upper bracket finals match between Erik and MasTeR. Let's go. So MasTeR beats Shakti. Likewise, Erik did take down Yan. And now they face off against each other in the next round. Let us go. It's catching up. Catching up in the bracket, and here we go. We are going to be jumping in and spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own, Pop. He's one of our own. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. It is Erik. It's crazy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. As we load into Amygdala, one of the larger maps of the map pool, Erik does open up hatch first, but we are expecting a macro hatch. We'll see. The timing hatch first here by Erik. Often he does open up pool first when he goes to the macro hatch opener, just so he has earlier queens, just to make up for the lack of queens he will have. But on a larger map like Amygdala, it makes more sense to cut some more corners here. So now is going hatch first into the pool in the main base. So hatch pool opener out of Erik. MasTeR does dip in for a scout, does confirm. Does get eyes on the lack of gases. And with that lack of gas, what do we have? We have a macro hatchery. Okay, so hatch pool hatch opener here by Erik. Again, part of this I believe is because of the map itself, is because of Amygdala. So he does have differing variations here of his opener as we settle in. Now, once again, to reiterate, the purpose of this opener and what you get away with here is that this is a more efficient build. Getting in towards the mid game, you are able to make up for your lack of queen, and that's how we afford this, by the way. We afford this extra hatchery with the lack of second queen. We have the first queen on the way in the main, and only the first queen, but this does make up for the otherwise lost inject because you have larva available. Likewise, this does pose both as an inject and a creep tumor, as you no longer need a creep tumor, as creep is going to spread initially. Likewise, does save you an overlord. You can delay your overlord a little bit longer thanks to the hatchery, and likewise does give you a boosted larva income, or just boosted larva coming into the mid game. The downside, as you can imagine, lack of queens. The downside is that you will be lacking queens, so you are more vulnerable to early game aggression. But again, I really like this on larger maps, whether it's on Amygdala, whether it's on Near Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove. Because the map is larger, it's more difficult for early game adept harass to really pop off. So MasTeR is going for a Stargate opener, and again, most likely won't be getting much done with these adepts. Ling does dip in for a scout. First adept does move out, Queen is in position. Ling confirms the Phoenix opener, not Oracle or Void Ray. Interesting. Phoenix first out of MasTeR. Very intriguing build. Adept does shade into the main, but Lings are in position. And the Adept gets one. Yeah, he gets one drone. Ooh, two. Two drones go down, not bad. Two workers do fall. From here, Erik is droning up. And again, you can see he only gets the second queen after the third hatchery. So it goes hatch, pool, hatch into gas, into third base, then into the second queen. Now, another reason why you can get away with this, specifically on this most recent patch, for those that remember, the Spore was buffed. I also think this is one of the reasons why this build was initiated, was concocted in most recent times. The Spore was improved, and now the Spore is more effective against oracles. So the purpose or the idea here is that you're able to get away with a lack of queens, lack of your queen defense against oracles because of that Spore. The Spore was buffed. Now you can try to get away with less queens. At least that's the goal for Erik. Meanwhile, that's going to be a Twilight Council before expand. Glaives? Yep, there it is. Glaive Adepts on the way. Now, this is a really good way to punish Erik. Now, another added value here with the hatchery is SimCity. You can wall this area off, but it's going to be on Erik to have the reaction time to wall off. Because again, MasTeR is rushing to Glaives. Now, this is not an all-in, but this is a very aggressive build. Basically, MasTeR, he delayed his third base in favor of Glaives. He also delayed his Forge. He delayed Blink. He delayed +1. A lot of tech here is delayed in favor of this Glaive Adept timing. This needs to get damage done. Likewise, Erik needs to confirm what's going on. Now, seeing this many Adepts, oh, it should be a tell. 6 Adepts is normal, but we have 8 Adepts here. Sorry, we have 7. 7 Adepts, that's still within the normal range. That's still within the normal range. Erik is setting up. He does wall. Roach Warren is done. Thankfully, didn't skip Roaches. Adepts, no! Okay, they didn't. Whew. I was worried for a moment there, but alas, the wall is solid. Doesn't look it, but is solid. Right now, Erik is buying time. Massing up Roaches. Lings, they do counterattack. This is a tell, seeing more Adepts. Now he knows. Now he should know. We should not see more than 7 Adepts here. As first queen goes down, second queen as well. Is under fire. Aces goes off. Adepts, they do not get in. Once again, Erik, he does wall. Roaches, they fall out of stasis. And Adepts are being shut down initially. They're being shut down. They commit to the shade, which means they're going to get caught out. There's the re-wall. And Erik defends. Erik does defend, and Erik didn't really lose much here. He lost 3 drones. He lost 3 workers. What's important, though, is that MasTeR, he's still not done. Comes in with another wave. Still does not get into the bases. Still does not get in. There's nothing more scary than kangaroos. Media propaganda makes them cute. Oh, no. They are ripped mutant savage rabbits that spent 20 years in the big house. Oh, no. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Not like this. Erik, he's an animal. He's a kangaroo. And a duck. All in one. Meanwhile, as Erik defends, as Erik drones up and saturates on 3 bases, what do we go for? I assumed it was going to be Roach into Hydra, and it is somewhat, but Erik, he throws down the Hydrogen and the Spire. This is something that Erik really does enjoy doing. Basically, what happens here, if the Spire gets scouted, he doesn't make mutas. If it doesn't get scouted, then he makes mutas. So Erik, he does mix it up depending on whether or not he gets found. As he throws down both tech structures. And so far, MasTeR has 0 scouting, so we should be seeing some mutas on the way. I say that, well, MasTeR is committing here. He's pushing. And Erik, he doesn't see. Oh, he does. Sorry. He has Xel'Naga. Oh, my. He sees everything. He does see the Xel'Naga. He's massing roaches. He's massing roaches. Adepts, they will shade in. Oh, they catch Erik off guard. Erik getting caught out of position. One drone goes down. 4th base is denied. Erik massing out more Roach Ravager. And he should have enough to defend. And again, shout out to the MVP Ling. Saw everything. He saw the move out. He saw the main army. He saw the reinforcements. Adepts are cleaned up. They got 1 drone. And Erik, he's here to shut this down. So they do peel up into the middle line. Drones are falling. Not bad. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. Drones are getting 7 drone kills. That's insane. 7 workers do fall. And despite the Roach Ravager reinforcements here, Erik, he's being broken. He's being broken here and now. The Immortals, they do too well. Archons, they tanked a lot of shots. And MasTeR is snowballing out of control. As he does pull the boys, he's going to be losing every single drone here. But there's just far too much firepower. And MasTeR, he opted not to get a 4th base. He opted to commit here on 3 bases. Oh. Final Immortal does survive. Yeah, and MasTeR, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken Erik before he can really embrace any further attack. Before Hydras, before Mutas. MasTeR, he's here. MasTeR is here, and Erik just cannot keep up. Losing out far too much. Is going to get surrounded. And going to get shut down. So we have another wave of reinforcements. More zealots piling in. Now they're taking scattered. Which I'm sure Erik is happy to see. Sorry, MasTeR is happy to see. And GG gets called. MasTeR, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Yeah, just very aggressive play here by MasTeR initially with the Glaive Adepts, which didn't really do too much damage, but with the follow-up 3-base all-in. Follow-up 3-base all-in here from MasTeR. Erik, he was getting ready for a longer game, whether it would have been with Hydras or Mutas. The reality is that the game would not last that long. We had the all-in instead from MasTeR, did overwhelm and did break Erik down. Erik, unfortunately, he did invest in tech that didn't really come into play. He needed as much Roach Ravager as possible. He did see the army coming, but despite that forewarning, still could not muster up a defense in time. Not enough. GG. GG, well played. With that, MasTeR takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into King's Cove. Let's go. We're loading into King's Cove here. Once again, one of the larger maps. I mean, this is even larger than Amygdala. Curious to see how we go and what we get into. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player with the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. It is Erik. Now, coming into King's Cove, I do actually enjoy Erik's opener a lot more on this map, just because of how large it is. What I will say, though, my biggest concern after Game 1 is that King's Cove is a map that Erik is very fond of going Muta on. He's very fond of Muta play, and we saw that last game he tried to go into Mutas as well. The problem is... Actually, I was going to say the problem is that based on the style out of MasTeR, he knows Erik's tendencies. These two, they play so often with each other. MasTeR, he knows that Erik, he enjoys Muta play, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the reasons why he did blindly go for that 3-base all-in, recognizing that Erik would invest into tech, and as a result, his army would suffer. So we could see the same style out of MasTeR. The reason why I'm a little bit apprehensive is because the map is very large and the rush distance by ground is very long. So despite, even if MasTeR was aggressive, I don't know if he could have enough to punish Erik. It's going to be an interesting dynamic, and we'll see how our players do approach this. But now Erik does open up once again, does go hatch into pool, into hatchery. Same opener as last game, going into gases, into his first queen, into a 3rd base. Like we expect the same opener out of Erik. See someone asking live, the cast is live, the matches are not. If you do have a look at the title of the stream, it should say replay cast in that title. Whenever we have a replay cast, we do notify, transparent. It's 4 now. MasTeR is setting up. Setting up for his own standard opener. Is going to be that Stargate follow-up out of MasTeR. And we saw last game, this was a Stargate into Phoenix, into Glaives. So we'll keep an eye on that Twilight Council timing from our pros. We'll keep an eye on him. MasTeR does move out. And we'll see what he goes for with the initial Stargate. Alright, so on MasTeR. Likewise, Erik, he gets his first queen, his one and only. Queen is out, so third base is on the way. Now he can start his second queen. Let's see, that does threaten the shade. Lings are on the way. Just in time. Yeah, Lings are on the way. Adept is going to be hunted down. Oh, he's going to be surrounded. And nice control there by Erik. Very nicely done. Does shut down the Adept. And this time it is going to be the Oracle opener out of MasTeR. Okay. Ooh, okay, it's going to be Oracle into a third base. So MasTeR this time, no tech. Remember, last game it was a Twilight Council before the expansion, which rushed into Glaives. This time, we're going for a more economic build, which is what we expect on King's Code. Do expect this. Erik, you will confirm. Gets eyes on the expansion. With that, the Lings are going to be dealt with. More Lings on the way. 4-minute 30 lair timing. Ooh, that is going to be an earlier lair. Interesting. Adept does go down. Gases are being taken. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Now, based on the early lair, based on all these gases, is this just for Roach speed into Roach-based play, or is Erik going for mutas? Is he going for the Spire? And this time, is he actually going to be able to make those mutas? Is going to be double Oracle into a Phoenix here from MasTeR, but just one Phoenix. Just to hunt down these Overlords. I'm curious if the reason why both in Game 1 and here in Game 2 we do open Phoenix, or we do incorporate a Phoenix, is because of the tendencies of Erik to go into muta. I wonder if that's kind of like the rationale for that. As incorporating Phoenixes are, it's very niche, very out of the norm. Lair is done. The gas is being taken. Ooh, the Oracle does see the gases. Big scout. Big scout here for MasTeR. And what's the tech going to be? Show us what you got. Oh, there it is. Okay, not Spire. Hydrogen. Hydrogen is on the way. Plus on melee as well. Oh, they're both. Okay, there it is. So remember, just like the last game, both Hydras and Spire. And again, the reason for this is, as I mentioned in the previous game, is because Erik, he wants options. If he can get into mutas, he will, but if he gets scouted, he won't. Scout is denied. Stays trapped here towards the mineral line. Does react in time. Now the question is, does Erik believe that this Oracle saw the Spire? I see a Hydra upgrade on the way. This tells us that Erik most likely isn't going to make mutas. We'll keep an eye on him. He's just further in. Yeah, he gets a full scout. Does get a full scout. Does confirm. Gets eyes on the Spire. Now MasTeR knows. But MasTeR should also know that if we see a Spire, there should also be a Hydra. There should be both. when playing against Erik. Be aware. Lings, they try to bust in. Gonna be deflected. Ooh, we have 6 meters on the way. Bold move. Now what's important, we have 6 meters. We still have +1 air attack as well. Erik, he is committing here a little bit more. He's only making 6. That is enough to one-shot workers. He's getting a second Evo chamber. This tells us that Erik, he is switching into ground. He's switching into ground Zerg, but the +1 air attack is throwing me off. Because that is a big investment. As Erik breaks in, he makes sure that MasTeR is contained on 3 bases. And again, the 3-base setup here on King's Cove is very secure. Storm is not done, and Templar do survive. They do survive. They do dive in. Elastic gets shut down by the Phoenixes. Phoenixes are in position. 1 Phoenix goes down. Link Hydra was right hand side. Storm is done. Storm is complete. Now with that MasTeR, he will hold on. Erik pulls away, going into Corruptors. Let's go. Going into Corruptor. 5 meters to survive. And what the Corruptors mean here is that Erik, he plans on taking over the air, on killing these Phoenixes, and then getting damage done nonetheless. So very persistent here from Erik. Like, no, these meters, they will get damage. MasTeR is making additional Phoenixes. Still building up Phoenixes, focusing on his ground army as well, getting to charge into +2. Cannons and shield batteries on the way, and Erik, he's not going to have enough to really stop this. On the one hand, he needs to. Investing into Roaches. Bear is on the way. Sorry, Hive is on the way. Here we go. So again, we're focusing on our ground armies. Erik, he wants that economic damage. But again, there are plenty of Phoenixes. The meters are being focused down. Yeah, 2 meters full. Massive defense. At the same time, Erik forcing his way into that natural. MasTeR is very well secure though here with the SimCity. Does buy time, does rotate. Erik does get a gateway. Likewise, links towards the left-hand side. As Erik, he's spending a lot of resources here, a lot of supply, trying to break the defensive line of MasTeR. It's just not working. MasTeR is distracted. Erik diving in. Can he get on top of the expansion? Oh, it's going to be close. Can he focus it down? Oh! Oh my god. He will not. He will not get the Nexus. Erik forced back. Mutas, they go back in. Phoenixes are in position. Mutas, they get reset. Massive defense. Does defend. Still replenishing those Corruptors to try to deal with those Phoenixes. Lurkers now on the way. But the problem here is that Erik, he has lost so much, and he is vulnerable to a counterattack. Here we go, MasTeR, he moves out across the map. He has a massive army. Erik back at home. We just finished morphing in those Lurkers just in time. It's going to be close. He's got 12. He's got 12 Lurkers so far. That's 12 Lurkers. Lings, they get surrounded. Oh, they try to. Catching reinforcements. Catching out some of the Stalkers. Very nice damage. Stalkers are falling. Storms from behind. Oh my god, Lings, they get on top of the High Templar. That's what, 2, 3 High Templar going down. They force some morph into the Narcon. Another High Templar falls. 0 storms. Yeah, 0 storms left. Takes down the Prism. And Erik holds. Erik, oh my god, oh god, he's holding. No detection. Lurkers are coming from both angles or both sides. MasTeR is forced to retreat. He's behind this, trying to transition to Skytoss. But this might be too late. And remember, there's already Corruptors for the Skytoss army. Erik, he's ready. He's ready. Anything's going to be forced back. Yeah, MasTeR, he's soon to be overwhelmed. You can see storms are being forced out. We do have more High Temple coming in. A couple of Tempests. Tempests have arrived. Mothership as well. Here to support. And once Erik sees that Mothership, he's got more Corruptors on the way. The Lurkers, they can hold the line. The army tries to blink in. It's going to be brutal, though. Everything's going to go down. The Stalkers, they crumble. They crumble for the Lurkers. Beasts go down. Plenty of anti-air. And Erik, he breaks the main army. Yeah, we're making a series out of this. Does bust on through. Making use of those Lurkers. There's still only a handful of Hydras left. So down to 3. Up. Can he get the Mothership? No, he barely can. Mothership lives on the Fungal, though. The Fungal brings it down. GG gets called, and Erik, he breaks through. Erik ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are going to that. Oh, we're going to a tied series here. Remember, there's a best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 3. So we still have more games ahead of us, more games to come. Again, a much more chaotic game here. I wasn't too convinced with Erik doubling down into the Corruptor initially, but eventually he was able to reset the Phoenix count. That's what's important. And eventually he was able to make use of those Corruptors, sniping the Phoenixes, sniping the Prism as well. It was very stubborn play there by Erik, but in the end it did work out well. Did break his opponent. A lot of this came down to the initial counterattack of MasTeR, if you remember, where MasTeR, he defended very well, and then he went for a massive counterattack. But at the time, Erik, he was hyper fixated on building up his Lurkers. By the time, even though MasTeR, he had actually fought really well up until that point, by the time he moved out, there were 12 Lurkers waiting for him, and that was the moment where MasTeR, he walked into Lurker fire, and he got his High Templar surrounded. His High Templar got surrounded, he lost all the Templar. They lost everything. They lost momentum then and there. GG. Erik does take a lead. And now we're jumping into game number 3. Pocket Mike, is that you? Este password. Yeah, we got a lot of love for Paquito, okay? A lot of love. Paquito, he was the best Protoss in Latin America for a while. He was. Nowadays, of course, is retired. MasTeR has taken that claim. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our blue Protoss player. We have a blue Protoss representing Team Hellfire being forced into a tied series. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. Ooh, going for an earlier spawning pool. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. I believe this was not a 14 pool. I believe this was a 12 pool, if I'm not mistaken. So Erik going for the earlier pool. And he goes, oh, for the hatch block across the map. Okay. So, Erik, I say hatch block. This hatchery might be a part of the wall instead, to disrupt the SimCity here of MasTeR to commit to a link flood. Remember, no gases. Bear that in mind. No gases, no link speed, no bathing nest. Hatchery, yep, is thrown down, and the wall is denied. So the purpose here of this hatchery is to make the SimCity more awkward for the Protoss and make the gateway more exposed. This means that when the Lings arrive, they have more potential to actually get damage done here early on and deny the SimCity. Now the boys are being pulled, Delta's being thrown out as we speak. Cybercore's on the way. We have 6 boys being pulled. Lings are in production. Behind the pylon. Erik does take his natural. Will flood across the map. Ooh, but Erik is droning. Okay. Erik is droning. He will cancel. Hatchery gets cancelled. Erik is droning up back at home. He does move out with some Lings. He moves out with 8 Lings. But he is not going all in. He can nibble away at this wall, and he can even try to take down the gateway. But now there's 2 Zealots, and MasTeR should be fine. With 2 Zealots, he should be fine here. As Erik does go for another hatchery into the main. Let's go. Does go for the main base. Does force the Zealots into the main as well. And Erik is expanding. Double expanding in a way. Taking his natural, taking his macro hatch, going for double gases. This hatchery in the main base is going to be cancelled, but this hatchery, more importantly, is buying time. It's distracting these Zealots and keeping them at home for as long as possible. This is the problem with 12 pool openers, is that they trigger a response, and soon MasTeR's going to move out with 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts. It's going to be a hefty army, and it's going to be a tough hold for Erik. That's why he's buying time. Trolling in the main. MasTeR finally moving out. Let's attempt to move out. Drone is still alive. Still distracting. MasTeR does attempt to shade. So far, Erik, he's holding. He's holding on back at home. He's now taking a 3rd expansion. He's droning as we speak. He has been droning this entire time. MasTeR has been stuck at home. He never moved out with the Zealots, which is exactly what Erik wanted. Is going to be Stargate into most likely Oracle, but for the most part, Erik is looking comfortable. Looking very comfortable back at home. Getting to link speed, does stay in gas because his gases were late. And we'll see where he goes from here. MasTeR is going for the Phoenix. Once again, Phoenix opener. And again, I'm pretty sure these Phoenix openers are catered specifically towards Erik just because he is very fond of Mutaplay. Just so there's already at least one Phoenix to deal with that, to react and to respond, and to scout. As Phoenix will hunt down the Overlord, going for the Oracle follow-up. MasTeR takes his 3rd. Erik's still droning, going for safety spores. Spore in the main, spore at the natural, spore in between the bases. Spores are getting ready. MasTeR going for the Robo before expanding. Interesting. So an earlier Robo here from MasTeR. We'll see if this leads to anything. If this leads to early Immortal production, early Bay. Adept shade across the map. It's going to be 5 vanilla Adepts. So far, Erik is keeping up. Adepts do not commit. Safety Roach Horn for Erik is in production. But for now, it's to rely on purely links. Let's rely on those links. Oh. Adepts, they do commit. Commit into the 3rd base. Oracle dives into support. Links, they set up a surround. Queen is going to be targeted down. Nice pickup. At the same time, Erik, he doesn't get across the map. He does want those sentries, though. Yeah, he does want them. Forces out the force fields. 3 drones do fall. Erik, he defends. He does distract MasTeR. Did kill the Adepts. And from here, Erik, he's taking up. How many gases does he have? He's up to only 4 gases. Only 4 gases, just now getting saturated. Again, his saturation was delayed because of the harassment. And this time, no Spire, no Mutas. Going into Roach, into Hydra. And I do like the idea of Erik not going and committing into Mutas every game. He's mixing it up. I mean, it's not like he went massive Muta last game either. He just made 5 Mutas to harass. But now doesn't even bother with it. Focusing on Roach Hydra. Things they poke in. Behind this gateway explosion. We spoke about the early Robo earlier, and I mean now we have confirmation it is for the initial Immortal. It's a Warp Prism. And to move out across the map. Charging +1 almost done. getting to charge an Archon. And actually, this is looking very similar to the build that we saw in Game 1. Very similar. And if Erik was taking into Mutas, he'd be in trouble. Even now, taking into Hydras is risky, going Roach Hydra. Thankfully, he is focusing on that army production, but now he's taking up in towards Hive Tech. And he needs to get eyes on this move out. He needs to get eyes on it and needs to respect it. As MasTeR does push, Erik does confirm. He is aware. He is aware of the move out, so you can see Erik getting ready ahead of time. He's trying to meet up with the army. Oh, even catching an Archon. Very nice. Ooh, Archon gets picked off. Massive pickoff. Again, there's not many Archons to begin with. And they are designed to tank. Second Archon gets locked down. Oh my god, not picked up in time. And MasTeR is getting shut down well ahead of time here. The Prism, oh my god, pulls away. Prism does pull away. Erik has momentum. And getting cut workers at 3 base saturation. The 4th base just for Larva. And now he's taking. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. Erik knows he has momentum. He's taking up. Likewise moving forward. Cleans up all these Lings. Sorry, all these Zealots. Just out the Zealots. Star steps forward. Yeah, and he's just overwhelming. He's just overwhelming the army. There's just not enough to defend. Immortals, Archons, everything going down. MasTeR, he was scattered ahead of time. He got shut down early on. Barely saves the Immortal. But the Immortals are so low. Oh no! One of them still goes down. There's still one left. Never mind. It gets started. GG gets called. And Erik will take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 upper bracket finals. GG. Also, Erik is still controlling the army. GG, well played. And Erik, he will take a lead. And we'll see if MasTeR can bounce back and force the ace match. Again, so far it's been very intense games, very intense. Even this last game on Frostline, Erik, he did open up with the earlier pool, with the more disrupted start. He was able to get away with his own build, though. He was able to get eyes on MasTeR. But we'll see if MasTeR can bring it back. As we load into game number 4, we load into Ultra Love. Let's go. Loading in. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Así, Iron Ring to the chat. Turbo Quacker. Pecoeta. Los patos. Sí, papi, sí. Los patos. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss from Brazil representing Team Hellfire down in the series. That's a back here and now to force the ace match. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. We go. Erik, he is once again going for an early pool. This is a 15 pool. So 15 pool out of Erik. Basically just pool first. With this, Erik, he can invest into some early Lings, but this shouldn't be too aggressive here because he should still be expanding, and we should be working without any gases. So this is a later spawning pool than last game. Likewise, there is no proxy hatchery this time. There is no hatch block or anything crazy like that. Erik does expand. And MasTeR confirms how late the expansion is. He confirms the earlier spawning pool. He knows. He knows that there is potential for Erik to move out with a handful of Lings. There it is. 4 Lings are on the way. Getting up to 6. Okay. 6 Lings here for Erik. There's that macro hatchery. From here, usually we would force out a Zealot from MasTeR, but MasTeR is waiting for the Adept. This Pylon is going to be exposed. MasTeR, though, he will have the... There we go. He does start the Zealot once he sees the Lings. Does see the Lings. The Zealot is delayed, but the probe is here to wall off. Probe is here to wall off. MasTeR should be fine. Should be okay. Things have arrived. Yep, there's the Sim City, there's the wall. The Zealot does pop out. And MasTeR holds. So he does hold. Now, Erik, he did force a reaction. True, did force a reaction out of his opponent, forced out an earlier second gateway, forced out the Zealot. Pulls away, doesn't lose anything. From here, we should just be droning. Should just be droning up. ¿Ese macro es funcional? Sí, sí, papi, sí. Sí, funcional. Los pros, if you will, they've started doing it themselves. They've started doing it themselves. Have begun. We have our initial depths moving out towards that natural. Threading a shade. So far, threading a shade here towards his opponent. So far, short depths, they can one-shot drones. So far, 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. Decent damage so far, and oh, they do barely not get a 4th drone. And with that, Erik, he does hold. Behind this, getting his 3rd base. Now, as a reminder, the way this build works here is that you do delay your 2nd queen. Once the 3rd base is done, now you get your second queen already did pop out. But again, your 2nd queen was heavily delayed. And again, there's no 3rd queen yet either. All in favor of extra hatcheries. Now, from here, MasTeR does open up Stargate into Oracle. Spores are finishing up in time. And from here, we're joining. From here, we are going to be joining up. Once again, earlier Robo here from MasTeR. Interesting. Now, every game so far, I say every game, Game 1 and Game 3 were both very similar, where we saw MasTeR go for a Robo into a Mortal Production, into a charge-based follow-up with Charge Lots and Archons. I see a Twilight Council, I don't see a Forge. So, once again, this does feel a little bit more aggressive from MasTeR. Gateways are on the way. We'll see if he does go for Charge once again. On a map that's smaller, like this, late Forge. On a map that's smaller, like Ultra Love, these ground-based pushes can be quite effective and quite impactful. And MasTeR opening up a War Prism to move out across the map. Yep, and there it is. Twilight Council into Temple Archives, into Charge Lot and Archon. So this is very similar to what we saw last game and in Game 1. And this should be looking to hit a very strong +1 Charge Archon timing. This is where Erik has to be careful. Erik is getting to his own lair, and we did mention before, even in the last game, that Erik is quite fond of Muta play. If he does try to go Muta here, he may just die. Like, he has to be very careful, and he has to focus on his Roach Ravager composition. At the moment, he's in the dark. At the moment, he doesn't really know what's going on. But if he takes up too hard, then he can be caught out. For now, taking gases, massing up Blings, massing up more Roach Ravager, is building up. MasTeR makes his way into the main. Likewise, no shield battery. Uh-oh. Yeah, no shield battery inside. Slings, they bust into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Likewise, Archon drop has arrived. Erik, he's ready for it. Ooh, Erik is going for that Spire. He's going for Mutas. This is what we were concerned about. We were concerned by the potential Muta play. And if he invests too hard into this, then he may just topple over. Archons, they get a queen. Bring down the queen. They get a worker kill as well. Other queens have to respond. Oh, taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. Now, typically against an Archon Job opener, you would want Mutas because your opponent doesn't have Blink, right? There's no Blink Stalkers, but this is a very aggressive variation of Archon Job. As we mentioned before, this is working towards a big timing attack with Immortal's Charge Archon +1. Blings, they get here ahead of time. Nice around. Takes down the Adepts. Gets one Zealots. Apparently not. And 8 mutas are on the way. 8 mutas are in production. This will most likely trigger a counterattack. MasTeR, I believe, yeah, he still has both Archons. And we have more Archons on the way. Now, Erik, he does thankfully have Roach upgrades in production. So he is still going into a ground-based composition. He has mutas to harass. Only to harass. If he had gone mass muta, that could just be game then and there. And MasTeR could just overwhelm. Oh. Lings, though, they catch out all these Immortals. They try to catch them out, but the Archons are here. Lings get cleaned up. The Immortals survive. Mutas, they have to harass. They have to try to delay. But it might be too late. Yeah, it might be too little too late here. MasTeR is going for the kill. And yes, Erik, he's killing first, but it doesn't matter. The reality is it does not matter. MasTeR is going for the all-in. He does knock down those rocks. Erik is trying to do some roaches here, but again, this is just an overwhelming army. Mutas are coming in from behind. And Erik is supply blocked. He is supply blocked. He's got 6 overlords on the way. The Wilds! Oh my god, Wilds, they take down the Prism. Nice pickup. Very nice pickup. He's buying time. Buying as much time as possible. Takes down the Sentry. Does barely get one Archon. Barely. Nice control. Takes down the Archon. Takes down the Prism. Yo, Erik, he's barely holding on. He's surviving. Beats up the Zealots. Again, if the Prism was still alive, I think Erik dies. I think Erik dies then and there because we can then reinforce on the front lines. But MasTeR is forced all the way back home. Phoenix on the way. Prism's being rebuilt. Now getting into +2. Erik is holding. He's holding on. Now, the scary thing here is true. He is holding. But these mutas, they didn't get any economic damage. And MasTeR, he actually has an economic lead. He has 72 workers. MasTeR is ahead. Erik is not. And Erik, he might just be forced into his own all-in. Like, the ideal for Erik, I think, coming into this game state, is that MasTeR tries to protect his 4th. If he tries to defend the 4th base and he tries to fight without shield batteries, then maybe Erik can all-in and break the army at the 4th base. Erik does pull away. Zealots, they do collapse in. Drones are falling. I mean, Erik, he barely has any drones to begin with. Yeah, massive damage. Storm is also almost done. MasTeR setting up. I mean, MasTeR should be feeling confident here. And Erik is all in. He's all in. He's cutting workers at 70. He's up to almost 200 supply. And he has to end the game with this push. Rotating between the bases. MasTeR trying to keep up. Erik does, yeah, he tries to push it on the right hand side, but 2 Immortals, that's more than enough to defend. And this is looking worse and worse for Erik. As time goes on, it's getting better for MasTeR. MasTeR is about to max out. Oh. There's the first 2 storms. Oh my god, the storms are brutal! And so many roaches go down. Mutas into the main. There's a defensive warp in. Erik, he's somewhat gaining ground. Somewhat. Getting to the expansion. Oh god. Yeah, the storms are still brutal though. Decent piles, gets 1 Archon. Oh my god. As the storms do continue. Just continue to soften up Erik. At the same time, MasTeR going for a Zealot counterattack. Erik doesn't really have much to defend. He has reinforcements, thankfully. Queen goes down. fall. Erik bleeding out a lot of Ravagers. He has to race back. Muta's back in production. Nice smiles. Oh no! But the Ravagers, they get caught out. That's not worth it. That was what, 3, 4, 5 Ravagers getting caught out in the end. Fleet Beacons on the way. MasTeR just taking up into Sky Toss. I mean, he's already ahead, getting further ahead. The soup does lie. MasTER's supply is smaller, but it's more efficient. It's just more efficient, it's more effective. There's just so much fatality here with Immortal Archon Storm. And we got slow Banes to defend. Let's go. Oh god, the storms. The storms are insane. Bane's able to live. They catch out some of the High Templar. 0 storms left. But at this point, doesn't need Storm. He does not need Storm. Not anymore. Going for Massive Warpin. Mutas are coming from behind. Okay. Mutas, they shut down the Prism. There's still 2 Archons. Still 2 Archons left. They snipe 1 Immortal. They'll say bust into the mineral line. Drones are going to be falling. And the base as well. Yeah, Erik, he has been broken. The expansion goes down. And MasTER, you can just keep going. You can just keep going. We have a Muta counterattack, but alas, MasTER defends. Cleans this up. Cleans up all the Mutas. Now you just keep going. You just keep going. You just keep pushing. And there it is. GG gets called. MasTER, he ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Erik, even though he did defend against the initial push, he did not do enough economic damage with his Mutas. So in the end, the Mutas, they still did kill him. The Mutas, they were the death of Erik there. It was a big investment into the Spire, into the Mutas. It was not worth it whatsoever. And MasTER, he punished Erik with his move out. He traded so well against the Roach army. He was able to get some economic damage as well. He was able to reset the Muta count, or just ensure that they did no economic damage. And with that, GG. MasTER did take a lead after the initial push, and he held on to it. Did hold on to it. That leads us into our next series, into the final game of this best of 5. One way or another, the series is about to end here and now as we load into El Dorado. Let's go. Let us go. Does the soup light? Yes. As here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire, fighting back, and forcing the ace match. Can he keep this going? Momentum is on his side. It is MasTER. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh, going gas first. For the first time this series, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Going for a 14-14. Yeah, 14-14 gas into pool. Interesting. So gas pool into hatchery. Now, with the early gases, this could be a couple of different things. This could be early link speed into early link speed. It's just a link flood. This could be a Bane bust. Bane busts are very difficult to achieve, though, in this matchup. Or this could just be a Roach Rush. It could be gas into pool, into Roach Warren, into a Roach Rush across the map. MasTER pokes in, he sees no expansion, and he goes further into the main base to confirm the hidden tech. So MasTER, he sees that the spawning pool is about to finish, he sees the gas, he confirms. He knows. Knows the aggression is coming his way. MasTER, he will keep this probe to get eyes on whether it's lings or roaches. And Erik, he pulls out. Okay. He pulls out a gas, only link speed. He is not getting into banelings, he's not getting into roaches, only link speed into expansion. We've seen this before. This is not an all-in. This is not an all-in out of Erik. This is an, I would say, an inefficient start, admittedly. But from here, Erik is going to take his natural, he's going to take his macro hatch, he's going to take his third base as well. And Erik, he will ideally force an overreaction out of MasTER. Already, we see a delayed expansion. Already here, we have a second gateway, we have a Zealot, we have an Adept, all before the Nexus. This is all damage that's being done, and this is what Erik wanted. And from here, Erik is droning. He's just droning up. So basically, this link speed is only to force a reaction out of his opponent and to gain and maintain map control while he expands and drones up as hard as possible. That is the goal for Erik. MasTeR does sneak out. Erik, I believe he did spot this. Link speed is almost done. Link speed almost done. Adept does not commit. Does not commit to the shade. Stargate opener out of MasTeR. Erik double expanding. You can see it natural into the third. Erik has been droning. And all he has to do is keep up with the Adept. Ooh, and he does miss it. Does miss the Adept. One drone goes down. Getting almost a second. But just the one. So no case trade here from MasTeR. Considering link speed, the Adept should not have gotten any damage. So better start from MasTeR. Oracle's on the way. The light is too strong, moth to a storm. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. The Oracle does push. We have a second Oracle on the way. And again, we'll see if Erik can maintain himself. It's going to be up to Erik to keep up with the Oracle. We have a Spore in the main base. We have a Spore at the natural. Yeah, Spores are ready. And Erik, he does come from the third. Gets eyes on the expansion. Now from here, Erik, he can rush into a gold. True. Gold bases are going to be available. So Erik has that option. Meanwhile, MasTeR, Twilight Council, gases. I don't see a forge, but this is a Twilight Council before Robo. So this is a different build. Basically, for most of this series, we've seen MasTeR go Robo first, and the reasoning for that, the rationale is to go into Immortals, and then, of course, into Archon production, into Charge. The lack of Robo here and the additional Forge that's earlier than we've seen so far could be Blink. Yep, there it is. Blink is on the way. So for the first time this series, MasTeR is playing Blink. Going +1 Blink Stalker. I think he did something, to be fair, I think he did go +1 Blink on King's Code. He did go for it on King's Code. He's hunting down the Overlord, supply blocking Erik. Forcing out 5 Overlords. Meanwhile, Erik, he does spot the reinforcing Stalkers, and what does he do? He goes for +1 melee. Melee into Hydras should be the go-to for Erik. So Ling and Hydra, essentially. Ling Hydra here from Erik, into Lurker Tech, goal based on the way. MasTeR, he has gotten eyes on the expansions, he is aware. But so far, can't do much about it. Oh, as it is Ling Hydra, but with a Spire as well. He's so fond of this. Erik is so fond of going Hydra and Aspire. It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you see what I see? I see no gases. No gases here. Gateway Explosion, 8 gate all in here out of MasTeR. It's going to be a 3-base 8 gate all in with +1. And Erik, he cannot afford Mutas right now. He needs as many Lings and Hydras as possible to survive this. As MasTeR is all in. Yep, he's on 7 gates. He's going to get the proxy 8th gateway. Does push forward. Erik trying to keep up. Ooh, Stasis goes off. Stasis does connect. Erik doesn't quite get the first Stalker. Oh, not quite. Likewise, he did spot the pylon, he knows. He spots the pylon, he is aware. Does confirm what's happening. He knows not to make any mutas. If he does, he will die. He will not be able to hold on. Starter stepping forward. Catching out some Stalkers, not bad. Yeah, Stalkers are falling. Taking down 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, 7 Stalkers. Even more towards the end. And Erik, he mainly traded Lings. So very aggressive starter stepping there. Trades out Lings. 24 more Lings on the way. More Hydras as well. Does starter step forward once again. Doesn't quite take down those Stalkers though, not this time. Once again, he has to preserve those Hydras, has to pull away. Pushing forward though. The blinks are solid. One Stalker goes down, only one. Very nice control here by MasTeR, still warping in up to 8 adepts at a time. Sorry, 8 Stalkers at a time. What to say? Erik investing into +1 air attack. He's crazy. +1 flyer attack on the way. Very confident play there by Erik. Very confident. My apologies. As we are going to be pushing forward, Stalkers, they don't quite break up the ramp. They don't quite break up the ramp. Not this time. Erik is holding on. Yo, he's making mutas. He is making mutas throughout this. And he holds. Like Erik, he won't quite get on top of the proxy though, and he is overextending here. Yeah, he has to back up. Hydras are going to be going down. These are going to be some more expensive losses as 3 Hydras fall. Erik has to pull away. But he has the high ground. Despite that, goal base is denied. MasTeR still posing a threat. Mutas they get across the map. Again, crazy move here by Erik, but so far probes are going down. It's paying off. Get 6. Get 6 workers, rotate towards the natural, forcing defensive warp-ins. Oh, Roach Warren is going to pull there. They'll take down the Roach Warren. Mutas, they pull away. It should pull away. Erik building up more Hydras. As the expansion went down. Yeah, he's still being pulled apart. Still being pulled left and right. Erik does have a backup gold though. Thankfully for Erik, he has another gold base. Blasting with all those Stalkers. Remember, MasTeR, he has no longevity right now. He only has, he has +2, that is true. He has Storm on the way, but it just started. It just began. It just began. And Erik, he breaks out. He breaks out. Collapses on top of these Stalkers. GG gets called. Erik with the muta counterattack. Having the confidence to defend with what little he had. It was a bold move from Erik. Very bold. He barely held on. Very nice stutter stepping early on to catch out those Stalkers to slow it down. And Erik, he got away with the mutas, got away with the counterattack. GG Erik. He does take the series 3-2. GG, well played. That was, you know what was crazy? It wasn't just that Erik, in the middle of that, he was defending against a 3-base all-in. In the middle of that all-in defense, he didn't just throw down a Spire. Erik, he threw down an Infestation Pit. He threw down a pit as well. Like, while he was defending, he was taking up into Hive, in towards Lurker tech. Like, he was being so greedy tech-wise. Now, a part of why he could afford that is the gold base. True, the gold base was mining for quite some time. Eventually, it got denied, but he had to back up gold, right? So the gold bases did allow him to support himself with the Mass Ling Flood, or the Mass Ling reinforcements, to survive into defending against the Stalkers. That was a factor, for certain. And of course, he did have the breathing room to be able to take up in such a way. Still very greedy, but did pull it off in the end. GG, well played. MasTeR does claim the series. Sorry, Erik does claim the series, and MasTeR gets knocked down to the lower bracket. It was clutch to go all the way to the ace match, and with that, we have some updates to get into. Let's go. We have some updates here. Catching up. Beautiful. Here we go. As we switch our teams over and catch up with the bracket. As we catch up, big shout to Blake who's in chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. We do appreciate the support. As always, Papi, as always. Thank you so much for the bits. As we catch up on the bracket, here we go. Erik took down Yan 2-0. MasTeR took down Shakti 2-0. And Erik, he will advance on to the grand finals. So Erik, he's in the finals. As a reminder, the finals is going to be a best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals. Erik, he is waiting for his next opponent, but who is it going to be? We had Shakti. Shakti take down Projectux. Likewise, Yan took down AlisoN. We have Shakti versus Yan facing off in the lower bracket semifinals, and we have MasTeR waiting for the winner of Shakti and Yan in the lower bracket finals. So we have 3 series left. We have Shakti versus Yan, into MasTeR, into Erik. That is what remains. Here we go. Not often we are honored seeing a Zerg in a best of 5. Can't remember seeing last time. To be fair, we did cast Shin in a best of 5 last week. Oh, sorry, this week in Lily Cup. In Lily Cup, we casted Shin versus Classic in a best of 5. But before that, I agree. Before that, it is a rare sight. We often it's TVP finals usually. If you've been watching, if you've been keeping up with our kind of like updates or with our weekly wrap-up graphics, which we have been posting to Reddit, we've been posting to Twitter every week now for all the online events. We do post just to, you know, more easily make it digestible for people that can't watch all the games, that can't watch all the tournaments. We have started to post these kind of weekly wrap-up graphics, and like best of 5s with Zergs, rare sight. And we're gonna see a best of 7, mate. We're gonna see a best of 7 with Erik later on in the evening. But again, for now, we are going into a short break. We're going to have a short break. And when we return, we'll have the lower bracket semis, finals, and then grand finals as well. And yes, best of 7 finals. We lost the Zergs to the Rift. True. Lost them. But yes, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys after. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with some more Amantes the StarCraft. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Amantes StarCraft number 36. Welcome back to our monthly dose of Amantes action, of Brazilian action. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket finals, and with that we have Erik. Erik, he's waiting in the grand finals, waiting for his opponent. Is it going to be MasTeR, Shakti, or Yan? Yet to be determined. We have 3 players remaining here, and we are here to find out which of these 3 will make it on to face off against Erik. We're here to find out. Let's go. As we are jumping into our lower bracket semi-finals, we have our PvT between Shakti and Yan. Let's go. They're facing off. Again, Shakti, he did fall earlier to MasTeR in that PvP. Yan fell to his opponents, fell to Erik, and now they face off against each other. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Extremist Gaming from the land of Brazil. It is Shakti. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Hellfire. It is Yan. We go. As our players are going to be facing off, and I'm curious to see how they compare to each other. I'll be honest, when it comes to Shakti's performances and when it comes to his tournament runs, I've mainly casted him against either Erik or MasTeR. Those are the 2 that we usually do see him face off against. It's a rare sight to see him against a Terran player. I think I've casted him against Inexorable once, true. Actually, I think it was in the most recent Code for Giants Cup, where Shakti did actually defeat Inexorable, but we'll see how he compares against Yan, because I don't think I've seen this matchup, at least in recent memory, in recent months. Maybe a couple of years ago, but yeah, in recent times, less so. So we'll see how they compare. As Shakti does take his natural, and Yan does move out. So far so good. Yan going for a single gas opener. Yan going for a faster expansion, a faster natural, some more economic start here from our Terran player. Likewise, Shakti going for a standard opener himself, just going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Okay, a bit of a greedier build here by Shakti. A little bit greedier. Outside of that, though, we are settling in. There's that CC on the low ground. Yan will expand. Shakti is here to attempt to delay, but the Marine is here to shut that down to make sure that Yan can safely get his base up and running. As the probe is going to fall. Yan is getting to his own setup. There's no faster like second racks or third racks. So far, looking like a standard 1-1-1 here out of Yan. We'll see if he does lay his starport, if he does throw down extra raxes. That would be the sign of a 2-base all-in. But outside that, we should be seeing something more standard out of Yan. Likewise, Shakti securing himself. Now, when it comes to Shakti's style here in this matchup, he is very fond of going for a robo-heavy, very robo-heavy in PvT. At least that was the case many years ago. We'll see if that trend continues. We can see Yan getting a safety bunker up and running, the factory soon to complete, just reacting around Marines, not going reactor to Reaper or anything like that. No aggression, barely any scouting. And we have our take of choice. We do see a Shakti opening up Twilight Count. Twilight Count's opener. Out of our Protoss. Twilight Counts are most likely into Blink. I say most likely because if I recall correctly, Shakti, he had a very unique style against Inexorable last week. It's just not quite coming to mind. Yeah, maybe I just haven't slept enough. It's hard to say, but yeah, Shakti just had a very unique style, and we'll see if it comes to us here. It was very striking against Inexorable. For now, Blink. So standard opener, just into Blink, into a third base. How many gateways do we have? It's going to be 2 gate Blink into a third, so very economic build here from Shakti. Very greedy, very economic. And Yan isn't really set up to punish him. Yan, he's going into a wood mine drop. This is designed to scout more so than punish a fast expansion. So fast base here by Shakti. See Shakti trying to bait out the mine shell to friendly fire. Doesn't quite get it. Yeah, now going for his second and soon to be his third max. Tech Lab is on the way for tank production. Mine Drop was scouted, so Shakti knows what's coming. And you can see Shakti moving out to intercept. Ooh, we'll see if he can. Medevac's moving out. Hallucination will miss the medevac. Shakti pulls back home. And he doesn't have stalkers in the main. Trying to get arena what's going on. With a mine towards the main base. You can see Shakti, yep, rotates into the main as well. Does try to rotate over. Oh, he looks like, yeah, he spotted it. He did spot it. Did really spot the medevac. Is someone in position. Blink is done. And here comes the mine drop. Does blink in. Takes on the first winter mine. Mine goes down. Second winter mine towards that natural. And there is a blink. And oh, it's going to get 0 damage. Winter mine will burrow. And we'll get 1 probe. If that. Ah, yes, blink. There's blink available. Nicely done. Doesn't lose a single unit here. AlisoN scouts, and AlisoN is now aware of the opener, is aware of the blink, is aware of the tech. But outside of that, Yan is stuck at home. And building up and investing into Interference Matrix. That I was not expecting. This is a rare sight in this matchup. It is a rare sight. Does have the Raven. Raven is usually used to harass across the map. But Yan, Disable tells us that Yan, he plans to commit with this push. Getting to stim, getting to extra tanks. Meanwhile, Shakti takes a 4th base already. Very fast 4th here out of Shakti. Jesus. It's a 2 base all in. Do you see what I see? I see 2 more Maxes and I do not see a 3rd CC. Yan. I'm curious if he will get add-ons here. If he gets add-ons, then he might still get a later 3rd. True. He might still expand. But, these Maxes are a little bit telling. We'll see. We shall see. He may pull the boys with us as well, assuming that he commits. Shakti is rushing towards double forge, double upgrades into charge. Is just not finishing up his Raxes. Now moving out. Tanks still on siege. So far, very nice control out of Shakti. Picks off 3 Marines. Oh my god. Takes on 4. 4 Marines go down. Raxes are going for add-on swaps. This is why I assumed it was an all-in. You can see the Raxes, they're floating across the main. So very awkward setup, but they're floating across the main base. We are getting add-ons, which means we are getting a 3rd CC. If we stayed without add-ons, would have been a sign of an all-in, but no, it's switching over, is expanding. We're getting ready for a longer game. Okay. Being into a longer game state. Likewise, this means that Shakti should get away with the 4th. The 4th base should finish getting up and running. Just such greedy play here. He's got 75 probes. He's crazy. 75 workers, catches a tank. 1 tank goes down. Gets the Raven. Oh, Raven does survive. Gets all 3 tanks. Yeah, the Raven as well. The Interference Matrix was useless, did nothing, was not a factor. And Yanni's in trouble. He lost 3 tanks, lost the Raven, big investments, including the upgrade. Yan going for a drop. You can see Shakti making 2 Colossus at a time. And Mass Zealot. Shakti does collapse on that bunker. That bunker falls as well. Yan is going for the mineral line, and he will get some probe kills. Very nice damage. Gets 8, 9, 10 probes in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yan, he's fighting back. It's been a rough start for Yan, but now he's getting some damage done. Dropping the main. This time, he will be cleaned up, though. Meanwhile, misrallied Immortal. Misrally there from the Protoss. Immortal gets thrown away. Okay. Yan is still in this. He is still in this game. Shuts down the Immortal. But alas, the Colossus are amassing. Shakti still has a lead. Still has a massive advantage. And I'll be honest, at this point, Shakti, he may just commit. He may just commit in. And this is how he was able to bring down Inexorable earlier. By going Mass Zealot, Mass Expand, delayed gases. Again, no gases here at the natural, just one gas here at the fourth. Into Mass Colossus. And Shakti is doing well for himself. I mean, there's nothing to stop him. He cannot be stopped. No without some miscontrol. Nice mind shot. Mind shot goes off. Colossus swipes on the bio. Now Shakti should back off from here. Should retreat. Oh, it does stick around a little bit too long. Yeah, sticks around too long. Marauders, they stem in. Can he get on top of the Colossus? Oh my god. He barely can. He barely will. Yeah, the Colossus will go down. Typically, when you push out like that, you wanna only fight as long as you have Zealots. When the Zealots run out, then you get the hell out of there. And Shakti, he overextended. Did overextend, but he may have too much anyway. Like it. That was a rough fight for Shakti, but he may just have too much. Boys are being pulled to defend, and more economic damage. Ay ay ay. As they'll say, catch reinforcements. SCV still going down. Yeah, and he just keeps warping in from across the map. More Stalkers, more Zealots. Sorry, Shakti keeps warping in from across the map. And he's so close to breaking in. It's a little bit more. And he has it. Does have it trading up against those Marines. Trading Zealots for bio. Colossus soon to arrive. Once again, as we run out of Zealots, Colossus should not push in. Not without Zealots. They need that support. Scan, yeah, Scan reels the base. Realize how far behind he is. And GG gets called. Shakti will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Shakti does take a lead in the series, getting a very strong start, going into double forge, double upgrades, mass zealots, into mass expansion. Remember, the 4th base was so fast. He got the 4th base before his 3rd was even saturated. A very greedy play, but because Yan opened up Widowmine drop, he didn't really have any way to punish. Likewise, Yan did go for a 3rd CC, did not go for a 2-base all-in, so he was unable to punish the greed of Shakti, and Shakti snowballed out of control. Did snowball out of control with that. Shakti does take a lead, and now we're here to find out, do we extend the series, do we go for the ace match, or does Shakti claim the series here and now? Let's go. So loading into game number 2. We go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Wizards of Gold, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hellfire down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Yan. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Eximius Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Shakti. Greedy toss, yes. As a reminder, winding it back, if you recall, Shakti, he did open up 2-gate blink. He went 2-gate blink into a 3rd base, into a 4th before the gateway explosion, alongside double forge. Like, it was very, very greedy as an opener. And again, Yan, he did not punish. He was unable to. He didn't know he needed to. But my eyes are now on the Protoss. What's going on? As the probe is hidden towards the left-hand side, and we're getting ready for a proxy pylon, for a proxy gate. Show us what you got. Yeah, there it is. Pylon is on the way for that proxy gateway. So much more aggressive start here. Now, I was going to say, the goal of this, I believe, is to punish an economic build. But we can see Yan opens up double gas. Double gas opener. What does this mean? This means a racks into a factory. This means a delayed CC. Now, if the CC gets thrown down on the low ground, it is still going to be vulnerable to a cancel. If it gets thrown down on the high ground, if Yan plays it safe, then he's going to be okay. There we go. Yan, he fully walls up. Fully walls off. Yan for now is secure. From here, throws down the factory. And we'll see if he gets a CC on the high ground. We shall see. Shakti is expanding himself. Remember, there's no all-in. This is just a way to get an economic lead early on by catching out the command center. Reaper moves out. Shakti, he's not making use of that gateway yet. Just scouting. It does get across the map. Sentry is almost out. Not yet, though. Sentry's on the way. One probe is going to fall. Yeah, getting a CC on location. Warp Gate is still in production here. And Shakti, again, he didn't get an early Adept or an early Stalker. Otherwise, he could be pressuring this. He could be pressuring the command center. Waiting for Warp Gate instead, but that's a ways off. It is very much so a ways off here. So, interesting start. Second Reaper has arrived, going for the Sentry. Sentry will live. So far, up! Snipes the Reaper, let's go! Sentry kills the Reaper. Hallucination to the main, gets eyes on the setup, gets eyes on the CC. Shakti knows. Shakti doesn't respond. Again, just going for the Twilight Council. Are we crazy? Okay, I was gonna say, are we crazy enough to proxy a Dark Shrine? But there is no proxy probe. There's no probe out here, so we're just chilling. Just settling in. So far, 2-gate blink. The natural does complete. And based on this response, it looks like Shakti, he was only really intending on trying to punish a more economic build, a Rax expand, and no more than that. And because that's not the opener that we saw out of YanXII, Shakti didn't go for it. Didn't go for it. Yep, 2-gate blink into a third. This is the same opener we saw last game. Very greedy. There's that third base. And we should soon be seeing double forage. Yen is building up. Did go into a 1-1-1. Now with a second Rax on the way into a third Rax. This time we can see no Widowmine production. This time earlier tanks. So much. Oh wait, sorry, my apologies. There is a mine drop. So same build actually. Similar build yet again. Going for the mine drop. This time it's more committed. As a reminder, last game was a double Widowmine drop. This time a triple Widowmine drop. And once again, he's investing into Intervention Matrix. It's very old school. Mine drop comes in. So far, good damage. Takes down the Stalker. Mine drop goes off. Stalker goes down. Another Widowmine here in towards the natural. Helium into the bases. So far, Shakti defends well enough. Does defend well. Cleans up the aggression. One Widowmine survives. And the reason why I say this is old school, this Intervention Matrix space opener here was very trendy maybe 2 years ago, or even maybe at the start of 2024. Basically when Feast Colossus was still meta. When Feast Colossus was still a thing, and when these tank pushes could pop off. Of course, that was, I guess, even before Intervention Matrix was even an upgrade they had to research. But Phoenix Colossus fell off. No longer as viable. And once again here, it is going to be charged into third base, double forge before the gateways. Again, just hyper greed here from Shakti. Staying on 2 gateways the entire time, barely an army. Only now getting into the gateways after the double upgrade. And I'll be honest, once again, it feels like he's getting away with it. On the one hand, yes, Yan, he will soon break out, but once again, third TC. Third TC is on the way. This time it is a third TC before the 3rd and 4th racks. Sorry, the 5th and 6th racks. 4th, 5th even. So if you remember, last game it was the Raxus first, then the CC. This time it's the opposite. So this time it's a more of an economic build by Yan. This means that Shakti is fine. This means that Shakti, he will not be punished. He's getting to his 8-gate setup, getting to a 4th base as well. Shakti is free to do as he pleases. As there's the 4th. Likewise, Shakti is containing Yan with 4 Stalkers. I should say he's just keeping an eye on any kind of move out. Move out gets spotted. Shakti does blink away. And only just now the first Zealots warp in. Just now warping in 8 Zealots at a time. We got 6, now another 2. Shakti throwing down a couple of shield batteries, securing his bases. And he's still pinning back that drop. I'll spin it back. Shakti rotating. Now, I don't think Shakti needs to push in right now. I don't think he needs to. The tank's already pre-sieged. He might be able to break this, but it's risky. It's unnecessary. Yeah, he pulls away. Shakti pokes in, sees the tanks, pulls away. Now getting a robo, and this should be for the bay for double robo Colossus production. Shakti once again getting into his build. Meanwhile, Yan, he secures his 3rd base, now getting into Ghost Academy. He is being much faster to take up this time. So both players are building up. There's that bay for the Colossus. And Shakti, I believe this build, this playstyle that he's going for, thrives with Yan moving out at the 3rd base timing, and he didn't. He did leave the tanks at home this time. He is pushing with his bio, but he has enough to lift, to pull away, to retreat. As he leaves the tanks back at home, Shakti getting another expansion. Drop comes in. Play connect. Meanwhile, he sims of the army, and Shakti's out of position. Yeah, completely out of position. The base is going to go down. Massive pickup. Shakti just now responding. Nice kiting here by Yan. And missile goes off. Does shred the armor. And Shakti is in trouble. He is in trouble here. Yan, he might just be able to stim in. He might just stim and win. As there's still no Colossus, there's still no splash damage. He has double robo, but nothing's being made. Oh. And being forced to pick up, being forced away. Does pull back, Raven goes down. Better pickups towards the end for Shakti. As the drop is cornered. Is cornered. Shakti double expanding, getting top right and bottom left, or center left. Now getting to double Colossus. Still very tense between the players. Still very tense. We'll see if Yan can save these drops. Yeah, he's gonna try to. Let's go to break these drops out. So he does move out. He has EMP, he has Ghost. Getting into +2. Army gets spotted. Shakti, yeah, gets the hell out of there. Does blink away. Supplies are neck and neck. Viking production just now beginning for Yan. This is Vikings. Ooh, likewise, medevac goes down. There's 2 medevacs left. Yeah, he rotates this time. Shakti is keeping up. Keeping up with the rotation. Ooh, last will drop into the main. Do we have anything in position? Do we have a warp in? The army tries to respond. It's going to be a late reaction here from Shakti. Colossus is exposed. Yeah, we just hit him in. Colossus goes down instantly. And yeah, he's doing it. He has done it. He's just pulling Shakti apart. Getting the Colossus, reinforcing towards the 4th base as they're saving it. Getting another Colossus. Another Colossus goes down. And another. No, Shorty gets 3. Takes down 3 Colossi. Knocks down the expansion. Yeah, and he's just all over Shakti here. Just pulling him apart. Remember, there's no blink. There's no blink. Oh, sorry, there is blink, but there's no stalkers. Not enough to keep up with the drop play. None in position. Army sims in once again. Takes down another Colossus. Yeah, the Colossi, they just topple over. They cannot keep up. Not with MasTeR Order. GG gets called, and Yan ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. We are going to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how the story ends. So far, Shakti has gone for the same overall build 2 games in a row. I would not be surprised if he goes for it here in game 3. But yeah, this time Yan, he went for a different approach. This time he was a little bit more conservative when it came to his opener. Likewise, he was faster to get into a 3rd base. He was faster to take up into Ghost as well. He was, yeah, more willing to go for a later move out. If you remember, in game 1, he went for an earlier push, which he got completely shut down by. And I mentioned it here in game 2, that I feel like Shakti, he wants to engage with these earlier move outs, you know, with these like 2-3 tank pushes. But if you remember, he never moved out with his tanks. He kept them back at home, checked up into Ghost before moving out across the map. So well done there by Yan, taking a different approach, more successful. And that leads us here into the ace match. We'll see if Shakti does shake it up, or if he commits. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hellfire from Brazil. It is Yan. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Izimi's Gaming from the land of Brazil as well. It is Shakti. But again, Yan, he was more defensive. He turtled up, he got his natural, he got his 3rd base, and then he moved out with a greater army, with a more robust Marauder-based army as well, with more medevacs. Left his tanks at home, was able to have a more mobile army as a result, and he was able to catch Shakti with his pants down. He was able to sneak up on that 4th base, if you recall, or the linear 3rd, and knock it down. But now we load into King's Cove, and this is where I'm more concerned for the Terran. Now, the reason why I'm more concerned is because this map is larger. It is a larger map. It is a more defendable map on 3 bases. You can see here a very narrow choke point coming into the natural. Likewise, a choke point and ramp coming into the 3rd base. It is easier to defend on 3 bases and to secure yourself. And the 4th base is usually the main point of contention. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult to pull Shakti apart on a map like King's Cove. Not impossible, but more difficult. Likewise, if you want to be aggressive, it takes longer to reinforce across the map. So we'll see how both players adapt on King's Cove. For now, double gas opener into a faster factory, once again into a delayed CC. On the side of Yan. I'm still not in love with Yan investing into Interference Matrix. We saw it again last game, and we saw again that it never came into play. It was just a non-factor. Oh, let's go this way. The nuke here. Aha. Let's go. As, yeah, this time he opens up Reaper, and he opens up with a 2nd Reaper as well. Okay. Opening up with additional Reapers. Expansion is going to be taken. Yeah, he does poke in. Once again, Twilight counter out of Shakti, and I'll be honest, I don't expect Shakti to change up. I don't expect him to really shake things up too much. I do feel the strength in 2-gate opener into a third base, into double forge on King's Cove. I do feel like you can get away with it on this map a little bit easier than on others, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Shakti. If he throws down extra gateways, if he throws down an earlier forge. Now, there's the 1-1-1. CC on location this time. We held it into the main. It is going to be force fielded down. Despite that, still gets one probe. Just the one, though. Just the one probe, not as worth it. Does at least scout the tech. Does get eyes on the Twilight Council into Blink. Once again, 2 gateways into Blink, into what should be a third base. Yeah, there we go. Third base is on the way. So far, same opener. Once again, Yan setting up for that mine drop. The mine's on the way. Should be able to pick him apart with drop play again. I would say that it's harder to pull that off here. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, just because the map is so much larger. And this time the drop is spotted. Shakti with intercepted. Well, we do right over though. We do reposition. Yeah, and he does double back. Boost on the right hand side. Shakti is looking for the medevac. Does miss it. Pulling back for now to the natural. Getting ready for the drop. And in towards that main. Gets spotted by the observer. Yeah, he is spotted. Shakti trying to react. And he should pull away in time. Like, we should not get too much economic damage here. Yan does unload. First one goes down. So far, good defense here by Shakti. He defends well. Drop does head towards the natural. Likewise, Widowmine also. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Shot goes off, gets 2 more probes. Meanwhile, Widowmine into the main. Shakti does pull away. Whew. Shakti defends. Hi. Shakti does defend. That was almost disastrous. That was crazy. As workers were stacked up. From here, Yanni throws down 2 more maxes, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Standard setup here by Yan, going for his add-on swaps. Into +1. Ooh, meanwhile, do you see what I see? Okay, we are going for a singular forge this time and an earlier gateway explosion. If you recall, last time, for the last 2 games, Shakti's been going for a third base into double forge, and he would delay his gates. This time, a lot earlier. Now, we'll see if this is for... Oh, God, rushing into a fourth, though, still. I was going to say, we'll see if this is going to be for an earlier timing, and as he is chronoing out +1, or if he feels threatened and if he wants to be safe. Regardless, this is less greedier than last time. Yeah, delayed second forge, but a second forge nonetheless. So this tells us that Shakti, he's not going for a +1 timing. He is just trying to be as safe as possible. He feels threatened against a potential move out. Likewise, Shakti doesn't really see much. He is now moving out with some zealots, but he is in the dark. He is setting up for a longer game, but he's not cutting as many corners. He's being a little bit more careful. Likewise, Yan back at home. There's that third CC. Third CC is on the way. Similarly timed to the last game. Shakti throwing down spotter pylons. Gaining map control. We got pylons all over the place. We spoke earlier about YanXII trying to pull Shakti apart with drop play. Well, Shakti, he is getting ready for that as well. So basically, after the last game, Shakti, he's responding to that. He's reacting. Throwing down spotter units everywhere to make sure he has full vision. Now getting to 2-1 upgrades. Yan does now move out. He is spotted by the zealots. Shakti knows, and Shakti responds. Now Shakti's just warping as much as he can. Is trying to keep up with the main army. Doesn't know exactly where it is. Again, moving forward. And Shakti doesn't engage. Oh! Winter Mines are set. This time, additional Winter Mines. Missile goes off. Big connection. Not bad. Does get Dorito dust all over the army. Oh, retargeting. But last, Yanni doesn't quite commit in. Decent mine shots. Mine shots going off. Another missile. This time, Yan, he will bait out those mine shots. Does bait them out. Yan pulls away. Doesn't want to engage. We do see a second robo on the way here for Shakti, getting to double robo, double Colossus production. And Yan, he pulls back. So far, Shakti is holding on. Last time we saw Yan sneak up on the expansion and snipe a Nexus. Not this time. And it looks like we're headed towards a longer game state here. Shakti is getting a 5th, and Yan will most likely get a 4th CC. Behind this, we have Liberator production already. Liberators are on the way. Little mine here towards that natural. Shakti reacts in time. Oh, as we are committing to the move out here. Army does push. Once again, it's spotted. Shakti knows. Shakti getting ready. Yan, he doesn't commit. After he got spotted by the Zealot, he pulls away. Does pull away. Again, he respects Shakti enough to know that if he gets spotted, then Shakti's going to be ready for it. Oh. 3 probes, not bad. Gets 3 workers. A pylon goes down. After the pylon is killed, then the army moves in. So again, Shakti doing the best he can to try to come in unnoticed. Dustin forward. Doesn't quite go off. Not this time, not yet. He's got nice forces. Oh my god. Forces they look down the army. Colossus coming in. Shakti looking to overwhelm. Does force the pick up. A couple units they get behind. And yeah, he has to retreat. Has to pull away. He cannot fight this head on. Does pull back. Getting now into Viking production. No Ghost Academy yet. Tanks are sieged. Shakti does rush in. This time less certain of one tank goes down, but the Zealots are going to melt. Yeah, Zealots are falling. The Colossus is going to be exposed. Now it's time to chase. Nice force fields. Locks down the army. Whew. Does save the Colossus. Yeah, and he was ready to dive. He was ready to dive in. Does get locked down. So far, Shakti, he's holding on, he's maintaining his own. Getting another Nexus. Getting a 6th base. Yan containing, Yan being contained here on 3 bases. He's trying to get a 4th CC. Just trying. Now getting to a Ghost Academy. Still stuck on 3 bases. Shakti's the first to max out. Building up more Colossus. Shakti's reached his, or is reaching his final form. As once again, all that Shakti has to do, we've been here before. The win condition on King's Cove, deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over again. Whoever has map control can do so quite easily. It was so important that Shakti was able to establish his own 4th base early on. And with that, Shakti is out here patrolling. Throwing away a couple of probes, which makes sense. He has 90 workers. You could argue too many probes. You could argue too many. Yep. He's gonna kill them himself. Has the co-op supply. The workers are hurting Shakti more than they're helping him. So it feels bad, man, but it does kill 8 probes. Does have to. Now getting to a 3rd robo. Excellent, the wounds is done. Oh. Mind shot to the Zealous, not bad. A nice EMP. EMP pops up. First Colossus is going to go down. Oh, but that's still 4. That's sorry, 5 Colossus. Oh my god. Despite that, no more Zealots. The army stims in, and he's going to clean this up. This army cannot fight this head on. Not like this. Not without Zealots, and every single Colossus is going to go down. Massive win here for Yan. Yan, he cleans up the army. Now it's time to keep going. Now it's time to keep pushing. As we've mentioned even in the previous game, Shakti cannot fight this without Zealots. Those Zealots are so important when it comes to tanking. Now there are Zealots, but it's too late. It's too late. The army has fallen. The army has crumbled. He killed 5 Colossus. It's also why you don't over-invest into Colossi. You want to diversify into Disruptors as well to force Micro out of the Terran. Otherwise, they can just stim and win, but they can just commit. No Disruptors, no splits. I mean, they like it, Bobby. They like it. No Disruptors, no splits, no problem, as the Gateway army does move in. Nice choke point here for Yan. Again, this choke point is brutal. Shakti cannot push up. Does rotate towards the 4th. Planetary's up and running. Is a wider ramp coming into the 3rd. Does charge forward. Zealots go down. As Zealots fall, he has to get out of here. Cannot keep pushing. The Immortals will help against the Marauders though. But one Immortal goes down. Meanwhile, Zealots wreak havoc. 20 SCV kills here at the natural. Oh my god. 20 SCVs. Not bad. Yan, his economy is crippled. 20 workers do fall. And this is still very close. Still very close, very clutch. On the one hand, yes, Yan has been trading more efficiently. He has been taking better fights. That is all true. But on the other hand, Shakti has a better economy. He has a booming economy, has all these bases. If given time, Shakti can rebuild and remax that out. Almost else was another Colossus. Liberation has arrived. First lives they get thrown away, but he will get 1 Colossus. Does get 1. Does get 1. He doesn't have enough to keep going though. Too many Stalkers and not enough Vikings. Viking count is low. Shakti holds. Whew. Shakti maintains the army. And he's making 4 Immortals at a time. That's gonna be a lot of Immortals, mate. That's a lot of Immortals. Aye, aye, aye. And he pulls away. And that is the answer to the problem of all these Marauders. It's the Immortal. So Immortals are amassing. Oh. Denies the 5th. Denies the 5th CC. Charges in. Zealot's going to be going down. There are some Vikings, but not too many. Not enough. Yeah, Viking Hat gets reset. Boys are being pulled. And Shakti, he's done it. He has broken the back of Yan. Takes out all the SCVs. GG gets called. And Shakti will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the lower bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. This also showcased the map itself, something that we try to bring up here on King's Cove. Because it's so large, reinforcing and counterattacks take a long time on this map. So even though we saw Yan take a beautiful fight where he was able to kill 5 Colossus and reset the Stalker count, that was a really strong fight in favor of Yan. By the time he moved out across the map, Shakti, he already had reinforcements, he already had Immortals and Zealots. Like, again, it just takes so long to move from one side to the other. It does give the defending player enough time to rebuild, to muster up a defense and to survive. You could argue that there needs to be more pressure on Yan to push, and even if he couldn't fight through the main army anymore because of those reinforcements, he needed to at least counterattack and try to hit some mineral lines and try to hit some of the fringe bases as well to try to slow Yan down. Alas, instead, he had to back off, had to rebuild, had to reinforce, and it did give Shakti enough time to mass up once again a second army. GG. GG, well played. Whew, but very intense game, very back and forth. Shout out to Yan for holding his own against Shakti, but in the end, Shakti did claim the series, and that leads us into our next matchup. That leads us into our lower bracket finals, into our next best of 3. It is going to be a rematch between MasTeR and Shakti. Now, in the first series, it was honestly very short. It was a very short series between the two of them. We saw a lot of attempted and failed all-ins from the side of Shakti. We'll see how he will adjust coming into the rematch. Let's go. Jumping into the rematch here. No text switch into Disruptors or Templar, and into Immortal. Bappy into Immortal. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Eximius Gaming. It is Shakti. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss also from land of Brazil, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. Go. Those probes got friendly fire. Yeah. I mean, again, Shakti, he had too many workers at the time. He had 90. He had like 90 plus probes, so we had to get rid of them. They were hindering the size of his army. Here we go. So we are building up. And if you weren't here for the last time they faced off, oh, Shakti actually going for an economic opener, going for a gate expand. Let's go. Very greedy build. Straight up gates into Nexus. Even Max doesn't do this. So very greedy build here by Shakti. But I like the diversity here. For those that weren't here at the start of the broadcast, these two, they faced off in the early rounds of the tournament in the upper half of the bracket, or the upper brackets. And Shakti, 2 games in a row, he tried to all-in the hell out of MasTeR, and he failed. He failed to all-in. He failed to break MasTeR in an aggressive setting. This time, the polar opposite, greed. This time we have hybrid greed out of Shakti instead. And now the pressure's on MasTeR. Yep, he's going to be forced into an all-in. Like, in a PvP, if you open up like this, gate expand, you are tempting your opponent to one base all in you. It's the temptation is real, and he's going for it. He's taking the bait. He's going for the one base all in. Now the question becomes, Shakti, can you kind of reap what you sow, right? Like, can you sleep the bed that you've made here? You force this reaction out of MasTeR. Can you survive it? Can you hold? Can you pull this off? Because there is a proxy robo, it is a one base all in. Does this event happen like every time? Don't know, like every month? Yes, Amantes to StarCraft is a monthly Brazilian tournament every single month. Every month there is an Amantes. Every 2 weeks we have a Code for Giants Cup. If you don't know what Code for Giants Cup is, that is a bi-weekly or a fortnightly Brazilian tournament as well. So the Brazilian scene, they have a bi-weekly and they have a monthly. So they have 2 events. They have 2 events that run on a regular basis. I say 2 events. There is another monthly called the Host Masters Cup. So there's another monthly tournament as well. And there is also an upcoming offline event. I think in April. I think they're planning in April to have an offline tournament as well. I know that right now they're having a crowdfunding initiative to make that event a reality. So shout out to Cosmos and shout out to the Brazilian scene. I believe right now, when it comes to the, I mean, we'll get into the crowdfunding after this, because here comes the all-in. well, we'll get there. We'll get there. As Stalkers, they poke forward. Immortal has arrived. We have a prison behind this to reinforce. MasTeR applying pressure. So far, Shakti, he hasn't lost anything yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. Trades 1 for 0. Nice pick off. Shakti gets 1 Stalker, gets 2 Stalkers. Saves both. Immortal production has now begun, and Shakti, he's holding. Oh, he is holding on. Still a messy defense, though. As he's throwing down more shield batters behind this. And Shakti, he's lost 0 units. Does force field, but the prison has arrived. MasTeR kiting back. Oh, saves his units. Does kite back, does save his army. Pulls away. So far, it's been a stronger defense here from Shakti, and now the Immortal has arrived. That's all he needs. He has to buy time for the Immortal production. So far, we're even on Immortals. Shakti, he defends, he deflects, he still has a better economy. MasTeR is all in. He cannot back off from here. He cannot try to transition. He cannot expand. He has to commit. Does have to commit. Getting a third Immortal. Going for a drop into the main. Shakti, he has no vision. But he does try to rotate. Gets one probe. Gets one worker. Shakti, he gets dragged into the main, which means MasTeR goes for the natural. So natural base, going for the gateway. But there's 4 shield batteries. Oh my god. Doesn't get the gates. 4 shield batteries are done. MasTeR back into the main, gets 2 stalkers. That not bad. Takes out 2 stalkers. MasTeR pulls away. So MasTeR pulling Shakti apart. Trading well. Catching out the Immortal. Up. Force field doesn't quite get him though. Shakti gets away. But the Immortals in the main, they're popping off. Their boys are being pulled. Damage is being done. There's a warp into stalkers. And he wants them. He wants those stalkers. Up, so pulling away. Micro on the low ground. Takes out the sentries. Sentries do fall. Finally gets one of the gateways. He does have the Immortal lead. Oof, but bleeds out a stalker. Bleeds out a second stalker as well. These are expensive losses. Yeah, very expensive. And Shakti takes the fight. He commits. Oh my god. Doesn't quite break through. Nice control. He barely saves the Immortal on 5 HP. He saves him. Now getting a 4th Immortal. But remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shakti. Still has a better economy. He's keeping up with the Prism. Oh! Let's keep up. Behind the mineral line, that Immortal is still very low. Still low. Meanwhile, nice pickup. MasTeR gets a stalker. He gets one. Gets one stalker. Just behind the mineral line. Pro's going to be going down. He takes out the Immortal. Massive pickup. It does get the Immortal. Shakti struggling, and boys are being pulled, but the SimCity working against him. Shakti trying to hold on, trying to survive. Glaives on the way. Let's go. Getting to Glaives. Catching out another Immortal. Almost. Gets a stalker. Gets a stalker. Drops into the mineral line. Takes out 14 probes in total. Very nice economic damage. MasTeR is pulling this off. Gets an Immortal. Takes out another. Yo, MasTeR he's just pulling Shakti apart left and right. Going for the Cyber Core. Cyber doesn't quite go down. Has to pull away. Dropping back into the main. Going for the warp in as well. It does go for the warp in. Likewise, Immortal. Another one is going to be going down. Barely does survive. And GG gets called. Wow. MasTeR after an elongated all-in. That was a very long one-base all-in. But alas, and Shakti initially defended well, but MasTeR pulled him apart towards the end, catching out probe after probe. Again, up to 20 worker kills towards the end, catching out Immortal, catching out Stalker. Over time, did overwhelm. GG. Whew. GG, well played. That was intense, Pappy. The hero 5 HP Immortal, true, never died. Was immortal as well. Very nice control there from MasTeR, out-controlling Shakti, out-positioning Shakti. Over time. Initially not. Initially Shakti was defending, but over time was or did fall apart. And with that, MasTeR takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner, sorry, bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Ximius Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shakti. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss, the red Protoss, representing Team Hellfire, leading the series 1-0. It is MasTeR. Here we go. That was fine drop play. It was very fine drop play there by MasTeR. Very impressive. And Shakti's doing it again. Do you see what I see? I see a low ground setup on Whispers of Gold. This is crazy. Whispers of Gold is a rush map. It's a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. It is the rush map of the map pool. So for Shakti to set up on the low ground, once again, he is asking to be all in. Now, it was close though. In game one, it was very close. The defense was very clutch. Can he exceed that defense? So yep, gate expand from Shakti. Our eyes are on this probe from MasTeR. Does he throw it in the pylon? Does he proxy? The answer should be yes. I mean, game one was still very close. It was still very intense. That might deter MasTeR. But now, 2-gate opener. Our eyes are on this probe. Where are we going? Yeah, we're proxying. Let's go. It's a repeat of the last game. He's going for the proxy pylon, setting up for the proxy rover. Let's go. No gas this time. Really a true chat. He's crazy. No fear, Babby. No fear. As we're waiting for the Cybercore is now done. And there's that rover. So, again, this is a repeat of, more or less a repeat of the last game. Shakti, again, we'll see if he has a better success this time when it comes to defending on 2 bases. I will say that the natural main base are a lot more congested here on Whispers of Gold. They're a lot closer, so I would say it would be easier to rotate and to defend both locations at once if we ended up in a similar scenario. But we'll see. We shall see as we have the initial adepts. Okay, so last game, if you recall, we had a double stalker opener, double stalker into a stalker sentry follow-up. This time, mass adept. This time we're massing up adepts, which means this could actually be a prism before immortal. But okay, there we go. Immortal first. Immortal is coming out first, but adepts are going to be threading a shade to try to cripple the economy and sneak past the army. And this wall is not a wall. The wall has holes. It's wide open. Adepts, they shade in. And do we commit? We do. We commit to the shade. Probes are going to be going down. He gets 1. He gets 2. The workers are falling. This is already getting out of hand. This is becoming crippling damage. We get 5. We get 6. Can we get 7? Up. Can we get 8? Not quite. 7 workers go down. 1 adept survives, does get out, and we're not done. We have more adepts on the way. We have more adepts walling in. We need to wall up. We need to wall off. Alas, it's not happening. Immortal perks in. 1 adept finally does go down. But here come the other 2. And once again, they can shade past. They can, and they will. They shade past the army. Oh, somewhat. There we go. Does shade past. Bust into the mineral line. They can still one-shot probes. Boys are being pulled for a second time. Force field does help get a couple of shots off, but alas, it's going to be another 4 dead workers. 5 dead workers. Shades back out. And he just keeps going. Oh, no. He keeps going. Now we do have the prism on the way. So second immortal into a war prism, into stalker reinforcements. Suddenly Shakti doesn't have the best economy. He does have that 1 immortal, does have 2 shield batteries. But is that enough? Is that enough? Oh, pushing on forward. Decent force fields, but the prism has arrived. And with good enough control, MasTeR should not lose anything here. He should not lose a unit. Warping in more sentries, more force fields. He's going to try to look down the army. Oh, he wants the immortal. Doesn't quite get it. Doesn't quite get it. Does pull away. Second immortal does pop in. Shakti's holding on. He's holding. Remember, Shakti doesn't have his own war prism, so force fields can be brutal. They can lock him down. The third immortal has arrived. Likewise, still has a force field. Shades past the army, into the main. Going for the Cyber Core, and he does commit. Yeah, he commits into the main base. Once again, more economic damage. Just a very different approach here to the all-in from MasTeR. He's achieving so much with this. Shades back out. Oh, he does find the Immortals. Oh, no! He gets one. Nice force field, locks down one Immortal, takes down the Cyber Core. No more Stalkers, no more Sentries. Shakti down to 24 probes. A fourth Immortal has arrived. Up to 4. And he wants that force field. He wants those Immortals. And he gets them. Yeah, he gets them. He takes down 1, takes down 2. GG gets called. MasTeR, he will overwhelm. And MasTeR, he punishes the greed of Shakti twice and will take the series 2-0. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Shakti was crazy that series. He was crazy. Going for these gate expands on some of these more exposed maps, especially Whispers of Gold, especially like more so than King's Cove. Like King's Cove, we saw a much more closer defense, but a big reason for that is because the initial army takes a long time to get across the map as well. You know, it's a more defendable location at the natural, much more awkward attack just because of the ramp, just because of the angle. Here on Whispers of Gold, a lot more straightforward, and with that, MasTeR just was able to pull them apart with those adepts, with those shades. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, MasTeR, he will claim the series, and now we have our grand finals. Here we go. We have in the grand finals Erik versus MasTeR in a best of 7. Let's go. Oh my god. Just quickly. There we go. Just quickly catching up. Oh, my apologies. My apologies here. This is not a best of 3. I got ahead of myself. My apologies here. Wait. Am I crazy? Oh, okay. Sorry, my apologies. This is not going to be the grand finals yet. I assumed it was the best of 3. It is not a best of 3. It is not a best of 3. We are loading into a best of 5, so that is my mistake here. We do have more games ahead of us. I did actually go into the wrong game, which is my mistake. Basically, we do have our next game setting up here. It is going to be on ley lines. So, un momento. Low bracket finals. Okay. Best of 5. Not on the crank. I have to completely redo this. Basically, here when I inputted the scores, bam. When I put in the scores, I was like, huh, why did MasTeR not advance on? It's a best of 5. So MasTeR is up 2-0. For those of you that weren't a part of the broadcast earlier, it is double elimination format. Erik, he's already waiting in the grand finals, but this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So MasTeR is up 2-0, and we have more games ahead of us here. Let's go. One moment. Beautiful. Okay, we have more games ahead of us. We're going to be loading into game number 3, and we'll see if Shakti can begin the comeback. Is he going to open up Gate Expand every game in this series? I am concerned that's going to happen. So my bad. Best of 5. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have our Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Eximius Gaming, down in the series. Oh, wait, what? No. That's why I got confused. Hold on. I don't have the replay. Ah. Well, never mind. Okay. Well then. Do I not have the match? Hold on. Okay. We're good. We are good. We're loading in. Shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, he is the organizer of the event. And Cosmos has been kind enough to share the replays, to share the matches. Cosmos, he of course does cast in Portuguese and Brazilian. And here we go. We're getting to our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, a larger map. Is he going? He's doing it. Let's go. Spawning into Amygdala, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Zimi's Gaming. Once again, setting up on the low ground, we have Shakti. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the red Protoss player. Red Protoss, also from the land of Brazil, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. Okay, wicked. As I am getting a huge set of deja vu right now. It's gonna be a gate expand. It's gonna be a one base all in. Does Shakti survive? Is the question. I'm making an assumption that we're going to be ending up in a similar scenario. We'll see if that's the case. As Shakti, he's going for the expansion again. No gases, just straight up gate into Nexus out of Shakti here on Amygdala. Now this map is a larger map, that is true compared to Whistles of Gold, but still a crazy play here from Shakti. The probe scout does come in, does confirm gas is just now being taken. Probe does dip away. And our eyes, once again, have to follow this worker. What's going on? Where are we headed? Where are we setting up? I mean, after there we go. After 2 successful one base all-ins, we're doing this again. Again, like the build that Shakti's going for, even MaxPax doesn't do this. MaxPax, he's not crazy enough, not brazen enough to do this. Shakti, though, no fear. No fear whatsoever. Here we go. There's the pylon, there's the cyber core. And there's the robo. Now, in game 1, we saw MasTeR open up double Stalker. In game 2, double Adept. Game 3, double Adept. Double Adept once again here out of MasTeR. Here we go. Setting up a pylon in the main. Okay. MasTeR, he's having fun. Zealot tries to scout. Zealot does not confirm. Zealot is distracted here by the pylon. Robo follow-up out of Shakti. Going for a mortar production. This pylon should not come into play. It should be targeted. Like, that was me. That was crazy. Pylon should fall. As, of course, Shakti, he saw it thrown down. Did see it thrown down here. Likewise, the say shade in towards the main. The shade pass. Pylon survive. Pylon does survive, but Warpin should be slow. Shakti trying to lock the adepts into the main. Attempting to. Probe's still going to be going down. He gets 2, he gets 3. Shades into the main base. Gets up to 4, gets up to 5. Pylon is still a factor. Can still come into play, getting 7, 8, 9. Oh god, 9 probe kills. 10? 11? 12? No, okay, to 11. We're gonna settle for 11 here, but 11 workers, that is insane damage. And we're not done, because here comes the next set of adepts. I mean, last time it was 6, now we get up to 11 already. This is too much. This is far too much damage. Immortal backs off, adepts say shade into the main base, and once again, we are just pulling Shakti apart. Left and right. Ah, no. GG. Oh god, 14 probes for 2 adepts. Only 2 adepts. Ay. So there's going to be a 3-0. MasTeR is going to advance on. Not the way that I was expecting. I was oh my god. GG, well played. That was almost the ideal scenario for MasTeR. Again, getting 14 workers, and he was going to keep going. Those adepts were still on full HP. He could have gotten up to maybe even 20 if he had shaded down to low ground. Like, oh no. GG, well played. Shout out to Shakti. My heart goes out to him. I appreciate the attempt to be hyper greedy. As a reminder, the first time they played, it was hyper aggression out of Shakti. So we get the polar opposites. We get the extremes out of Shakti time and time again. And now we can catch up on the bracket, and now we have the update. There it is, 3-0. MasTeR takes down Shakti 3-0, and we have the grand finals. There we go. There we have it. Again, we have our best of 7 setting up ahead of us. Let us go. We have our best of 7. Again, this event so far has been quite intense. It's been quite intense here so far. We have had both Erik, even Erik and MasTeR. This is a rematch, of course. A rematch. Erik, he was able to take down MasTeR 3-2 in the upper bracket finals, but it was a very close series, and now we have that potential revenge match. Like, MasTeR, clearly he's informed, clearly he's upset. He just vented his frustrations on Shakti, and this will not be an easy one. We could even go all the way to Game 7. Let's go. Let us go. For now, before the finals, we're going to be going on a very short break. Going to go on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have that final series of the broadcast. As we do need some time to set up and to get things ready. So we'll be heading off for the time being. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with the finals. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, the grand finales here of the Amantes de StarCraft 36. We have our two finalists. It's going to be a rematch. Both Erik and Shakti, they face off in the upper bracket finals, and a best of 5 did go the way of Erik in the end, just barely 3-2 in his favor. But now we are jumping in to our next setup, into our next final, or into our rematch, I should say, as Shakti has fought his way up through the lower bracket, now facing off against Erik in those grand finals in a best of 7. Here we go, as we are going to be jumping in, and game number 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. Again, it was a very dynamic matchup we had previously, and now it continues. Does continue here, and here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire, starting off with a 1-0 deficit. That is the advantage that the Zerg player has coming in from the upper bracket. We'll see if MasTeR can make up for that. It is, well, I said his name, MasTeR. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, oh my, going for a 12 pool, we do have our Brazilian Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. It is Erik. Here we go. Again, Erik coming in from the upper bracket, has yet to drop a series. As a result, he does start things off with a 1-0 lead, but it is still a best of 7. Still plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. We are here to indulge in these matches. But now Erik going for the 12 pool, moving out across the map with the initial drone. The goal here is to set up a hatchery in the wall of his opponent, to disrupt the Sim City, to disrupt the wall off, and to bring MasTeR down. We saw something attempted similar to this previously in their previous best of 5. Was attempted. Lings are amassing. We have 6 Lings on the way. MasTeR does probe scout, does confirm the pool first, does confirm the 12 pool, and the hatchery has arrived. Now with this is going to force a reaction. MasTeR, he has to re-wall behind the hatchery, needs to chrono out that first zealot. Boys are being pulled, and Erik is attempting to expand behind this. He chases down the probe, does chase it down, and we'll see if Erik does expand. Now rallying across the map, does rally across. Zealot has arrived. Alas, there's not too much surface area on the hatchery, so still coming into play. Still gaining HP. There's the drone, there's the expand. So Erik, this is not all in. He is trying to transition out of this. Up, ooh, as he does cancel in time. Does cancel the expansion. Erik pulls away. Drone going for the hatchery in the main. Ling's looking for that surround. He wants that zealot. Up, but the second zealot does pop in just in time. And MasTeR, he holds. MasTeR, he is holding. We can see Erik trying to delay the expansion for as long as possible. Remember, this is all about delaying. This is all about buying time and delaying his opponent. Erik, he will commit, takes down 2 probes, takes down 2 workers, dips in once again, going for a 3rd probe, and surrounding 1 singular zealot. Up, doesn't quite get it. Adept does pop in. At the same time, hatchery the main base is still on the way, and MasTeR, he's not scouted, he doesn't know. MasTeR, he doesn't check, he's not aware of the hatchery. Oh, he will confirm though. Zealots, they go up the ramp, they get eyes on the morphing in base. Now behind this, Erik going for his natural, going for the macro hatch as well. Erik, he should be canceling the space. More Lings do arrive there. Ooh, more Lings, they do dive in. He wants that Adept. Adept does survive there, doesn't get surrounded. Lings, they dip into the main. Oh, he still wants that Adept. He wants it. Hey, he's not gonna get him. He's not gonna get him. Lings, they're forced out of the main base. Hatchery up. Ooh, will complete. No cancel. That's going to be an expensive loss here for Erik. Losing the entire expansion. Stargate is now done. Hatchery is going to go down. You can see he doesn't get surrounded by the Broodlings. Yeah, smart move. MasTeR, he pulls away with the Zealots so he doesn't get surrounded. As the Broodlings, they find no damage. Again, if the Zealots killed the expansion, then they would have gotten surrounded, they would have gone down. So a nice move there from MasTeR. He pulls away, and now he can move out. He can shade across the map. We have Adepts. We have Oracles. Erik, he did Scout. He did confirm the Oracle production. He's getting his queens. We're getting his queen. There's one queen here at the natural. So let's say shade in. Queen is already, and alas, is the big downside of a 12 pool. The Lings, they did not do enough across the map. Adepts, they wreak havoc. Queen trying to rotate over. Drones are going down. Getting 7 drone kills already. Getting 7, getting 8. Oof, that is brutal damage. 8 drones for 2 Adepts. That is well worth for MasTeR. MasTeR takes the lead. And MasTeR is just pulling Erik apart. Gets another drone. It's going to be 9 drone kills. MasTeR transitioning out of this into a Twilight Council before the 3rd base. This looks like potentially Glaives. I mean, Glaives would be amazing right now as a follow-up, considering how much Erik has to re-drone and resaturate. As Erik, he does move out for a counterattack to attempt to delay the 3rd. Meanwhile, our eyes are on this Twilight Council. What do you have for us? What do you got? Show us the Glaives! Or something else. There it is. Glaives are on the way. Again, this makes the most sense. Considering that MasTeR already has a lead, this is a really good way to just close out the game. To close out the game and to finish off the Zerg player. Erik going to 2-base lair. Did Erik see the tech? He did. He did see the Twilight Council. He needs roaches. He needs roaches, and there it is. Roach Warden has been thrown down. Likewise, Erik, he does have some SimCity here. He can fully wall off with an Evo Chamber. Oh, and he cancels. Okay. He cancels Glaives, saves the 3rd base, and starts up Blink instead. Okay, a hard switch into Blink Stalkers. Did he see the tech? He hadn't seen anything. But I like this. I like his change. I do like this change. He's forcing a reaction. Erik, remember, he scouted. That's most likely what happened. Because Erik scouted the tech, because it was obvious it was going to be Glaives, we started Roach production. So MasTeR transitions, he deviates away from Glaives into Blink instead, into something more macro-oriented. Something that has more longevity. Because MasTeR is assuming that Erik would defend against the Glaives. Would defend. Say, oh right, sorry, my apologies. Looks like I had the wrong name. Thank you for pointing it out. There we go. Have fixed it. Have since fixed it. Oracle moves out. Roaches are amassing. Getting into burrow. Let's go. Getting into burrow. But Erik, he is behind. The reality here, he's behind. He's hoping that maybe MasTeR is too greedy. Again, Erik, he's waiting for the Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts that are never coming. Not anymore. MasTER's just chilling here with his Blink Stalkers, and he can now trade Roaches with Stalker. Gets a Revelation off. He spots the main army. Now, Burrow can be used kind of like Blink, where you can burrow Roaches individually and you can save them from shots and help them regenerate HP. So there is going to be micro potential for Erik, but alas, I don't really see him breaking MasTeR anytime soon. As Erik has to pull away. Erik does pull away. MasTeR does get across the map, hits the 3rd base, and Erik, he can't really fight this head on. He can poke forward, he can get the sentry, gets one, not bad. Gets one sentry. Goes straight Roach counterattack. Alas, the wall is gonna fall, he busts in. It breaks through the front door, takes down the Stalkers. And MasTeR, does he recall? Does he recall back home? So far, Roaches, they knock down more of these Stalkers. They get 1, they get 2. MasTER so far not really gaining any ground. Erik, he's holding. He is holding on, but honestly, MasTeR got what he wanted. He got everything he needed. What was that? The third. He killed the third base. That's all that's all MasTeR needed. As he snipes the Ravager, kites back against the Roaches. Back at home, the Roaches don't get into the mineral line. And MasTeR's holding. MasTeR, he is holding. Shout to the, oh no, the revelation. As there's revelation here on the Roaches, they get spotted, they get shut down. And MasTeR defends. And Erik is all in. At this point, Erik is completely all in. Link speed is done. He's rallying across the map. It's all or nothing for Erik. He does need to commit. Back at home, stasis traps. We have some shield batteries on the way. The main army here for MasTeR is not too large, but there's a lot of micro potential with it. With those Wing Stalkers, of course. Oracle does spot the army. Erik morphing in Ravagers. Coming in from multiple angles. Oh, stasis goes off. Brutal connection. And now MasTeR can just focus on one angle of attack. On the Ravagers. Does target one down. I'm still trading. Shaving off some Lings. Stasis is about to run out. And MasTeR is ready for it. Ready for the stasis. Likewise, building on more Stalkers, diving on the Ravagers. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Okay, resets the army. Just shuts Erik down completely. Lings, they're gaining value, don't get me wrong. But it's only the Lings. As every Ravager falls. And now MasTeR can counterattack. Now he can try to counterattack. He's waiting for... Does he have a robot? He does. The robot does have a Warp Prism. He can reinforce. And here comes the push. Here comes the move out. Erik once again getting ready for another Roach counterattack. Getting ready for a run by. Might actually just scout the army. Oh, barely not. As MasTeR, he sees the third, he sees no saturation. MasTeR moving in. Oh no, and Erik, no, he transfers. Does transfer. Worker's going to be going down the base as well. At the same time, here comes that run by. It's the one chance for Erik. But last, he's just losing too much here. Greater Concave for the Protoss. Blinks on forward, takes out the Roaches. Run by comes in, but the static defense is cannons, as shield batteries. More warp-ins. We even had Phoenixes here out of MasTeR, just in case. And the base goes down. And again, it's just been an uphill battle here for Erik the entire game. He never did recover after the 12 full. Never dealt enough damage. Did fall behind. And since then, MasTeR has been in the driver's seat the entire game. And with that, MasTeR, he's overwhelming. GG gets called, and MasTeR ties up the series 1-1. GG. Does tie things up. Again, Erik, he did start things up with a 12 pool and macroing up behind it. He was able to kill 3 pros, but alas, he still bled out all of his Lings, which meant he had to replace those Lings. We did see MasTeR immediately counterattack with the Adepts, and he was able to just pull Erik apart. He did a crippling damage early on, and that forced a reaction out of Erik. On top of that, if you remember, MasTeR, he responded with Glaive Adepts. Erik scouted, and remember, Erik, he was massing up Roaches, getting ready for Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts that never arrived, because after MasTeR got scouted, he switched into Blink. It was just a really smart response out of MasTeR, switching out of Adepts into Blink Stalkers, into a longer game state, into a greater army that does fare better against Roaches. So MasTeR was just all over Erik. That leads us into game number 2. So far, we're tied up 1-1, and we'll see how this story continues. Who will take a lead here in the series between Erik and MasTeR as we load into Amygdala? That was the first game? Yes, that was the first game. The reason why they tied up 1-1 is because Erik has not lost the series so far, because Erik came from the upper bracket. MasTeR already lost the series, so he does start with a deficit. But here we go, spawning in the right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Hellfire, Atlanta, Brazil, fighting back, tying up the series. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. Once again, opening up. This time, I believe, with a 14 pool. Does open up with a pool first. We have the Brazilian Zerg for the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Erik. And he is once again moving out with that drone. Does move out. Now, I believe this time this is going to be a hatch block. I could be mistaken, but I believe this time we should be seeing a hatchery on the expansion location. We'll see as we are biding our time. Now diving in. Oh, no, never mind. Does deny the wall off. Does deny the wall off. Here, Lings are going to be on the way. I believe this time it's going to be less committed. I mean, we can already see droning. We can already see droning here for Erik. Now we have a handful of Lings. 4 Lings so far. Last time Erik, he committed into like 12 Lings across the map. This time we'll see if he does pull away a little bit sooner and expand sooner as well, which is what I'm expecting. Boys are being pulled. It's going to be 5 workers off the mineral line, getting on top of the expansion. Erik, he will, yep, there we go. He'll focus us down and he will expand. So Erik, he's going for a much faster expansion. What's important, MasTeR he sees. He sees, he knows. Now he confirms that this is not as aggressive and not as committed as last game. Ooh, says a cancel. And this time, Erik does not get back into the main. This time, MasTeR can just calm things down, wall up, and expand. And you can see MasTeR, he doesn't even wall off. He expands first. That's how confident he is because of the scout. He knows. MasTeR knows he's safe. Gets the Nexus. Lings are still moving out. We have our 2 Zealots to defend. You could argue that maybe we could have gone away with just 1 Zealot instead of 2. And now we wall. So both players have much more comfortable follow-ups. Both players have more comfortable economic game states compared to the last game. Still not ideal, but we're getting there. So Erik is setting up back at home. He never even commits with the Lings. Never really hits the natural or the mineral line, or the wall, I should say. He stays back. And is double expanding. In a way, triple expanding. That's going to be hatch, hatch, hatch. Let's go. So it's pool hatch into the macro hatch, of course, into gas geyser, into the 3rd base. So Erik is trying to recover, trying to build back up, droning as hard as he can, but can he survive the adept aggression? Chase in. Adept does threaten the shade. This time we have plenty of Lings, a nice Evo wall, but oh, the Adept does still make it through. And 1 drone goes down, but this time only 1. Ooh, as opposed to like the 7 of last game. Like it was crippling damage in game 1, or in the last game. Here, Erik, he does deal with the Adept, does survive, and he can drone. Now we can just drone on up, we can just saturate our bases, we have our 2nd queen. You're going for the goal base as well. Meanwhile, MasTeR opening up Phoenix. Now, if you were here for the previous series, you would know that MasTeR, he did incorporate Phoenixes quite often. The reasoning for this is because Erik is very fond of Muta play. He's very fond of Spire into Muta as a follow-up after taking his gases. It is very common here for Erik. So MasTeR, he's in a way kind of getting ahead of that. It's only 1 Phoenix, only to hunt down Overlords, but he will have this, and this can come into play later on if Erik does go for the Spire. Or this is almost like a deterrent of Muta play. To already have 1 Phoenix. From here, Phoenix into Oracles. It's going to be a Robo follow-up. Robo before Twilight Council. This should be for Archons and Charge Lots. This should be Robo into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into Charge Archon. Yep, there it is. There is that Twilight Council follow-up. So it's building up into Charge Archon. Erik does go for a safety Roach Warren. And the scary thing here, because Erik, he's really fond of going for a fast lair, which we don't see, to be fair, there's no fast lair, but he's really fond of fast lair. If he does go for mutas, then MasTeR can strike before mutas come into play. Here, Erik is being a little bit more tentative when it comes to his tech. He's droning, just now going for the lair. It's going to be a 5-minute lair here for Erik, which means most likely going to commit into Roaches. Meanwhile, ooh, that I was not expecting. It's going to be Robo into Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, and that's a lot of gateways. Jesus. That's 5 extra gates on the way, and he's not done. Getting 6. He's got 8 in total. 8 gate glaives. He's gonna throw down even more. This probe. What do you have for us? What do you have for us? Show us more gates. Oh my, he's crazy. He's lost his mind. Yep, there it is. More gates. Getting up to 9. A 9 gate setup. Adepts, they shade in just initially here, and they attempt to harass. They scout, they spot the roach production. But this isn't all in. This is an all in here from MasTeR. There's no forge, there's no tech, there's no nothing else. Just mass gateway. Okay, does open the depths. Let's say warping across the map. Likewise, we do have the Spire on the. This is what we spoke about. He does, like Erik, he likes his mutas. That's why we brought it up earlier. Spire's on the way. Let us say move in. They knock down the initial queen. Queen goes down. Erik trying to keep up, but last is being overwhelmed. We have how many adepts so far? We have 13 adepts. They go into the Ravagers. They shade into the main. Ooh, but they do get surrounded. Yeah, there's a bit of a surround. Roaches, they trade well. They shut down the adepts, and this is not good enough. There's not good enough damage. On top of that, there we go. Jesus. Warping in 9 adepts at a time. That's crazy. Does warp in another wave. He's not done. But is he taking too long is the question. Is it taking too much time? Adepts are being surrounded. They're being cleaned up. Yeah, Erik, he's holding. He shuts this down. He shuts down the adepts. And there's nowhere near enough damage here. Now shading into the natural. They scout the Spire. They scout the mutas. Oh, now damage is being done. 6 drone kills. All it takes is 1 shade. All it takes is 1 missed moment. And 6 workers go down. Prism does fall. Adepts. Oh god, he's not done. He's not done. 8, 9, 10. 10 drone kills. Finally some damage. And we have more adepts. More adepts. They're walking across the map. More adepts on the left. Back at home, gases are being taken, and immortal production has begun. But what shoots up? We have adepts. We have immortals. We have more adepts. I mean, hey, he scouted the Spire. Like, mutas can be effective here. Only 3 though. Only 3 mutas. Erik, he hasn't had the luxury of really investing into any more. 3 mutas, that's not even enough to one-shot a probe, so, yeah, it's gonna be interesting here. Yeah, mutas are revealed. MasTeR should already be transitioning into Blink Stalker anyway. As adepts are being forced back. And Erik, he is not making any more mutas, he's droning. Sorry, my apologies, not quite droning, making lings. Making lings, taking up into the infestation bit, into Hive. Erik is taking. And investing into Hydra upgrades as well. Now, I still stand by. I think there was potential for mutas earlier on, but now less so. Now they've been revealed, so we have cannons, or sorry, shield batteries on the way. We have static defense, stalkers as well, into eventually Blink Stalkers. So MasTeR is getting ready. Meanwhile, Erik hard switching into Hydras into Lurker. So a Hydra Lurker on the horizon for Erik. Speaking of, yep, there they are. Lurker dens on the way. So hard switch into Lurker. MasTeR is unaware. He did scout the Hydra den though, but it's not uncommon to see both Hydras and mutas from Erik, or I should say the tech at least. MasTeR should notice that the muta count has not gotten any larger. It's only 3. He still did not research Blink though. He never researched Blink. So no Blink, no Forge, no +1. I mean, sorry, there is a Forge, but there's no +1. MasTeR, he's pushing out with 0-0 vanilla Stalkers. He's all in. This is basically an all-in here. He has an economy, don't get me wrong, to sustain this on 3 bases. But he has no longevity here. He has no intention for the game to go on any longer. Otherwise, he would start his upgrades. He wants to end it here and now. And if, potentially, if Erik was making mutas, then this could kill. But he's been massing up Roach Hydra, and in a couple of seconds, he's going to have some lurkers. Mutas from behind. Yo, shout out to the 3 mutas. Will he snipe the prism? Potentially. Oh! Mutas, they do come in. Prism under fire. Likewise, all just flying. Oh no, the mutas! 2 of them go down. Down to 1. 1 muta left. Lurker then is complete. Made a couple of lurkers. That'll be enough. Couple lurkers, all he needs. But now they're just trying to survive. Making more roaches. Jesus. Okay, this is kind of like a Soul Train-esque all-in with mass sentry and mass force field. How many sentries? 16. We have more sentries than any other unit. We have 16 sentries and 15 adepts. Oh my god. Oh, it's mass sentry. The last lurkers, they morph in, they have arrived, and then the detection. 0 detection here for MasTeR. He cannot break the lurker line. Observer has begun. But these lurkers, they buy so much time here for Erik. Oh, that's true revelation. Did you get the revelation? That's the answer. Hatchery should go down. Roaches pushing in. There are the force fields. Alas, Erik, he does commit. Knocks down the force fields, moving forward with those lurkers. Does move forward. Tries to burrow. And he will. He will burrow within range. Sentries are going down one after the other. They will all be reset. 0 sentries left. And Erik, he does it. He crashes through the main army. GG gets called, and Erik, he will take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG well played. Erik, he will take a lead here. Again, a wild game and a wild build. We had MasTeR going 9k glaive adepts, which was crazy, which did do some economic damage, don't get me wrong. Did get like what, 10 workers, but I'm sure he was hoping for more. I'm sure he was hoping to kill his opponent. That led into the reveal of mutas, into essentially a 3-base all-in out of MasTeR. No blink, no +1, no nothing, just pure sentry adept immortals. Crazy. But alas, thankfully for Erik, he wasn't going muta. He wasn't going muta. He only made 3 to harass. He was focusing on Roach Ravager Hydra production, taking into Hive and taking into Lurkers. And Lurkers, they popped out just in time. And there was no good answer to the Lurkers. No good answer. GG. GG, well played. Whew, that leads us into our next game. That leads us into game number 4. And we'll see if Erik can extend his lead or if MasTeR can bounce back and tie things up. So we are loading into our next game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the Brazilian Protoss, the blue Protoss from Team Hellfire, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. Yeah, the pressure is on to tie up the series. Spawning in the top left-hand corner. For the first time this series, not going for an early spawning pool, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. It is Erik. Oh, as he is moving out with a drone, but again, he does not have an early spawning pool. This makes sense on King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the largest maps in the map pool, very long rush distance by ground, so pool first or 12 pools are not very effective on this map. And yeah, it's just a hatch block. Just a hatch block here from Erik. The goal is to disrupt the opener, is to delay the economy, while Erik mass expands. We should be seeing hatchery into macro hatchery into a third base, similar to what we saw in Amygdala. As the hatch block has arrived. The hatch block has arrived. So far, MasTeR going for the pylon block, delaying the expansion, and I believe from here, Erik, he just gets his macro hatch. Yeah. So he does throw down his macro hatch. That is his go-to if there is a pylon block. Remember, it was a pool, so it was proxy, a hatch block into pool, then into macro hatch, and then followed by another hatchery. as there's a cancel into Evo Chamber. This drone ideally survives and gets into the main and tries to gas steal. The old worker does move down to low ground. There's a cancellation. Drone attempting to go back in. Oh, actually sticking around, delaying the expansion even further. Oh my god, it does delay. Very nicely done. Oh, being as annoying as possible. Delays the expansion, delays the Nexus. Oh my god, for the third time. No, finally. Finally gets placed. Erik going into the main. Again, going for the gas steal if at all possible. But the gas is taken by MasTeR. Erik is forced out. Back at home. Throws down the base. Throws down his own natural forlings into the natural, into the gas. Erik settling in. And now the pressure's on on MasTeR, not MaxFax, on MasTeR to counterattack. Let's see what he can get done. He's moving out with the first adept. Erik, he's moving down with the queen. Has a couple links to keep up. MasTeR does poke in. Does poke in, but doesn't commit. Again, there are plenty of links to punish. And MasTeR doesn't want to lose that adept. Back at home, going for a Stargate, and now we can settle into a longer game state. Again, we're in a large map, we're on King's Cove. It's going to take a long time to really settle into this. We should be heading into 3 and then 4 base saturation. As we do see MasTeR commit. Does commit to the shade. Nice movement with the lings. Does stutter step, does keep up, and does shut down. As the adept does fall. Erik getting his third. MasTeR back at home. Stargate open into Oracle into a third base as well. Now, last game we saw a crazy build where MasTeR went Robo into Twilight Council into Glaives. If you recall, I was assuming it was going to be Robo Twilight Council into Archon into Charge Archon. That's what I'm going to be leaning towards here. I mean, we'll see if he goes Robo first. I don't expect to see another crazy 9-gate Glaive that build here by MasTeR. Like, no shot. that's not going to happen. Not on King's Cove. No way. Ain't no way. As we have Oracle into Phoenix. Phoenix once again, as we mentioned before, the rationale here for MasTeR specifically opening Phoenix against Erik is because Erik is very fond of Mutaplay. I mean, hey, we even saw attempted Spire and Mutaplay last game from Erik, where he only made 3 mutas, but this is what we expect. Like, even in this game, we expect a Spire at some point from Erik. And there it is, Robo before Twilight Council. So once again, I would assume that this is going to be for Charge or Archon. That is my assumption here. For delaying the Twilight Council and going for the faster Robo. Last game, of course, it led into 9-gate Glaives, but that's more of the exception than the norm. Like, that was crazy. Zero Lord is going to be hunted down. We have the 520 layer timing here by Erik, taking his gases, droning on up. Getting into Roach Play, then eventually into his lair, into Hydrogen and Spire. Is what we expect out of Erik. Ooh. That's going to be Twilight Council into Forge. This makes me lean a little bit more towards potentially Blink Stalker. So we'll see if he goes for Blink or if he goes for a Templar Archives. Eyes are on MasTeR. Yep, there it is, Charge. Charge into Temple Archives. We have Immortal Production here as well. Again, this is MasTeR's go-to. It's his go-to kind of build of choice. And army setup. Erik is aware of this. Again, Erik and MasTeR, they play very often. They play very often. As we get our Gateway Explosion. Now, we are delaying the Temple... there we go. I was going to say we're delaying the Temple Archives a little bit longer, but there we go. Now it's on the way. This might be lined up with the second unit of choice. It's going to be Immortal first. I'm curious, do we go for a second Immortal or a Warp Prism? If it's a Warp Prism, then the... Yep, there it is. Warp Prism's on the way. I believe the Temple Archives is lined up with the Prism to move out with Archons. So this can turn into an Archon drop follow-up, or to an Archon push with the main army. Meanwhile, we have a tech from Erik. He's going for the Hydrogen into Infestation Bit. This time, no Spire. Surprisingly so. No Spire this time. But once again, going Roach Hydra into Lurker. That is the setup here that Erik has. Similar to last game, except of course without the Spire, without the Mutas. As we mentioned, Prism comes out, here come the Archons, and here comes the push. As MasTeR does rally across the map, he rallies everything, including the Immortal. The army gets spotted. Sentries are seen. Erik knows. Erik knows what's going on. He's to mass up an army as soon as possible. MasTeR is moving out. He's pushing. Storm has begun. Ooh, and MasTeR, upon being scouted, he moves out and he backs off. And what's happening here is he fakes a push, and Erik, he invests heavily into an army, where otherwise Erik could have droned. He could have droned, and we could have seen a Lurker Den by now. There would have been a Lurker Den, and the Hive would have begun, but the tech is now delayed because of the fake push of MasTeR. So MasTeR, he faked Erik out, getting a 4th base, and this means, yep, now the Hive begins, now the Lurker Den begins, but this is delayed. It's delayed here for Erik. Zealots drop into the natural. Let's go for the drop. Pulls away. MasTeR getting his 4th. There's that Lurker Den, but again, by now would have already been done. Would have already been completed. And there's the Spire. We did say at the start we expected the Spire at some point in this game, and we got it. We got the Spire. I'm telling you, Erik, he likes his mutas. He likes them. If he can get away with it, he will. So now MasTeR is just building up back at home. He's turtling, and what do we see? We see a fleet beacon on the way. As a result, once Erik realizes what's going on, we should be seeing Corruptor production, not Muta production here. If MasTeR committed to a ground-based army, then there's potential for Mutas, but with a second Stargate, with a fleet beacon, with Sky Toss on the way, less so. It's going to be about that Sky Zerg, about those Corruptors. Oh my god, meanwhile the Zealots, they do pop up. 6 drones go down, very nice damage. Spire is done. I believe MasTeR scouted the Spire with the Zealots. Yeah, he did scout the Spire. He knows. But again, at this kind of game state, it should just be for Corruptor play. And there it is, Corruptors are on the way. Looks like they rallied to hunt down the Prism. As MasTeR is securing himself. Is securing his center expansion, going for the 5th. Carrier production has begun, +1 air attack. MasTeR is building up here. And this is the late game that we come to expect on King's Cove, as both players are maxing out. MasTeR building up his ideal composition of Sky Toss with ground support of Spellcasters, Storm, Archons, Immortals. Storm popping up, catching out all the roaches, and the roaches are going to be going down. Erik, he does want to trade these out, but it's not going to be the most efficient trade here by Erik. As he will throw his roaches away. With that, he wants to replenish them with more Lurkers and more Lings. More Hydras and Lings. Likewise, rotating over. Revelation does get eyes on the rotation. MasTeR is aware. MasTeR is keeping up. First Lurker goes down. Nice storms. Yeah, Carrier is revealed. Now Erik is aware. So where are the carriers? Lurkers pushing forward. Push forward here, gaining more ground. Likewise, MasTeR going for a massive zealot counterattack. There are Lings to defend though, plenty of Lings. Not going to be the most efficient trade here for Erik, but he should clean this up. There we go. And we'll collapse on this. Not the cleanest of trades, but Erik does hold. More Corruptors are building up. Oh, MasTeR Storm on the... Oh my god, MasTeR Storm on the Lurkers. Lurkers, they will just melt. And MasTeR just crushes this army. Storms pop up. There's 3 Lurkers remaining. MasTeR can just keep going. And he will. He will clean up what little is left. Okay, pulling behind the supply. Remaxing with Corruptor. Corruptors are building up. Building up here. Yeah, Erik's trying to refine his own army as well, going and setting up for run-bys. Still stuck with all these roaches, he has to get rid of them. He needs to get rid of the roaches. Find some side defense. Now, coming into the late game, there are a couple of different army compositions you can go for, depending on what there is. This is a very heavy High Templar composition with very few Immortals. This is where something like Corruptor Ultra can do quite well. Lurker Tech can also be viable here, but it can be a little bit more difficult actually getting on top of the ground army. It's more of a defensive force. Being aggressive with it does take quite a bit of effort. And we'll see if Erik can pull this off. Once again, massive storms on the roaches. But High Templar, they get taken out. Not bad. High Templar go down, Immortals as well. Erik does rotate. Looking for a yoink. Doesn't quite get the abduction. Doesn't quite get it. Erik moving in. Oh. Storm does run away. Does try to. Yeah, there's the massive cloak. Do we get a yoink? We don't. Yeah, Viper goes down. Massive pickup. Storms on the Corruptors. Files, they graze the mothership. But it doesn't care. Yeah, the mothership stands strong. And the Skydust army is going to overwhelm. Takes down everything. The Lurkers, the Roach Ravager, the Spellcasters, and the Corruptors as well. MasTeR takes a much stronger fight. That was not if Erik. He took so many storms to the face. Again, the problem against this kind of composition is you have to take a slow approach. You have to take it slow. And if you don't, things like that happen. Erik is trying to go into what looks to be Broodlord Infestor. Does he have a Greater Spire? Ooh, no Greater Spire. Uh-oh. So no Broodlords. Going to be Corruptor Infestor set up instead. Looks to be Corruptor Infestor Lurker. As we're massing up more Hydras to morph into Lurkers. Erik is in a Tentaling run by. As more storms are popping up. It does feel like Erik is still just one step behind that of MasTeR. Like, MasTeR is building up his bank, getting another expansion, still building up a higher carrier count. At this point, I wouldn't be opposed to even stopping carrier production and going into a couple of Tempests. Like, we have 10 carriers. That's a lot of carriers. Arguably too many. I mean, if there are no Broodlords, I guess it's fine. True. As we have MasTeR splitting up a couple of carriers on the right-hand side. I want to say it seems like MasTER's recognized that he does have too many carriers, so he's just splitting off. And make use of it. Likewise, Lurker's moving in. Do we have Neural? We do not. Uh-oh. So only Fungals available. I guess Fungals and Microbial Shroud. Does Fungal the army, but where's the follow-up? Okay, here come the Corruptors. They're coming from behind. The Chain Fungals, they lock down the army. Corruptors dive in. There's the Microbial Shroud. But, yeah, the Corruptors are just dying. The Corruptors, they cannot touch the army. The Fungal, it looks down the army, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. MasTER breaks through the defensive line, takes everything down, takes out all the Infestors, all of the Lurkers. And again, Erik, he just keeps going for this more, like, aggressive style of trying to force a fight and trying to dive in. But that's not how you deal with SkyToss. Like, unfortunately, like, you just can't pull that off. Like, especially in this kind of defensive setup with all these cannons and shield batteries, like, MasTER, he wants to fight on his terms, on his side of the map. And Erik is giving MasTER what he wants. If you're in this kind of game state here as a Zerg player, it's a hard pill to swallow. But the reality is, what you have to do is you have to gain map control, mass expand, and throw down a force of spores. Just mass expand, spread creep, and throw down a wall of spores and a wall of spine crawlers. Get into Broodlord Infestor with Corruptor and fight with your stack defense and embrace like an hour-long game. Like that's. But the reality is, a lot of players, and I mean, there's a reason why we've heard from a lot of pro Zerg players now stepping away from the game. They don't enjoy playing that. Understandably so, but it's not something that they enjoy doing, but it's what you're forced to do if you want to try to contest against this. And right now, Erik's not really set up for it. He's lacking bases, he's lacking economy, he's lacking creep. Like, the creep is also very lacking here. So that's why I mean, intentionally so, because Erik, he's trying to end the game. Like, he's trying to kill MasTER ahead of time. It's just not working out. That's the problem here. He's trying to end it, not quite working out. And MasTER is getting further ahead. Now, there is still potential for Erik. I don't want to take away from that. We're still maxed out versus maxed out. Erik, if MasTER pushes onto creep, true. If he moves out into the open, if he starts to be aggressive, then Erik can attempt to surround, and he can take a fight. He can clean this up. There's potential there, but he has to rely on MasTER overstepping. He has to rely on MasTER overextending, overstepping, and making a mistake. Because, let's be honest here, for the past, like, almost, I want to say for the past 8 minutes, MasTER has been staying at home. And he's only been going for Zealot run bys. He's been staying at home. You can see even here, he's throwing down more cannons, more shield batteries. Again, to re-emphasize what I said earlier, he wants to fight with all this static defense. He wants to fight at home. And Erik's been giving it to him. And I'm afraid that Erik's going to do it again. I'm afraid that Erik's going to push in once again. And there's nothing pressuring MasTER from pushing. MasTER doesn't have to fight. He doesn't have to push. He's chilling. He's big chilling right now. This is how you play Protoss, mate. Just throw down this. There's a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries, take another expansion and build up a bank. Like, there's no pressure on MasTER. He's fine. And it looks like Erik is realizing this. Yep, now he's taking bases. Now Erik is double expanding. He's like, okay, I just, fine. I guess we're doing this. MasTER's like, yeah, let's go. So Erik is getting more upgrades. He has yet to invest into his Greater Spire, so that's still missing. So still no Greater Spire. Likewise, we still need to emphasize that creep. Erik is pushing forward. Oh, it looks like he wants to engage. Uh-oh. I mean, he will get better positioning here. Takes down a cannon. Nice positioning here with these Lurkers. Not bad. Knocking down some cannons. MasTER being patient. This is where I mentioned earlier that we have too many carriers. If the Zerg player is pushing into you, carrier can be okay, but ideally you do want Tempests to help deal with these siege units. Like, Tempests are ideal to pick away at the army and to be even more efficient. So this is where, as the game progresses, I'm going to be a little bit more critical here of the army comp that MasTer's using. For now, I still think it's okay, but if we do get into Broodlord Infestor, that's when Tempests are more required. We're not there yet, though. Again, there's still no Greater Spider. Here comes a Cloak. Oof. Nice feedback on the Viper. Viper gets shut down, but there's still Fungals. Yeah, Fungal in the main army does dive in, show us the Storms, and massive Storm of the Corruptors. Oh my god! The Storms are brutal and every Corruptor goes down. The Zerg army melts for a third time. That was the third time Erik tried to force a fight. That's the third time he has lost the fight. And that's going to be the third time that I tell Erik to calm down. Back up. Stop pushing into the front. It's not working, baby. It's not working. Ay, ay, ay. And you can see that MasTer, did he lose anything there? He lost 2 carriers. He lost 2 carriers against 18 Corruptors. Again, like MasTer, he wants to fight at home. And now he can push out. Now he can break out. Erik, he's remaxing with Mass Corruptor. I mean, hey, the Lings there getting some damage done. MasTer turns back around. What I will say is that MasTer, he hasn't rebuilt his stack defense. True, so this position is a little bit weaker than it once was, as he hasn't rebuilt his cannons or shield batteries. So Corruptors are coming in. He wants them. He wants the carrier. And no Archons. Yeah, no Archons. Mass Storm. But it looks like Erik, he will clean this up. He will clean this up. Lack of Archons is brutal. Oh my god, I mean, the Storms are still insane, don't get me wrong. Jesus, this is still a rough trade for Erik. He will clean this up at the cost of almost every Corruptor. Mass DT breaks out though. Breaks through. Takes down the expansion. Do we have detection? Somewhat we do. Base goes down. And now we get Archon after the fact. After the fight. Again, this shows why Mass Carrier is less than ideal and you need support, and there we go. Mass is like, oh yeah, Archons are pretty good. So now he's going to be reinforcing with more Archon. And what happens here is basically Archons, they deter that kind of dive. Archons, they do so much splash damage. So the next time if Erik tries to dive in, now Mass is going to be more prepared. But this is what I have to say. Look at the bank. Look at the bank here. MasTer, he has to rebuild. He did lose a lot there, losing the mothership and losing, it was what, like 10 carriers? Jeez, he lost like, I want to say 8 carriers in that fight. Templar getting called out. Ooh, gets 2 and forces out an Archon. So Erik, he's in this. Erik, he's in this game. He reset the carrier count. Erik, now he has bases. Now, unlike, 8 minutes ago, now he has expansions. He has a proper economy. He has a bank that's somewhat building up. And you know what I see? The Greater Spire. Let's go. Greater Spire is finally on the way. And now Erik, he can start working towards Broodlord Infestor. And essentially the dynamic here is going to be the Broodlords are going to be trying to zone and even catch out the Archons and High Templar. And right now there's no good answer to the Broodlords. That's where Tempests come into play, where Tempests have to zone the Broodlords away, and you have this dance. You have the dance between the Broodlords and the Tempests and the 2 main armies. So this is where I'm a little bit more concerned for MasTer. Not saying that this can't work, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult for MasTer than it otherwise should be. We're not there yet. And remember earlier we spoke about needing like a spore forest. We're kind of getting there. We have like a spore tree line setting up here in the center. More Corruptors amassing. Nice Hydra counterattack here. Hits the center expansion. Takes down a couple of cannons. Gee, this army is terrifying though. Like this is a superior army to what we saw previously from MasTer. Like it's huge. That's a lot of Storm, a lot of Archons, a lot of Carrier. We're waiting for the Broodlords. We're waiting for Broodlord, Lurker, Corruptor, Viper, Infestor. For now, it looks like we're looking for a yoink, for an abduction. Things to get across. Erik's still shocking around. He has +3, but he's lacking. There we go. He now starts +1 flyer carapace. And Erik is trying to deny these bases, but MasTeR, he is still expanding. Taking another Nexus. Trying to double expand even. Securing bottom left. A nice burrow out of Erik, being annoying. Let's go with the lunge. How many corruptors do we have? 25. 25 corruptors. Not bad. Erik's still lacking when it comes to creep. Still trying to build up. Ooh, as Erik, he will lose all these Hydras, but here come the corruptors, catching out a free carrier. Not bad. Carrier goes down. Archons as well. This is another extension here from MasTeR. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh my god. Archons, they cracked. Crazy. As they should still get out of here, as they're gonna get picked up by the Lings. Yeah, they're gonna be cleaned up. Mothership's on the way. MasTER still rotating between his territory. Getting another base up and running. Cannons are unfortunately a little bit too far forward here to defend against those Lings. There's potential. Erik's still shocking around, looking for any stray units, any stray carriers. Is still looking. Oh. Place that back at it. Let's go. I'm still not convinced by the main army. Oh my god, Erik has to be careful. Does have to be careful. We cannot fight this head on, not just with his corruptors and vipers. Hydras, they rotate. Zealots, they overwhelm those spine crawlers. Jesus, the spine force did go down. Gets the mineral line. They distract the lurkers. Lurkers do rotate. Base is gonna fall. This is also the downside of not having enough creep. This lurker rotation was delayed because there's no vision here. No creep. Hey, Zealots, they can pop up. They don't care about your line of 10 spine crawlers. No. They'll shut it down. Couple of DTs waddling in. Dark Templar waddled in as well. Still punishing the base. Getting caught out. And now we have finally our first wave of Broodlords. This is concerning though. MasTER cannot be allowed to take this base. If this base gets taken, he's gonna have such a clear route to the natural and the main base of Erik. This is a very, very dangerous location here that MasTER is trying to go for. Likewise, Hydras, they do distract, keeping Erik busy. DTs will hunt down the Hydras. You can see both workers vying for the expansion. Broodlords have arrived. There's the first Tempest. Again, now that we see Broodlords, now Tempest production has begun. I would have liked to have seen Tempest sooner. This is the first Tempest. Already one Archon goes down. Nice down here with the Broods. LD2 counterattack takes down more drones. But yeah, now we have full Tempest production in full swing here for MasTeR. Trying to refine his army. You know, the area of the carrier has kind of come and gone in a sense. Now you don't want to go mass Tempest. Ideally you want like a nice split between like carrier and Tempest. They both have their place. Nice fungals, catching out the DTs. Dark Templar Courts. And MasTeR, he is going to be committing. Now bearing in mind, he does have a recall. Speaking of, oh, he abandons the High Templar. Dangerous. His army is split. Uh-oh. Oh, tempted. Tempted, but the Archons, they back off. Okay, just a really awkward recall there. You have to bring everything together. Now, I believe that was a Mothership recall. Yeah, that was a Mothership recall. There is still a base recall available. So, MasTeR, he has a second recall if need be. Lings, they hit the expansion. Base is denied. Again, it's so important here that Erik makes sure this base does not get up and running. Otherwise, once the base gets up, then we get a wall of cannons and shield batteries, and then Tempest, they can start laying siege upon this entire location. So there's a lot of pressure on Erik here, as MasTeR has basically been slow expanding towards Erik over the course of the past, like, 20 minutes. And he's almost there. He's almost at Erik's bases. Erik once again going for another Ling Hydra counterattack. Trying to force the army back home. And we do see a response. Tempest almost gets caught. Carriers moving in. Now Erik, he should notice this, that there's one Tempest, there's two carriers. This is tempting. Erik could try to punish these units and try to catch them on their own. As we do see, oh, army moves forward. Army does move forward. Once again, next is going to be denied. Erik taking it himself. Maintains that position on the left-hand side. What I was going to say is that that's why these cannons are important, is that these cannons are protecting, like, these stray units here from MasTeR, ideally. Like, they zone. Oh! Tempest got a couple of free shots off. Couple of shots pop off. Erik's still ready for a counterattack. MasTeR, he has split up. He has an army here to defend. But there's not much side defense here. So, bold move from MasTeR to move out with this. He gets spotted by the changelings. Erik, yeah, he responds. He wants it. He wants this. There we go, going for the mass storms. Corruptors are on the way. And then MasTeR, he has to get the hell out of here. Ah, it's too late. It's too little too late. Erik comes in. That's going to be free. 2 Tempests and 2 carriers. Ay, ay, ay. Big overextension from MasTeR. Massive pickle for Erik. Why is this army going to be that much weaker? Broodlords moving in. Ooh, they do overextend. Broodlords that get picked up. It's going to be, what, 4 Broodlords going down? How many High Templar? 9. Yeah, waiting for the storms. Nice feedback. Feedback pops off. Storm zones. And MasTeR is pushing his way through. Yeah, Erik, he cannot stop this. He lost all the Broodlords. Like, without Broodlords, he cannot stop the Grand Army. He lost all the Broodlords early on. Storms popping up. He commits. He dives in. Dives on the army. Mass storm. The Archons, they get massive shots off, and the Corruptors are melting. Corruptors are all going down. Oh, they're trying to trade, though. Up. Can they take down the carriers? It's close. There's 4 Corruptors left. Down to 2. Nah, it's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough. The carriers and the Mothership, they hold their own. It was close, but Erik, he's broke. Erik, he's broke. He has no money. MasTeR has a bank. MasTeR can rebuild. He can remax. At least on sell it, at least. He has a mineral bank. Gases are lacking, as he is running out of gas. The problem here is that MasTeR has no gas, Erik has nothing. Like Erik, he has no gas or minerals. He's squeezing out a couple of corruptors. True. Couple of corruptors on the way. There's the MasTeR reinforcement wave. Headed towards top right. No static defense. MasTeR does have to consolidate though. Does have to bring everything together. Zelda wreaking havoc. And remember, MasTeR can always recall. He can always recall back home. As he will take down the economy. Erik losing everything. 23 drones going down. 24 even. Erik down to 15 drones. This is his economy. 1 mineral patch and 1 gas geyser. This is it. This is all that Erik has left. He can maybe catch out a carrier. Maybe. He's going for the mothership. Lings, they type in. But the cloak is brutal. Mothership is going to go down, but only the mothership, and the carries a reign supreme. GG gets called, the Tempest as well, and MasTeR. He will tie things up 2-2. Whew. Oh my god, we're going to game 5. GG. GG, well played. Whew. MasTeR, he does tie things up 2-2. We have a back and forth. We're getting into game number 5. Just catching up. Whew. Oh my god. Let's go, Pappy. What a turnaround. Yeah, there was one big moment when Erik was able to dive in and reset the carrier count. Like, that was the moment for Erik, but outside of that, like, he was lacking in economy, he was lacking bases. It took, unfortunately, it took a little bit too long for Erik to recognize the game state and accept the game state for what it was. As we were mentioning, we saw 3 different dives. We saw 3 separate, like, committed attacks from Erik. We was trying to end the game, and he couldn't. He couldn't end the game. He tried to, he failed to. He took some really rough fights. If he had tried to go for that slower style early on, then maybe could have had more success, but it just took a really long time for that to kind of come to pass. I felt like he could have gone a lot longer. Erik had no money. he had no money. It's one of those things where no money. But here we go. We're getting into game 5. Getting into game 5. We'll see who takes the lead. Erik, after losing the Broodlords, that was GG. Yes, as we did mention, if you recall, unfortunately, Erik, his Broodlords were exposed. That was when Erik was able to get a free double Tempest and double Carrier, which was good for Erik, but he had left his Broodlords idle and they got caught out. If that hadn't happened, then the game would have continued. If that's what you're referring to, 100%. 100%. If he had been able to babysit those Broodlords a little bit better, then probably would have seen an extended game from there. But alas, everything just snowballed out of control once the Broodlords went down. But now, as we did mention during the cast, but now we're getting into game number 5. Here we go, we're tied up, and now who will take a lead in the series? Who will maintain that momentum? This morning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, for Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing the CranKy Ducklings. Whew, going for the 12 pool. It is Erik. Hello. He's going for a 12 pool. He's going for a drone across the map. Again, we are loading into a much smaller map. Welcome one more to Leylines. Leylines is much smaller compared to King's Cove. And the goal here for Erik is to try to get a cheeky one over on his opponent. We have seen Erik go for these earlier pool timings already in this series. This time, I believe his plan is to block the wall and to commit with these links. And here we go. The hatchery has been placed, and the lings are amassing. Remember, this is a 12 pool, not a 14 pool like we saw previously. 14 pool, technically it was a 15 pool that we saw like last game or the game before that, where Erik did make a hatchery. This time, Erik is more committed. Now, Erik, it looks like he will still expand, but this time he's reinforcing with more lings. He's reinforcing with additional lings as he expands. There's the hatchery. So Erik is not all in, but he still is hoping to get some damage done with this. That's a lot of boys being pulled. Oh my god. So 6 boys off the mineral line, as Zeld as well. There's a cancellation. And Erik, he saves the drone. He saves the drone. Lings are moving in. We'll see if he can find some worker damage. Pokes forward. Up. Again, he wants a probe. Ideally, he wants a worker. Up. Gets a couple of shots off, but he gets 1. He gets 1 probe so far. He wants 2. Does want 2. He gets 2. Can he get 3? Can he get 4? Uh-oh. This is getting out of hand here as he gets 4 probe kills. That's all that Erik wanted. He will get a zealot as well. And from here, Erik drones. From here, Erik drones. A very strong start for Erik. He gets 4 probes and a zealot. That should not have happened. And with that, Erik will be able to back up and saturate. From here, he's droning, he's making queens. Now, there is going to be an Adept counterattack, and here we go. The Adept is zooming across the map as we speak. It's going to be on Erik here to deny damage, to make some safety links back at home, and to make sure this one Adept doesn't get out of hand. Ideally, this Ling wanted to keep the Adept at home. That is not the case. MasTeR, he ignores the Ling, he keeps a Zealot on it, and he moves out. He knows that he has potential with his Adept. Oh, doesn't get the larva. Quick morph in there out of Erik. Does zone the Adept away. So far, so good. Erik is holding on. He is holding, he's got his 4 Lings, and now he can drone. Again, 4 Lings is all he needs against 1 Adept. Second Adept is on the way. Stargate as well, into Oracle. Second Adept already here, I should say. Shading in. This can get a bit out of hand. Yeah, he commits. He commits to the shade, he cleans up the Lings. 4 Lings is not enough for 2 Adepts. Gets 1 drone, gets 1. Doesn't get the other. Nice target firing out of Erik. We're losing 1 drone so far, loses a second. Second drone goes down, up, loses a third. So 3 drone kills for 2 Adepts. I would say that is acceptable losses here for Erik. As Erik, he will take a 3rd base and keep droning. But the pressure is still on. Erik is still the defender. Erik, he now has to defend against what comes next, the Oracle. The Oracle is on the way. So Erik, he needs those spores. You can see the first spore already in production, and the second as well. So he throws down 2 spores, spreading creep, massing up, and droning. So they're droning up. Now we can get into a longer game. We can just calm things down. We can embrace a longer game state here. Once again, we have a Robo follow-up. This should be for Charged Archon once again. There was that, I think it was game 1, where we saw MasTeR go into like 9-gate Glaive Adepts. But again, I do feel like that was the exception to the norm. This should be Robo into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into Charged Archon out of MasTeR. Erik is going for the safety Roachhorn. Once again, Erik, if he can get away with it, he's quite fond of Spire play. I don't quite like mutas on ley lines. The map is quite small, it's quite short. It can be quite risky going into muta play. We'll see what he goes for once he gets his lair. As for now, he's still droning. Still droning. We should be seeing the lair momentarily here, as we're getting up to 530 mark. We're getting up to the 530 mark. We have the money for it. There it is. Lair is now on the way. Bit of a later lair here compared to last game. As is at 5:45. So Erik is taking. MasTeR moving out with a handful of Adepts. Erik confirms the 3rd. There's the Immortal production. There's +1. There's the Twilight Council. And we are waiting for further tech from here. We're expecting charge. Yep, charge on the way into Archons, into Templar Archives. Now from here, Erik has a choice to make. The problem here is that if he does decide to skip tech, if he does try to go into Spire play, then he's going to be vulnerable to a Charge Archon timing if MasTeR scouts. So far gets 3 more drones for 2 Adepts. Ooh, +1 melee, not +1 range. Okay. +1 melee, this feels like Ling Hydra out of Erik. And there's that Hydra. So Ling Hydra here from our Zerg player. We might still see a Spire at some point. Erik is just quite fond of taking in both directions. But Erik is skipping roaches. Now what's scary here, Gateway Explosion. On Gateway Explosion we have 6 gates on the way. There's the Spire that we spoke about into Muta play. I'm not too fond of Mutas here, but we'll see if Erik commits. For now we're going for a Gateway Explosion into Temple Archives, and I believe MasTeR intends on striking with this Warp Prism with an arc on timing. And okay, he cancels. Whew. I was about to say, if he commits to purely Ling Hydra, I think Erik dies. Thankfully, Erik, he cancels +1 melee, starts up range once he sees the army. Now, this is going to be delayed, true. Roach speed and +1 range is going to be delayed, but at least it's on the way, and at least Erik is making roaches. Otherwise, he would be in a lot of trouble. Whew. So he's switching into roaches. Likewise, his Lings are here to scout the move out. MasTeR is building up, and MasTeR, he doesn't push. What do we see instead? Storm. Storm is on the way. MasTeR is still building up. Now what this means here is that if MasTeR is passive, if MasTeR doesn't push, then Erik can make mutas. And I believe so far unscouted. Yeah, unscouted here. So this is a viable option. Prism is moving out to harass, not to move out with the main army. And yeah, MasTeR is being defensive. He's expanding. Taking a 4th base, he's staying back home. Prism only to harass. Do we go for the Spire? Do we go for the mutas? There is an opening for it. Sees the 4th. Sees the 4th base. Does push forward. Creature on the way. Yeah, I would say seeing the 4th expansion is a tell that it's safe to go Muta. And there it is. 5 mutas are in production. So Erik, he knows that he is safe to do so. Prism into the main. And likewise, Erik now he takes up into the Infestation Pit. So he does take up. Zealots say do not get eyes on the Spire. MasTeR does not know. But Erik is known for playing Muta, and yep, there we go. We have safety cannons in every mineral line regardless. Now this is because Erik has a reputation. Even though Erik can be very chaotic at times, he does very much so enjoy playing Muta here in this matchup. The mutas are revealed. They shut down the initial Phoenix, as there was a Phoenix base opener, but that does give time to warp in Stalkers. And these mutas, they do not get damage done. So far, a good response here by MasTeR. Response. Mutas, they can still hunt down that Warp Prism, though it's going to be a one-way trip. Mutas, they turn around. We have to recall. There it is. Recall just in time. Whew. Very nice game sense here from MasTeR. He was aware that the mutas had left. He knew the general vicinity. Did recall in time. So nice moves here from MasTeR. Likewise, Erik, the Hive is on the way into Lurker Tech. Now, bearing in mind that the Hive and the Lurker were delayed in favor of the Spire and in favor of the mutas. So Lurkers, they are not ready. And here comes MasTeR. He's finally pushing, this time with Storm. And Erik's out of position. Oh, Erik is out of position. He's across the map. Can he hold on back at home? He has to buy time. He has to buy time. As Erik, he does commit in. There's a wall of cannons. There's a stasis trap as well. MasTeR does turn around, though. He turns back around. Ooh, we take the storms to the face. Oh, my God. MasTeR, yeah, he knows. He knows he's fine at home. Or he should be. As MasTeR, he does turn back around. Zelsa distracted towards the north side. Erik pushing his way into the natural. MasTeR going for the kill, going for the 4th. And he has plenty of storms. But he has no reinforcements. Nice storm with the roaches. Oh my God, the storms are popping up. He has so many storms, so many High Templar. Roaches, they're gaining some value, but the base is going to fall. Massive storm on the Hydras. And Erik, he can't really touch this army, not without Lings. Ideally, Lings would close the gap. Oh my, he just tanks, he tanks the storms. The storms are brutal and everything's going to go down. Erik, his army melts across the map. He does depower. He's getting some economic damage. Oh, actually getting quite a lot. Uh-oh. Probes are going down. No reaction to MasTeR. Delayed reaction. Gets 14 workers. Oh my God, this round! The High Templar! Okay, one High Templar gets surrounded. The others have to get the hell out of here. Erik with the punish. He intercepts. And he will collapse on top of this. The High Templar are all going to go down. Oh my god. Takes out most of them. There's what one High Templar left. Catches the Archon. We're getting chaotic. We're getting rowdy, Papi, as he gets 22 probe kills, resets High Templar count. There's one High Templar left of the main army. One Templar remaining. Erik, he's still in this. Like, it's still better for MasTeR, and MasTeR still has the better economy. True, true. The Protoss still has the better economy here. But this is still so tense. And we have Lurker range on the way. Erik, he can morph in the Lurkers. There they are. 4 Lurkers morphing in. This is what he's been needing the entire game. He needs those Lurkers. Without them, you saw what happens. You saw just how quickly the army can melt a storm. Lurkers are a necessity. But at the same time, as one player gets Lurkers, the other embraces Skytoss. Now, there's only one Stargate. Only one Stargate, so it's a slow transition into Skytoss, which means Erik, if he sees this in time, he has time to respond, to make Corruptor. Remember, he already has a Spire. This is the benefit of Erik's style of always opening up Muta in some way, is that he has access to Corruptor if need be. So he already has the tech, he just needs a scout, as he hasn't really confirmed this yet. For now, the carrier count is low enough where Lurker Hydra is good enough to keep up, to maintain. Meanwhile, a big shout to Flipper Flapjack. Shout out to Flipper Flapjack in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Papi. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Hope the smudge was minimal and you got many ladder points. Get that, welcome all to the grand finals of Amantes of StarCraft. This is a Brazilian tournament, a monthly tournament. And we're in a best of 7. Oh, my apologies. It's best of 7, not best of 5. I did fix that on the UI. But this is a best of 7. This is how Rame gets dealt with. Army moving out. I was BM non-stop on the EU server. Yo, the BM on EU hits different. Like, the amount of vitriol that I've gotten laddering on EU, it eclipses anything on NA that I've ever experienced, I'll be honest. I'll be honest, mate. I'll be honest. Like, EU is EU ladder, I should say, is it's a place. Jesus. Didn't expect that. Yeah, the first time I laddered on EU, it was not a pleasant experience. The amount of slurs that get thrown at you, it's crazy. But here we go. Threats, yeah, I've gotten a lot of death threats on the EU ladder. I've never gotten a death threats on NA. Anyway, from here, we just see Erik pushing in. Erik, he does move forward. Oh, setting up. And alas, he has, of course, scattered the carrier. We've been seeing the slow push forward. At the same time, MasTeR going for a massive Zealot counterattack. There's one Lurker in position. Does bust in. Drone's going to be going down. There's only one Lurker to defend. Yeah, workers are falling. MasTeR just turtling up. Lurkers are slowly getting ground. Oh, massive shot on the Stalkers. Fungal as well. Not bad. The Lurkers, they gain value. They shut down the Gateway Army. They catch one of the High Templar. Lurkers are trading well. At the same time, only 9, I say only 9. 9 drones go down. But the run-by gets cleaned up. And now Erik, he can focus on this push. He can focus on his assault. Taking down one of the Stargates. True. Stargate's under fire. Will deny the Tempest. Tempest is denied. But at this point, I feel like we need Corruptor. Because that Skytoss army is getting out of hand. There's 4 carriers, 2 Tempest. Lings, they hit the natural. Base goes down. One rocks. Cap. Oh, as we do get 20 probe kills. I mean, nice thing around my hit was natural. Workers also falling here on the front lines. And Erik, he's getting on top of another Stargate. That's 2 Stargates going down. Uh-oh. MasTeR down to 1 Stargate. Now, he hasn't lost any Skytoss units yet, but this is going to impact his production. And if he takes a bad fight, he's not going to be able to rebuild. As that's a 2nd Stargate falling. Also, no, the ladder is just full of people getting sad and getting, like, angry when they lose. Like, that's all it is. They're just clowns, baby. They're just clowns. They just get very sad when they lose. Very angry. There you go. Erik pushing in. He's maxed out. I mean, mate, this push of lurkers, MasTer's been having a hard time dealing with this. Gets a couple of lurkers. 2, 3 lurkers going down. Tempest popping up. Oof. And here they come. Finally, Corruptors. Corruptors are on the way. Lings, they bust into the mid run for a second. Hero! The wall's not a wall. The wall is wide open. And mate, Erik, he's pulling MasTeR apart. 34 probe kills. Lunges forward. Takes out another Tempest. Takes down another Tempest. And we're down to how many? Down to 4. 4 Tempests left. The base is under fire. It's going to go down. Ah. Erik, he's pulling it off. Despite a shaky game, it was very shaky. It was like oh. Kongu goes up. Corruptors diving in. I don't think Erik has to dive here. Yeah, he doesn't have to push. Brutal Storms. Erik here overextends. Killing the base was all he had to do. And he can go for the all-in. He can just go for the all-in here. This is a terrifying army. Look at how many High Templar he has. So many Storms. Tempest moving forward. Erik, he poked the bear. He did do crippling damage, but MasTeR still has a terrifying force. He's got how many? He's got 4 Tempests. He's got 5 Carrier. He can still break Erik. Yeah, and Erik, he cannot stand, and not here. Corruptors, they try to dive in. Storms burn them away. Lurkers getting free damage. No detection. Uh-oh. No detection. Alas, the army's cloaked anyway. Takes down the Archon. MasTeR moving in. Can we set up some kind of surround? We do catch a Carrier. Carrier does fall. Cloak runs out. Cloak does run out. Oof, and we had to try to commit here. The Storms are brutal. Once again on the Corruptor, on the Hydra. The Lings, they do shut down the High Templar, but is it too late? Did the Storms do enough? Yeah, there's too much in the air. Too much in the air, too much Skytoss. MasTeR, he's doing it. He is doing it. We're down to what? We're down to 5 Hydras. It's close. No Interceptors. Uh-oh. No Interceptors left. There's barely any. Clutch Transfuse. Oh no. Down to 3 Hydras. Down to 2. Down to 1. Ah, not enough Hydras. Not enough Hydras here. And MasTeR, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the Queens. Breaks through the main army. Cripples the economy. There's 11 Hydras in production. Is that enough? 11 Hydras. They can kill the mothership. There we go. Mothership goes down. And can he get on top of the Carrier? No. Oh god. Oh look, he runs into the Spore. The Spore intercept. Let's go. Spore brings it down. We're down to 2 Carriers and 1 Tempest. Let's go. Erik going into Corruptor. Trying to decide what he wants to make. I mean, he's out of money. He's out of money. He's broke. He has no income. Erik making 3 Corruptors, and I don't think that's going to be enough here. MasTeR Luminous is mining. So is Erik. Trying to at least. Yo, drone rush. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, no. As Erik is trying to muster his forces, he will save the drones and he can go back to mining. True. Just has to buy time. How many spores? Spores are going to be a factor as well. Spores are going to be a factor. There's one spore in the main. There's one spore here at the third. One spore at the natural, but they are spread out. Lings, they go for a counterattack. Oh, once again, they're going to deny mining. Storm the Corruptors. Lings, they catch a High Templar. Massive pickoff. They get a High Templar. There's one High Templar left. As we do see MasTeR take down the expansion. Building a more Corruptor. Lings, they do catch some of these mining, or some of these mining workers. Spore gets a couple of hits off. We have a base mining. Erik, he just needs gas. He needs gas. Get in there. Take the gas, Erik. Take it. Another Spire. Spire goes down. There's still the Hydrogen. Get into the gas spot. You can still make Hydras. And Queens, of course. Don't forget about the Queens. It's so easy to forget about Queens in this kind of game state. I mean, Queens won't be the most impactful of units here. Spore goes down. We're now reinforcing with Zealots. MasTeR should have this. He should have this here. There's only 4 Corruptors. We have 3 Hydras on the way. Boys being pulled back. Erik trying to take another expansion. And the base is going to fall. Now, is there a world? Can the Broodlings focus on the High Templar? Never mind. Is there a world? Templar takes a couple hits. Oh, we're up to now 2 Tempests. 2 Tempests. Now, we do have a couple more Hydras, true. 3 Hydras. 3 Hydras, soon to be 4. 4 Hydras, 4 Corruptor. The problem is the Storm. He's trying to bait it out. Yeah, he's just gonna collapse in. He does have on the High Templar though. Oh, does go down. No Storm. Storm is denied, but there's not enough anti-air. Yeah, there's not enough anti-air here. Does try to go for the carrier. GG gets called, and MasTeR, he will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 5. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played again. Erik, he did have a really good positioning. He was killing base after base, production building after production building. He was forcing MasTeR back onto a 2-base economy, but MasTeR was being very patient, and Erik did overextend. He overextended. If you remember at the time, he did not have to fight after killing the 3rd. After killing the 3rd base, back off, get your economy going, rebuild. But Erik, he got a little bit too confident. He got overconfident. He went forward for a fight. He lost everything in the process. And then suddenly everything swung in favor of MasTeR. Whew. And with that, MasTeR takes a lead in the series. Does take a lead. And now we're jumping into game number 6. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of El Dorado, we have the South Korean, the Brazilian Zerg player, the Brazilian Zerg, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Protoss, the blue Protoss player, leading the series 3-2, needs one more win here to claim the series. It is MasTeR. As Erik once again is going to be opening up with the hatch block. He's going to be pull first. Going for the earlier pull. I believe 14 pull here out of Erik, moving out with the drone, and ideally blocking the expansion. Now again, this is not a rush, this is not an all-in, this is a way to disrupt the opener, to delay the economy of MasTeR and try to gain a lead. As we are moving in and go for the expansion. Again, similarly to how MasTeR is pylon blocking the natural, Erik is blocking the natural of MasTeR. That's kind of like the equivalent. MasTeR, he has to pull the boys, so he's going to lose mining time here. And likewise is typically forced to make a zealot as well. Forced to make a zealot to expand. So Erik is forcing inefficiencies out of MasTeR. Behind this is droning, and he should be expanding as well. As Lings do pop to deal with the probe. And now Erik can take the natural. So from here, Erik, he will drone, he will take a macro hatchery, will saturate his bases. Erik should not lose the hatchery, he should be able to cancel in time. Should be able to cancel. And there it is. Erik, Erik does cancel, but he will lose the drone. Drone goes down, bit of a misstep there from Erik. Didn't mineral walk. Lings have arrived, and remember, the goal here is to try to get some probe kills. Last game, Erik, he killed 4 workers, but this time he does not. This time the Zealots were in position, the workers were there, and MasTeR loses nothing. So a much stronger start this time for MasTeR, as he can now expand. He can now take the natural. Erik behind this, going for his own macro hatch, droning up, taking his gases, and soon settling in. Now, as we load into El Dorado, this is a unique map where you have options with how you want to expand. You can expand linearly away from your opponents and be more defensive, or you can expand aggressively towards your opponents. And Erik, he is expanding towards that triangular third. So mines through the minerals, and we'll take that third base. This base should be quite secure, as it's quite difficult for the Protoss to really apply much pressure there outside of Oracle Harass. Adept threatens a shade, but Erik, he has his 4 Lings. Again, 4 Lings is all you need to keep up with the Adept. Erik defends. Erik, he defends. I believe Erik, this time he did cut corners a little bit further. He went for the hatchery before the queen. So queen production was delayed. So he has no queen, so he does make an extra pair of Lings. As from here, MasTeR does open with his tech of choice with a Stargate. No surprises here. Stargate. Ooh, and MasTeR, he expands towards Erik. Now, this is a unique dynamic that we see sometimes here on this map. If both players expand towards each other, the rush distance by ground, I mean, this is it. This from third base to third base, we're right next to each other. We're one screen apart. And you can be very aggressive and you can go for all-ins. This goes both ways. We can see MasTeR go for like an 8-gate blink all-in. We can go into a glaive follow-up after the third base into like 9-gate glaives. We could see Erik likewise also cut workers and go into roaches and go for like a roach queen push across the map, or even a German taxi. Like, there are ways to be aggressive to go all-in, as MasTeR will take that expansion. Ooh, but that is going to be a Twilight Council before Nexus. This feels like Glaives. This feels like Glaive Adepts here from MasTeR, which would make sense. Again, short rush distance by grounds. You can be aggressive. Glaives would make sense. We'll see if he does go for something else. If we were casting Hero, I could, like, dance with the idea of Blink, for example. Hero, he is not one to shy away from early Blink into an 8-gate setup off of 3 bases. But here I'm assuming Glaives. We'll keep an eye on MasTeR. There's the gateway explosion getting into 4 gates. Yep, there it is. Glaives are on the way. So 4-gate glaives here out of MasTeR. This is designed to cripple the Zerg player. Not to kill, but to cripple. To get economic damage, to pick off drones, and to gain an economic lead. Now, thankfully, Erik is going for a safety Roach Warren, so he will have the tools to defend, assuming he doesn't overdrone. Right now, he scouts. Seeing 2 to 6 Adepts this early on is not a tell. Like, it is standard. So Erik, he has to get eyes on the additional Adepts when they warp in. As gateways are finishing up, you can see Adepts that banking up in the natural. Lings, they attempt to scout. Nothing major yet. Oh! He does fight in. Who does slip in. He does get eyes on additional Adepts. And more importantly, there we go. Twilight Council, Lack of Forge, upgrading research. Yeah, he knows. Erik, he sees enough. Behind this, we need roaches. We need as many roaches as possible. Roach production has begun. Erik is getting supply blocked. Ooh, 3 overlords on the way. Now is not the time. Now is not the time for a supply block. Throwing down the spine crawler. Adepts, they make their way into the mineral line. Again, they get first map so fast. He does knock him into the shade. Takes down a couple of workers. 2 drones going down. Denies the spine. Uh-oh. Denies the spine. Gets 4 drone kills. Goes with the queen as well. Massive pickups. A strong start, but we're not done. We're not done yet. Throws down the spore. Lings, they come in for the surround. Where's the shade? The shade is late. Late shade here by MasTeR. Biles connect. Adepts are going down. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there. The shade was delayed. Because of that, he could not escape. And Erik holds. Erik does hold. He moves out. Back at home. Blink is not done. But Erik, he can't quite break through this. There is the Oracle. Oracle is in position. And Erik is droning. Erik is droning up. He's taking the gold base. Taking up into Hydras. And Erik survives. Okay. As the dust settles here, MasTeR, I want to say he didn't do enough. MasTeR, he killed how many? 9 drones in total. That's not too bad. 9 drones is okay, but the problem here is, one, Blink is a little bit later, of course. Blink is delayed. On top of that, no Forge. No Forge, no Bay, no Temple Archives, no further tech. MasTeR is not really set up for a longer game yet, because everything was delayed because of the Glaive Adept timing. How many gateways? Ooh. He's setting up for an all-in. He's getting up to 7 gateways. Yeah, getting up to 7 gates, pushing forward. Does he expand? Does he throw down another gateway? Where's MasTeR taking us? Now pushing forward, trading against the Lings. Does trade. MasTeR is making probes. Trying to trade with the army, getting caught out. And bleeds out a Stalker. 1, 2, 3, 4 Stalker. Oh my god, 5 even. Yeah, 5 Stalkers go down. Brutal losses there for MasTeR. That should not have happened. Bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. And again, he's pretty committed here. Like, he has nothing else behind this. Whether it's tech or upgrades. Just pure vanilla 0-0 Stalkers. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Erik, because he's not just defending with Ling Roach Ravager, he's defending with Hydra. Plus on range finishing up. Range as well for the Hydras. Erik is getting into a superior army. And MasTeR, he needs to end the game soon. But he's lost so many Stalkers. Oh my god, the Biles! He's lost so many Stalkers already. Another Stalker goes down. And now we get the Temple Archives. Now we get a second gas geyser. But this is a late realization for MasTeR. Basically, he recognizes he cannot end the game. He cannot kill Erik. But it might just be too late. He needs a lot of time. He needs time to get an expansion, to get into Storm. Reinforcing with more Stalkers. 7 drones. Jesus. 7 drones do go down. At the natural. Nice damage. Erik still started stepping forward. Trading well against these Stalkers. Jesus. Oh my god. We can't afford these losses, MasTeR. Losing too many Stalkers. He does take the fight. That was 20 Stalkers have gone down. That's insane. Again, MasTeR is meant to overwhelm. Nice blink. Nice movement. Gets over to the other side. Alas is still going to be hunted down. So far keeping up with the Lings. Does keep up. Erik coming in for the surround. Collapsing on the army. Catching up more Stalkers. Does trade well. Does trade well. Back on the other side. Storm is almost done. MasTeR needs more time though. He needs a little bit more time for Storm to finish. And the goal base is coming into play. Erik is massing up. Consolidating his army. I believe Erik massing up. I believe Erik, he didn't tech up into lurkers or a hive. Yeah, there's no infestation pit, no lurker den. Just pure Ling Hydra Roach. Storm is done. Snipes one. Snipes one Eye Templar. There's 2 Eye Templar left. Takes down the Oracle. Storm is going to be coming in. There's the first Storm. There's the only Storm. As we do see MasTeR needs a little bit more time with the High Templar. Morse in the Archon, 0 Storms. Yeah, purely Archons on the way. Without Storm, Ling Hydra Cannon will overwhelm. GG gets called. Erik, he does break through. And we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to the ace match here. And we'll see how this story ends. Oh my god. Again, very intense game. Again, we did see MasTeR kind of stumble when it came to his Glaive Adepts. Unfortunately, he did start off with a nice trade. He was able to get some worker kills. He was able to catch a queen, but his shade was delayed. He did miss that second shade, and because of it, he wasn't able to escape. He got shut down, he got locked down, and Erik did shut him down then and there. From there, we saw that MasTeR had a really weird follow-up, because it wasn't exactly like a 3-base Stalker all-in, because it was taking extra gases, and yeah, he wasn't getting as many gateways. He stopped at 7 instead of 8. He took an extra gas geyser as well, so he couldn't reinforce on the front lines. It was a bit of an awkward transition there, and MasTeR did kind of fumble. Erik did snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. I played 10 gate plus charge, Archon Immortal Storm all in from that opener. I don't get why they play Blink out of that. Blink is a more standard transition from there. If you watch pro players, whether it's MasTeR, whether it's Classic, whether it's Hero, whether it's Max Packs, Blink can be very powerful here. But I would say that it didn't feel as committed as it should have been. It didn't feel like MasTeR was going all in. He should have been, but again, like he could have definitely afforded extra gateways. Could have gone like a proxy or a reinforcing gateway as well to keep the pressure up. Yeah, it didn't feel like MasTeR had his heart in it, but didn't have it in it. Oh. As we are getting ready for our next game, we'll see how this story ends. Here we go. We go. Excuse me, I'm just trying to figure out where we are. Okay, there we go. Just trying to figure out where we are, and here we go. We are loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into Frostline. Whew. Yeah. The final game of the series. Sorry, I just got a little bit lost. But we're good. We're good to go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Whew. Representing Team Hellfire, being forced into the ace match, into game 7 of all maps. We made it. Mate, what's crazy, we had a game 5 in the previous best of, in the upper bracket finals, went all the way to the ace match in game 5. Now we get a game 7. We get a treat here. As in the top right hand corner, we have MasTeR for Team Hellfire. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Here we go. Oh my god. Take a breath, Pappy, take a breath. As we settle into Frostline. Again, loading into this, we have Hatch first. For the first time this series, right? Like, we've seen like 12 pools and pool first openers and hatches across the map. Hatch first out of hatch pool out of Erik. Okay. Okay. I see you. I'm a little bit caught off guard. But we do have our hatch first. So hatch pull into hatchery here. A much more standard opener out of Erik. We're calming down, Pappy. We're calming down. here we are going to be settling in. I've been playing Phoenix into 3-gate charge into third base and Masters for years, yet everybody credits here for this. Come on. I mean, you're not going to get credit. What are you talking about? True. Hero, he saw your games. Copium. So here we go. As from here, we are getting to our Stargate. So far, standard opener. Now, we have seen a lot of Oracle into Phoenix play out of MasTeR, for those that are aware, for those that were here for the previous games, because Erik is so fond of Muta play. So fond of it. Do we get there here? Potentially. Potentially. Here we go. The Adept does move in. Whereas Erik denying some mining time, getting in full scouts. There it is, going to be a Phoenix first, which is what we've been seeing a lot of here from MasTeR. Phoenix first. The goal here is to hunt down the Overlords, a Phoenix into Oracle, and again, it's also to be a bit of a deterrent against the eventual Spire play of Erik, which hasn't necessarily stopped him before, but it may stop him here. We go. As we do have that Oracle follow-up. Overlords are being hunted down. Vision is being denied. And from here, MasTeR is building up. Ooh, that is going to be a Twilight Council before Expand, though. Do we go Glaive again? Okay, similar to El Dorado, this is screaming Glaive Adepts. This screams Glaive Adepts here. Let's go. We are getting up to a Gateway Explosion. That's going to be a 4-gate setup. Now, remember, this is not an all-in. You are expanding behind this, getting a third base, and the goal here is to cripple the economy of your opponent. Again, we saw MasTeR kind of fumble the ball a little bit when it came to El Dorado, initially doing well, but then getting surrounded. We'll see if he can have better success here, as the Twilight Council is done, and Glaives are on the way. Again, this is the common transition if we do see a Twilight Council before the third. Otherwise, again, if we're casting someone like Hero, then we would expect Blink instead. But not from MasTeR. Here we go. The aggression continues. Erik here is getting a safety Roach Horn here at the natural, taking his gases, droning up. Erik he has yet to confirm. If you recall, last game with his Lings, he was able to get eyes on the extra reinforcing Adepts. For the time being, he has yet to do so. Now dipping in. Does dip in. Adepts, they are massing up. Erik he has yet to commit. Oracle does push forward. So far, distracting Erik. Gets 2 drones. Adepts are soon to move out. And Erik, does he spot them? He does. Does spot the Adepts, does spot the move out. He has 4 Roaches on the way, but we need as many Roaches as possible. How many Adepts? It's going to be, how many? 11. 11 Adepts in total. We have a 12th Adept on the way. MasTeR does commit. Erik back at home. Does run in the Spine Cooler. Safety Spine here at the third. Yeah, it does evacuate. This time, he just gets out. This time, he just completely evacuates the third base. He's like, you know what? Last time I lost too many drones. This time, let me just get the hell out of here. Does pull away. So far, good response. The Queen still goes down, but he does save his drones. At the same time, Lings, they hit the third base. The reinforcements back at home. Ravagers moving in. The Biles, they do not connect. They connect. Adepts. Does commit. Oh, he commits to the shade. Lings are lying in wait. And can he keep up? Can Erik shut this down? As Adepts, they do waddle into the main. Losing another Adept, down to 6. Oof. And he shades out. He does shade out. 0 drone kills. And he's being shut down. Erik holds. Erik, he holds, he cleans up the Adepts. This time, no economic damage. There was potential, don't get me wrong. And 1 Adept shades in, but 1 Adept is not going to do enough. Not enough. Not this time. Erik, he cleans up the army. This time he doesn't lose any workers. He did lose a queen, true, did lose a queen, did trade his lings, but this time a stronger defense from Erik. MasTeR across the map, he is transitioning into what looks to be a Soul Train-esque army. He's massing up sentries. There we go, more sentries on the way into Immortal. We have +1. This can lead into a charge follow-up into Archons as well, into Immortal Charge or Archon. This is kind of the go-to that we've seen from MasTeR time and time again. We'll see if he commits into any upgrades though. He might just push out with just vanilla gateway units with sentries and immortals, which I think we saw him do once previously in this series. It's been a long series. I'll be honest. It's been a long one. Ooh, and Erik's being greedy. MasTer's going all in, and Erik is being very greedy here. He's taking up into Infestation, into Lurker Den, into Hive and Lurker Tech. Erik, we can't get away with that. He's gonna try. Here comes the Prism, and again, no upgrades. So no upgrades. So it is gonna be almost like a Soul Train, like Mass Immortal, Sentry. I think it was it on Ley Lines? I think it was on Ley Lines if I recall. Maybe one of the other maps where MasTeR, he did this. He had Mass Sentry. This, like, look at the Sentry count. It's crazy. He has Mass Sentry with this. He does push, does move out. It's all about the force fields. It's all about the force fields, Fabi. Let's go. Force fields alongside the Adepts. Again, it's all or nothing for MasTeR. He's getting a fourth behind this. Actually, he's teching. Never mind. He's getting a fourth base. He throws down a Robo, a Bay into Colossus production. But he's still committed. Does move forward. Trying to lock down the army. Takes down 2 Roaches. Takes down 2. Oh. Miles a crazy army. Massive Blast Connect. Oh my god. Sentry's getting low. But so far the Sentries, they survive. They shut down the Ravagers. Still very close. Yeah, as half the army just isn't even fighting, isn't even engaging. MasTeR, he warps in. He collapses on the army. We'll lose the Immortal though. We'll lose one. We'll barely lose the other as well. Yeah, both Immortals go down. Erik's holding. Erik, he's holding on. Files will connect. They shut down the Prism. No more reinforcements. Here comes the second wave of Mass Adepts. He shades in. Ooh, but the Roaches are keeping up. The Roaches, they keep up with the Adepts. And they're being locked down. They're being locked down for a second time. Oh my god. MasTer's gonna lose everything. The Adepts go down. Reinforcements have arrived. They get a couple of drone kills, but not enough. This is not enough damage. And remember this, because of the way that MasTeR played this out, there is no charge, there's no blink, there are no upgrades, there's no forge either. I mean, sorry, there is a forge, but there's no upgrades. Huh? Has +1? Ah, never mind. Didn't even notice. Has +1, thankfully, but did lose almost everything. He has to hold on. He has to buy time for the Colossus. He's making 2 Colossus at a time here. Erik is counterattacking, and what's crazy, bear this in mind, Erik, he defended, he survived with what? With a Hive. That's what's crazy. He defended with a Hive and with a Lurker Den. And now suddenly, we can counterattack with Lurkers. Lunkers are on the way. He is ahead in tech. Far ahead in tech here. Ay. Now, what MasTeR has, remember, he has no charge, he has no blink, he has glaives. He has glaives, so he has to make use of the Adepts. He has to make use of them in some way, shape, or form. Is shading in. And there's potential for damage. Colossus, I have to get the hell out of here. Does kite back. Does pull away. Does pull away the Colossus. Securing his 4th. Oh, nice aces. How many Lurkers do we have? 6. Okay, only 6 Lurkers. But now we have Vipers on the way. And that is typically the answer to these Colossi, is Viper tech. So Erik, he's maxed out. And again, MasTeR was essentially all in. This is why we have a disparity here in the supplies. Is because of Erik's hold. And the wall's not a wall. Oh my god, okay, it does warp in. Does warp in time. But here comes Erik, pushing in at both ends. Going for the 4th base, pushing in towards the natural. And GG gets called. MasTeR, he cannot keep up. Not after that. And Erik, he will take the series 4-3, becoming this month's Amantes de StarCraft number 36 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh my god. He went all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 7. MasTeR, he was crazy. Started things off with the Glaive Adepts. Initially, things were looking a little bit better for him, but he got completely shut down. He followed that up with almost like a Soul Train-esque all-in with Mass Sentry at like 16 Sentries, 2 Immortals. went for it, and alas, he just rammed his face against a brick wall. I will say that Erik, he was teching, he was being greedy, but he got away with it. He got away with that greed, he got away with the lurker den, he got away with the hive as well, and from there, after the defense, Erik, he snowballed out of control with the lurker tech, with the hive tech, with the viper. GG, well played. Whew. Erik does claim the series. As he claims the series, I do apologize for not giving you a shout out earlier, but a big shout out to Dave Testa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community, to Iron Ring. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you so much for the support. Likewise, thank you so much to Flip a Flapjack as well for the resub for 6 months. I did notice it in the previous game. It's just there's a lot going on, so I do apologize. But thank you so much. Thank you so much to both Flipper Flapjack and to Dave Testa as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. And yeah, with that, congratulations here to Erik. Again, it was very intense. I mean, shout out to both Erik and MasTeR because, mate, they played their hearts out. It was insane. And again, typically our broadcast here for Amantes is around, like, what, 4 hours? This is, what, like a 6-hour cast? Yeah, 6 hours. Jesus. So I apologize for misspeaking towards the end. It was very fatiguing. Was not ready for a 6-hour broadcast. Mate, I have not eaten at all today, mate. It's 5 p.m. I'm gonna go get some breakfast, but Jesus Christ. 6-hour cast, Pappy, 6-hour cast. I did eat a plum. Before the finals. That's why typically we don't have a break before the finals, but I did have a break just so I could get something. But there it is. There is the bracket here. Crazy night of StarCraft. Oh, as we do try to, there we go. Do try to show this off. We had our top players from Brazil. We had Erik, we had MasTeR, Shakti, Yan as well. We had Erik and MasTeR going to the ace match in the upper bracket finals, and once again to the ace match here in the grand finals as well. Did go the way of Erik both games, but both series, but clearly they're very closely matched. They're very even in skill. They go back and forth. We have seen MasTeR defeat Erik from time to time in these events, but this month I should say, Erik, he did prove to be the stronger player, just barely over MasTeR. And it wasn't just about, you know, the state of play, the state of the players, but also like the endurance, the stamina. Mate, it was a 6-hour cast. It was 6 hours, mate. So it was not an easy tournament for these two. I'm sure that's also why there was some people asking, like, mate, after such a long series for MasTeR to just commit and to go all in at the end of it. Part of it, I'm sure, is because of how long the series were, how long the broadcast was. I'm sure that at a certain point, MasTeR just wanted to end it. He just wanted to end it, man. He just wanted to end the game, and alas, end of the series even. Oh my god! Especially after like a 40-minute game we had on King's Cove, insane. Regardless, GG, well played. In the end, does go the way of Erik. Light as a Zerg player, don't you get energy from the hive mind? That's how he does 14 hours of StarCraft a day. Speaking of 14 hours of StarCraft a day, we just wrapped up our 6-hour cast, and we have another cast in a couple of hours. Let's go. When is our next broadcast, you might ask? Actually, before I get to our next broadcast, again, if you enjoyed this, shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, he's like the equivalent of like Wardy or Loco in Brazil. He's like the Brazilian caster. So big shout out to Cosmos. He does host and organize these events. A good friend as well. Actually, he's a lead singer in a band. He's a lead singer in a band as well. Has some pretty good music. It's in Portuguese. It's in Brazilian, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. He's got the voice, Pap. He's got the voice. So shout out to Cosmos. And again, shout out to all these players as well. Again, this is a monthly tournament. Every single month, we do host the Amantes of StarCraft. And likewise, we also have a Code for Giants Cup, which is a bi-weekly tournament for the Brazilian scene. Again, it's always fun covering the Brazilian scene and the Latin American region. We do it whenever we can. We have some close ties to Brazil, Papi. Ah. Fala galera, papi, fala galera. When it comes to our next broadcast, bam, here we go. We have our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our Friday morning cast of Amantes de StarCraft. It did last a little bit longer than we expected. Our next cast is going to be at 6 p.m. KST. That is going to be in how many hours time? 3 hours. Let's go. In 3 hours, we're going to be back with another cast. once again, we expect it to be like between 4 and 6 hours. So we have another cast in 3 hours time. That's gonna give me time to get some food. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'm gonna get something to eat. Ideally I would have liked to have napped in between, but I don't think I can. It's 3 hours is not enough. Like, I'm gonna be like lying in bed for like an hour, then I'll fall asleep for a little bit, and then I'll wake up like feeling worse than I do now. It's not gonna be good. So regardless, we're going to be back in 3 hours time with some more StarCraft with our next cast. We're going to be covering the OSC Season 12 Championship, covering the final day of OSC. We got you. We got you. 3 hours. 3 hours time. 3 hours time. Right, so tight, he needs help counting. I just need some food. I just need some food. Just catching up. Catching up. Clearly, any Zerg player other than Star winning is clearly morally wrong. True, true. Feels weird. Isn't like a Protoss player? No, I'm a Zerg. What do you mean? I'm Zerg. What are you talking about? I'm Zerg, back. Cosmos is a 6-singer. Yeah. For sure, for sure. For sure. Can you link it? Oh, thank you for the match. Thank you. God, hold on. Can I find Cosmos? Hold on. Cosmos SE2 Twitch. He should have a link to his YouTube on his Twitch channel. Let's have a look. But his YouTube has all the StarCraft on it. God damn it. Where is it? Where's his music? God, that's a good question. I know. We'll find him. We'll find him. Yeah, chat. Find if you can come across Cosmos. His music is beautiful. It's beautiful. Voice of an angel, baby. Voice of an angel. Otherwise, wrapping up. We're wrapping up here for the time being. Wrapping up for the day. Oh, sorry, for the morning, and we'll be back in 3 hours with some more StarCraft action. I think Dave has. There you go. There you go. No. But yeah, we'll be back. Typically, I would like to have some time to ladder and stream, but not today. Not today. Maybe next week. Maybe next week we'll have some time. Also, we have the rest of the week's schedule. We have the KSL on Saturday. We have SCL Saturday evening. We have FSL on Sunday, and we have Sparkling Tunic Cup Sunday evening as well. 2 casts a day every single day. We have half a day off. That is Wednesday. Wednesday we have half a day off where we're able to, I mean, really just work behind the scenes on other things, on YouTubes, on editing VODs, on scheduling, of course. Unfortunately, this week I wasn't able to have a ladder session. We were just a little bit too far behind on other things, but next week I should be able to stream on my own personal channel, so you can check me out at lat_VIP if you wish. If you want to tune into some Zerg ladder gameplay. I'm very rusty at the moment because I have no time to ladder, but whenever I get around to it, we will be all over that, so you can check me out there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and we'll be back in 3 hours time. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid who is live at the moment. I see Sal is still playing through his subathon. Nightmare just went online. Let's go. Nightmare is also available. Who else? Practice X, sort of. We'll find someone. Find someone to send everyone over to. So give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time for some more CranKy Duckling action. If you want to help support us, you can do so via all our social medias: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We also have a YouTube channel as well, where we upload on a daily basis. Plenty of content on YouTube. VODs are no longer being supported on Twitch, so VOD content is on YouTube exclusively, or it's going to be where it's all maintained, so do check it out on YouTube. Otherwise, thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time. !Patreon in the chat to check out our Patreon channel as well. Otherwise, thank you for watching, thank you for support. We'll see you next time. Ciao, baby, ciao. See you later tonight or next time.